Well, a very good afternoon to you all from the World Center of Racing, the Daytona International Speedway, the High Banks, these hallowed grounds. This is DriversEye Live, and this is the 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge, the Southeast Divisional Championship finale weekend here 2 weeks before we head all to the National Championship runoffs. Thanks for joining us this afternoon, everybody. My name is Brendan Kaczmarek, joined up here about 150 feet above start finish by Nick Soriano.
Hey, Brendan, how you doing? Thank you for having me here. I appreciate it.
It wasn't my call, Nick, but, you know, we're happy to have you anyway. No, thrilled you could join us, Nick. I know you were with Greg and the gang back at the Cabin Fever Regional, streamed here on the SCCA official YouTube channel back in February. Done any racing since then?
I have a little bit of endurance racing, but have not been out in my Spec Miata recently, which is a shame. I need to get back in there soon.
I would say so. The runoffs probably aren't your time, but there's always 2026. Much like a football team fan group, there's always next year. Anyway, it's time to go racing, ladies and gentlemen, from the Daytona International Speedway. We start this Saturday afternoon with SARRC points races, sprint races, 20 minutes timed for 7 of our run groups, this weekend before we head to our 4-hour under the lights Enduro beginning at 5 p.m. this afternoon. So we begin with open wheel, both wings and things without wings. It'll be a split start for this one as the field makes their way into the International Horseshoe for the first time here, not under racing conditions, obviously, but we'll begin forming up the grid around this 3.56-mile layout here in Daytona Beach, Florida. Sherman Chow is your overall pole sitter on row number 1 in his store WF1. That's P2 class car alongside Will Franklin, the FE2 class pole sitter. That's the number 62. AJ Snyder, your prototype pole sitter, starts 3rd overall inside of the 2nd row alongside class competitor Peter Shadowin in the number 12 West WX10. That's a prototype car. Justin Smith, your FC pole sitter, P5 overall in the number 44 alongside Carl Lingo's FE2. It's the outside of row number 3. Inside of row number 4 is Nicholas Zaretic in the number 37. It's an FC car, Formula Continental, alongside the Stanley Halleck, number 23, also an FC. Row number 5, all FCs as well. Paul Douglas, and David Wilklow, both in Van Diemen's. It's number 21 and 89. Healthy contingent here in the FC field, which we like to see. As producer Jordan Worth on the 1s and the 2s calls out a car stop there, just at the exit of the kink. Nick, not the way we really wanted to start this all off.
No, not what you want to start on the first lap, but so is racing sometimes. It's not always exactly what you draw up, but you know, you always expect the worst. And if you come out, finish the race, have a nice clean car, just a nice bonus for a race weekend, wouldn't you say?
I would think so. Very, very close to being able to get the car pulled off there. They're in the motorcycle cutout. I'm not sure what number that is. Is that Sherman Chow? AJ Snyder, perhaps? No, it's not a black car. That may be our overall pole sitter. The number 3 of Sherman Chow. We'll wait for confirmation of that from the Corner Network while we pick up the running order here for the starting grid. Wait and see if we get another pace lap out of this, given that disabled car there at turn 5. Row number 6 overall will be H. Neil Lund and Wade Richardson in the number 36 and 56, respectively. That's group number 1. Your second starting group will be the Things Without Wings, Formula F on the front row. Daniel Thorogood, your pole sitter in group 2, number 79, alongside John Schmeny in the number 69. Neil Radloff and Alan Oppel, 96 and 00 on the inside and outside of row number 2. Kevin Brumbaugh in the number 86 is your only car in Club Ford this weekend. And that is inside of row number 3. Harry Bradley in the first Formula V car outside of row number 3. Be interesting to see what the dynamic is like there on the start, because the cars behind him will all be Formula Vs. Mike Schiffer and Bill Dennis to start on the 4th row, such as it is. 5th row, 29 and 67, with John Fuchs in the number 94 bringing up the tail end of the Formula V field. 21 cars in all. Looks like it'll be 20 now that we've got that car stopped here at turn number 5. As Nick, the field begins to form up here in the east banking, the beach side, oval turns 3 and 4.
Yes, they are, and that's good news that we are hopefully going to be going green right away. It may be some smaller fields, but going through my points list here, and 2 really good battles to watch. We've got FC, Justin Smith and Paul Douglas are both tied right now in points at 150 apiece, meaning this weekend is going to determine the championship, so a lot to watch there. And your next one to watch is going to be in Formula Ford. Daniel Thorogood and John Chimenti separated by 8 points. And with the double points race tomorrow, there is a great chance for them to change positions here. Maybe John Chimenti does go ahead and capture that championship, as it looks like the lights are on the pace car.
Double yellow is still up here at start finish. The pace car is at an absolute crawl. I think maybe hoping that we can get this prototype car turned or pulled off at turn number 5. The emergency vehicles are there with that car, but I don't think, well, clearly now they're not going to get it off in time, because we are going to begin this 20-minute timed session under the full course yellow, and that definitely was the number 3 of Sherman Chow, because your inside pole sitter, your inside front row car is now the number 12. That's Peter Shadowin, which is interesting there, with AJ Snyder to the outside. I wonder if the pole sitter has chosen the outside here. Nick, you've raced here more obviously more than I have, because I don't race. Is it common for the pole sitter to start on the outside of the front row here?
It is. It's actually very common. Kind of what we call it as the locals line.
Okay.
The inside going into turn 1 and through turn 2 can get really jammed up sometimes. So with all that extra runoff out there on the outside of turn 1, a lot of times you'll see pole sitters take the outside row, giving them some extra space, and it does set them up for the inside in turn 3. So even if you stay side by side through turn 1, you don't necessarily gain an advantage. You can get your advantage right back when you get to turn 3, as long as you're there on the braking zone in time.
It's a really interesting dynamic down there at turn number 1. When I was growing up, that whole paved area on the inside between turns 1 and 6, that island out there was all grass, so obviously you were very limited. It's narrow, the road has a crown to it, so it kind of falls away on the outside of turns 1 and 2. They paved that, and year on year, as the braking zone gets deeper and deeper, tire technology gets better and better, they've pushed that line to the outside even further. You can square it off and get a good run out of turn number 2, and like you said, in that run to turn number 3. Very, very interesting to see that actual rubbered line kind of straddling the white line that defines the track limits down there at 1 and 2.
It does. In some of these spec classes today, with Spec Racer Ford, Spec Corvette, Spec Miata, I think there's a very good possibility we see 3, maybe 4 wide going into there, just because they have so much real estate. Here in the Formula cars, I don't expect so much argy-bargy, but in some of the full-bodied cars, the sports cars, I absolutely expect to see some great racing into turn 1 on the starts.
There's just a little more margin for error out there, too, to drivers right as well. Whereas, as you said, if you're on the inside, you can get kind of pinched there on your way into 1. You're squeezed up against the grass that separates the pit exit lane from the track lane. And obviously back at the apex at turn 2 there, you're better out being able to run wide, carry that momentum. As you said, even if you end up side by side, you've got a great shot to clear the outside car on the braking zone into turn number 3. This time, lights are out on the first safety car, headed out of oval turn number 4 past the Daytona banner on the safer barrier that lines all 2.5 miles of oval. It's a 3.5 mile layout around the infield road course here at the World Center of Racing. On DriversEye Live, the SARRC Invitational Challenge points races just a moment away from getting their green flag as they all head back towards us here at the start-finish line. The classic Mazda of Orlando safety car peels off into the pit lane. Starter has a green flag in hand. It waves over the prototype cars on the front row. FC and FE2 get their jump headed down into turn number 1 for the first time of asking, with 17 minutes now on the clock, actually, being that our first lap was delayed somewhat. It goes single file through the first group all the way down into turns 1 and 2. The prototype cars begin to separate at the front of the field. It's the FE2 car of Carl Wingo that's slotted into 3rd overall with a good jump on the brakes from your FC pole sitter. That's Nicholas Zaretic in the number 37. Back to group number 2, the second of a classic Mazda of Orlando safety cars, the CX-50, pulls into the pit lane. Things Without Wings is green at Daytona International Speedway. Through the tri-oval, it's the Formula Ford pair, 79 and 69, headed down into turn number 1. Good jump on the inside that time from Daniel Thorogood. But Chimenti's going to fight back on the outside in that white number 69, and looks like, just like we were talking about, Nick, gets the jump but runs a little wide on the exit, and Thorogood is back through, will lead the field into turn number 3.
He sure will, and yeah, exactly like we talked about, that using that outside area really had an advantage, but it just carried a little bit too much speed. Luckily for these Formula Ford cars, though, with their limited power, the draft is huge in this class. So it's very hard for a driver to just run away all by themselves. If anyone's close enough to catch a little bit of a tow, they can get pulled right back on these really long straightaways. We call them straightaways, but the banking is essentially a straightaway for the drivers here at Daytona International Speedway.
Flat out is flat out, man. As long as you can keep the foot to the floor and keep the speed up, yeah, I'm sure it's all things equal. Interesting to see how that draft plays a role in these quick 20-minute races. Spec Miatas, Spec Racer Fords have the advantage of definitely not bump drafting, but the odd touch here or there does help kind of speed things up throughout the race. Obviously, in a pointy-nosed Formula car, you don't really have that opportunity, so maybe some back and forth around the oval. Is there a horsepower advantage to be gained? Up at the front of FF, Formula F certainly doesn't look to be the case. They're going to head down the back straightaway, super stretch, as it were, into the bus stop for the first time, and it's still thorough good from Shimeni, 79 from 69. It looks like it's the white number 96 of Neil Radloff in third that's going to drop in behind Shimeni and then just begin to gap Alan Oppel in the 00. That's the blue-colored car, fourth in line, headed through that revised, and it's been almost a year now, but still very odd-looking bus stop there on the backside of the circuit.
Yeah, that repave that they did kind of changed the shape, and a lot of the drivers had to adapt to it. I was down in the pits during lunch and talking to some people about the changes, and they really said that it was a little bit of a learning curve. They said more than they were expecting, just because when you see a repave like that, it tends to be pretty straightforward, you know, maybe just adding pavement, but this was a whole shape redesign, so they definitely had some adjustments to do if it was their first time here this year.
Yeah, it's interesting. We talked about it a lot when DriversEye Live was here covering some endurance racing back in June. It completely changed all the sight lines, your braking markers, your turn-in points. The whole visual aspect of that corner changed, in addition to some tweaks to what I'm told are the third and fourth apexes. Even if it kind of overlays the same, the higher curbs definitely does not drive the same there. Car off just on the outside of turn 3. Is that Shimeni in the 69? I think it might be.
It could be. He did make a pass going into turn 1, and he was able to take that lead. The draft made a huge difference coming out of the bus stop into turn 1 there. Maybe carrying a little bit too much speed, and so we'll have to see where they shake up at the timing line. But other than that, it looks like the front group has gapped out pretty well. A couple of cars close together going into NASCAR turn 3. But the prototypes have certainly stretched their lead over the FE2s and the FCs. And we're going to keep an eye on that, though, because there is a points battle in that first group of FC of Justin Smith and Paul Douglas. But Formula Ford is what we've been following the most, the closest action so far. And as soon as we know who that was that went off, we will give you that update to see if that's a points implication.
AJ Snyder's your prototype class leader, 4 seconds in hand after just 3 laps over the number 12 of Peter Shadowin. Remember, we lost Sherman Chow on the pace lap to a stop car over there at turn number 5. Justin Smith takes the early lead in Formula C from Carl Wingo in the number 16. That is your FE2 class leader. Zaretic, Wilkwell, Stanley Halleck in the number 23. Wade Richardson, H. Neil Lund, and John Shimeni, who, as of the last time through, was your FF leader in that number 69. They're going to come back through start-finish here. A little bit of investigative journalism here, Nick, says I think the car that went off there was actually Neil Radloff in the number 96.
It looks to be that way as we see the 69 and 79 come through nose to tail as they cross start-finish. I think they both know there's points implications on the line, and they are certainly driving like there is if they don't know. But very exciting to see them go at it. They are right behind each other as they go into turn number 3 now. And it looks like the 79 is going to close up a little bit, but not enough of a run to make any moves. As we can see the front cars look to be finally hitting the back of the second group. So that lap traffic is going to start coming into play as the prototypes, the Formula Cs, FE2s, they all start making their way through that lap traffic. The beauty of multi-class racing is there's multiple races going on at once, and you're not just racing the guy directly behind you in your class, you're racing everybody else. You've got to have your head in a swivel, especially with these big speed differences.
Yeah, back to the points consequences here, or implications as we go forward. It's a single points race. Tomorrow's double points. And obviously having that double points, big swings can happen as a result of just that one race finish. So anything you can claw back or pull away today gives you that little bit of extra insurance in tomorrow's 13-lap, 40-minute races. Be held under similar conditions, so obviously you want to get a feel for what your car is like and have your car tuned and set up properly to go racing tomorrow. But those points today are still going to matter, as if nothing else, to give you that little bit of breathing room or claw back anything you can going into that championship finale. If you're looking for a timing pylon, by the way, on the left side of the screen, looks like we may have some rogue class data. It's going to take us a session to get it reset here, but by the time we get into Group 2, in a couple of moments' time, we should be able to have that back up for you. It's 9 minutes, 45 seconds gone, 10 minutes, 12 seconds left on the clock, and with 4 laps complete, we're going to step aside here on DriversEye Live. We have a ton of sponsors this weekend that have stepped up and made the SARRC Invitational Challenge live stream possible. Presenting sponsors, participating sponsors, all the same. We're going to step aside, say hello to them, and thank them, and rejoin the race on the other side. This quick break from Daytona International Speedway, the 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge.
Utilizing advanced CNC machinery and software, the team at Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision proudly manufacture products in the USA, right on Florida's Space Coast. They take pride in supplying companies such as Shelby American, Magnuson Superchargers, SpaceX, and more, producing components for some of the world's fastest and most recognizable vehicles. From deep-sea water testing to parts for America's space program and everything in between, they are ready to tackle your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Babyface Fabrication is the product of years of NASCAR and road racing fabrication experience by SCCA B-Spec driver Josh Schmidt. Our website has dozens of existing products and custom solutions for your current or next race car build. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to learn more.
At SpeedTech Automotive, our mission is to deliver unmatched performance, innovation, and reliability to every vehicle we service and modify. With over 20 years of experience in the automotive industry and 15 years of racing expertise, we're driven by a passion for precision engineering and cutting-edge technology. Our goal is to push the boundaries of automotive excellence, offering our clients high-performance solutions that enhance both the speed and safety of their vehicles. Whether on the track or on the road, we are committed to exceeding expectations, fostering lasting relationships, and setting the standard for performance and service in the automotive world. For more, find us on Facebook at SpeedTech Automotive and SpeedTech Motorsport.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by Willie and Abel Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists, teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com. And a big thank you to all the volunteers who make this weekend's SARRC Invitational Challenge possible.
PM Racing is a proven powerhouse, 2-time national champions in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 with 25 Southeast Division titles and multiple SCCA runoffs poles. Based in Lakeland, Florida, and serving racers all across the Southeast, they specialize in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 with over 30 cars in the shop and also support prototype and GTX competitors. PM Racing, become part of a winning team. Contact Brian Schofield or stop by the PM Racing tent in the paddock.
Back at the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway for the 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge. Brendan Kaczmarek and Nick Soriano guiding you through race number 1, group number 1. 20-minute sprint races, single point scoring anyway, for the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship finale weekend. It is still Peter Shadowin that leads Justin Smith at the front of the prototype class, 22 seconds behind. The fastest lap of a minute 58.267, sub 2 around this 3.5 mile layout. Your Formula F battle rages on. John Chimeni has gotten by Daniel Thorogood in the break. 69 now leads 79, and that is the group you follow on screen. White from black. They started first and second in the second group when we took the green flag a little after 1 o'clock. So we are already 3/4 of the way through this one. Slide back a little bit further. This is your Formula V battle. I believe we're right in saying that that is the 94 and the 77 that were headed out of turn number 5 down towards turn number 6. Pick up the numbers there.
Yeah. During the break there, I did have a chance to look at, we sent out a survey to all the drivers to have them fill out. I did find Daniel Thorogood's entry.
Yeah.
And he did put that he needs to beat Mr. Chimenti in number 69 to win as his rival. He put that in there. So they know what's at stake. They are absolutely going to be going after it, which means today and tomorrow we have great Formula F, Formula Ford action.
In my head, most of these rivals that you've discovered are healthy, friendly rivalries rather than being bitter and angry on track. The SCCA way would be to be friendly and go have a beverage afterwards. But it's been a great fight all the same, all the way through the first 15 or so minutes here. Pit caller is, I believe, the number 99 of A.J. Snyder. That car ducks into the paddock. They're going to call it a day. It is definitely the 99. Tumbled down the overall order there on Race Monitor that we're using for live timing and scoring here. As the Formula F battle comes back to start-finish again. This time it is the 69 on the inside, 79 around the outside. Will show the nose, but still 1 or 2 car lengths between them. And Daniel Thorogood's going to have to tuck back in behind John Chimeni. Runs a little wide, the locals line, as you called it, out to the... it's not really the runoff, but it's also not really the track out there, Nick.
It's the bonus pavement.
Bonus pavement.
Bonus pavement that Daytona's given us. And you could see watching as they came down the front stretch, that draft was so important to the number 79. And as soon as he pulled out from behind, he just did not have the run anymore. So I think it's going to be very tricky for either of them to make a pass, depending on who it is. So the infield sections are going to be competitive as we go side by side into turn number 5 there. But no changes as the number 69 continues to lead the number 79 as they go towards turn number 6. Back out onto the oval, entering at NASCAR 1 there, nose to tail, about as close as you can get in these Formula cars.
Yeah, it's not really that Thorogood needs to get the move done now, right? He didn't need to do a dive bomb or try and run around the outside there at turn number 5. What he's, I think, really trying to do is to put John Chimeni in that number 69 just off his marks enough, right? Distract him, fill the mirrors, move around behind the car, and just get him a couple of 18 inches, 2 feet off of the racing line there, and be able to make a move maybe down into turn number 6 or get a launch off of turn number 6 and try and get the move done down into the bus stop, which is where those 2 cars come now. 79, the black Formula F to the inside. Chimeni cuts it back and almost rotates the car through the first apex, gets back on the throttle, but look at the margin that has given Daniel Thorogood on the exit of the Daytona chicane, I'm sorry, the Le Mans chicane, such as it is now, around oval turns 3 and 4, and it's going to be 8 or 10 car lengths as they build the speed coming back to the start-finish line.
Yeah, absolutely killed that momentum there. He was able to get his nose inside into that first apex of the Le Mans chicane. But look at that, just like that, the draft, and maybe just a little power advantage. The 69 is going to keep the lead this lap. I think right around the outside.
I think you're right, Nick. I think there is a horsepower advantage there for John Chimeni. It's not just when he was in the draft this time, but we saw how well he defended with Daniel Thorogood in the draft coming back through last time, right? Daniel was able to pull up to the back of the number 69, that white Formula F car. Up the move up the inside into turn number 3. The International Horseshoe. Thorogood is through again. Not power that time. All handling and brakes for the black colored car. Now, importantly here, Nick, they didn't take the white flag, but the leader did, and that is the blue prototype you're going to see. Probably not quite coming into shot yet, but it is the next car behind our Formula F leader. So the question is that number 12 of Peter Shadowin going to be able to pass these Formula F cars? Does he attempt to pass these Formula F cars and cut their race a lap short, I say in air quotes, or do we get another lap of Formula F racing that's going to decide this first 20-minute sprint? Up onto the banking, Daniel Thorogood, again about 6 or 7 car lengths onto oval turns 1 and 2. See what John Chimeni can do here. Looks like
John Chimeni goes low immediately rather than trying to stay in the draft, which makes me think he's confident about his power. He doesn't necessarily need the draft to make up the gap. As that gap closes very quickly as they get in towards turn number 6 here, the Le Mans chicane. He did look like he made a move to the inside, but I think Daniel Thorogood in the 79 was able to close the door on him a little bit, so they're going to remain Daniel Thorogood in front, John Chimenti behind as they go through and exit the chicane here.
I wonder if John thought, well, I don't want to give Daniel the opportunity to draft back past me coming back to the tri-oval. I don't know that John has the power for that. I'm sorry, Daniel has the power for that anyway. But Chimeni certainly has had the power. It's actually up to about 12, maybe 13 or 14 car lengths through oval 3 and 4 as they grab top gear. And that's where John Chimeni's car roars back into life. 12 car lengths becomes 6, becomes 3, becomes 1, and they're going to be side by side taking the white flag. They do get the extra lap. Just behind them, you're going to see a blue prototype. The West WX10 of Peter Shadowin will win race number 1 for group number 1 here at the SARRC Invitational Challenge, and all the points that come with it in the prototype class. Justin Smith is some distance behind, but will take the FC crown in that number 44 as well. We're going to stick with this FF battle and then recap the rest of the groups when we get that checkered flag. It is still Thorogood from Chimeni. Neil Radloff in the 96 has gotten back by Alan Oppel in the 00 to at least provisionally claim the 3rd step on the podium. Remember, Neil had the off a little bit earlier on in the outside of turn number 3. Never mind that, though. It's all to do for the win here at the end of our first 20-minute points race. Out of turn number 5, again, good run for Daniel Thorogood, using up all the road on the exit of the Western Horseshoe. Down to turn number 6, big bump there at the apex, Nick, but really good at getting the throttle down is that number 79 of Daniel Thorogood.
It does seem like he gets out of the corners really well, but to be honest with you, if I'm in John's spot here, the number 69 car in second, I don't know if I'm super upset. You know, Daytona with the long straightaways and the drafting, if he gets a good run through the Le Mans chicane here, turn number 6, going into the NASCAR 3 and 4, it's really anyone's race. It's going to come down to who's going to carry the momentum, who's going to have a good draft, and is there going to be some elbows out as they come towards start-finish line?
Thorogood just a little bit wide at the first apex, compromises the mid-corner speed at the second apex. It's the first of the right-handers. Last time it was about a dozen car lengths. This time I'd say it's probably closer to 9 or 10, and that's probably all it's going to take here for John Chimeni to be able to close the margin halfway through the eastern banking. Look for the black and white cars through. There goes Chimeni to the high side around the exit of turn number 4. The move is done by the time they get to the skid pad, and coming to the checkered flag, John Chimeni in the number 69 on the last lap, last corner, will take the win from Daniel Thorogood in the black number 79.
Yeah, wow, what a race. That was absolutely fantastic to watch. I mean, it's what club racing's all about. You got two guys who probably know each other, share dinner together after the race, hang out, and they get to have a great hard-fought battle on a beautiful Daytona International Speedway on a glorious day. I mean, the weather is pristine. It's what makes club racing so exciting, and the reason we all come back to it. It's just something that you can't get out of really any other sport.
It's the friendly rivalries, right? It's the, hey, we're going to fight it out on track. We're going to go hammer and tong right to the checkered flag, and then we're going to get out, shake hands, give each other a hug, and say that was awesome. Remember, we've got double this coming up tomorrow for our first open wheel group, both wings and things without wings. That will take place bright and early, 8:30 tomorrow morning for their SARRC Championship finale. 40 minutes, 13 laps will conclude the 2025 Southeast Divisional Championship season. Run down the class winners here quickly before we step aside for a quick break. In Formula V, the number 94, John Fuchs, 30 seconds clear of the 29 of Mike Schiffer. Harry Bradley rounds out the podium there with Bill Dennis, the number 67, coming home in fourth. Prototype, it's Peter Shadowin in the number 12 from Wade Richardson by nearly a lap. A minute 37 was the margin there. Back to the 56. AJ Snyder, we mentioned, pulled into the paddock, only completed 6 laps. SR1 is Will Franklin. It's actually an SRF3 car, getting some extra track time here in the open wheel group, the only car in that group. Formula C is Justin Smith in the number 44 from Nicholas Soretic. 34.5 seconds is the margin there. Another 6 seconds further back to David Wilklow. Stanley Halleck in the number 23. Paul Douglas in the 21 does not appear to have taken the start. FF, we just said 0.6 of a second was the final margin between John Chimeni and Daniel Thorogood. 69 from 79. Neil Radloff in the 96. And Alan Oppel in the number 00 round out the Formula F field. P2, H. Neil Lund. It's the only car to take the start there. Obviously, we had lost Sherman Chow there before the start. Kevin Brumbaugh in Club Forward CF. And then the FE2, only starter in that class was Carl Wingo in the number 16. Next group, Super Touring, SP, GT3 and GT3U, ITO, and Touring 3. Another 20 minutes of action to come from the 2025 running of the SARRC Invitational Challenge. We'll step aside here at DriversEye Live. Rejoin you in just a moment.
Want to race Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s with speed, style, and unbeatable support? At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's official customer service representative for SCCA Enterprises, we make it happen. Race-ready SRF3 rentals, full arrive and drive packages, expert prep and top-tier trackside support, and a crew that treats you like family. From your first lap to the checkered flag, we've got your back every step of the way. Whether you're chasing the podium or the pure rush of racing, Apex delivers performance with a personal touch. Come for the competition, stay for the camaraderie. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
Your home deserves more than ordinary. Mansion Windows and Doors delivers striking designs and energy-saving innovation that makes every view exceptional. Their professionals help you choose windows and doors that reflect your style and enhance comfort. This season, Mansion Windows and Doors is proud to support the SCCA and Central Florida racing community because great design is all about performance. Explore the possibilities at mansionwd.com and bring your vision to life. Mansion Windows and Doors, dream, create, inspire.
When victory's on the line, champions get a prep shop they can trust. Comprint Motorsports, Athens, Georgia's road racing powerhouse, has powered drivers to 9 national titles across 4 different categories. With precision preparation, expert fabrication, and professional coaching all under one roof, Comprint is where champions are made. Comprint Motorsports, winning starts here. Visit comprint.net today.
Every great race needs more horsepower. It needs volunteers. At every SCCA event, stewards keep competition safe and equal, judging the action and guiding drivers towards their best. CDIV's stewarding team, the Stewards of the Southeast, invite you to join their ranks at your next SCCA event. Committed to racing, you can race and serve as a steward on the same weekend. Whether you're a veteran racer or an experienced volunteer, your insight can shape the future of motorsports. Step up, give back, become a steward, and help the next generation drive faster and fairer. Learn more at scca.com.
Looking for precision that performs under pressure? At Tri-X Precision Manufacturing, we don't just machine parts, we engineer confidence. From aerospace to defense, our AS9100D and ISO 9001-2015 certified team deliver high-quality custom CNC components built to exacting standards. Fast turnaround, flawless execution. When your mission demands reliability, Tri-X delivers. On time, every time. Based in Sarasota, Florida, discover the power of precision at trixpm.com.
Bryce Kumis Racing is your home for American V8 performance modification and tuning. Located in Palm Bay, Florida, just 3 miles from I-95, our speed shop houses a dyno jet with load cell for precision tuning on most OEM ECUs, as well as Harley, Haltech, and Megasquirt. Not in need of tuning? BKR's team offers the Central Florida motorsports community services ranging from suspension and brake conversions to corner balancing, pre-purchase inspections, and race prep services. To learn more, find us on social media by searching Bryce Kunis Racing or call 321-848-2280 today.
Ready to live the thrill of motorsports? The Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA has it all, and that's why we were named the 2024 SCCA Jumbo Region of the Year. Wheel-to-wheel road racing, precision autocross, high-speed HPDE, heart-pounding time trials, dirt-slinging rallycross, or feel the rush of road rally, virtual racing, or karting. Whatever you drive, there's a place for you in the SCCA and the Washington, D.C. region with over 50 events year-round so you can have fun with cars. And don't forget, it's our incredible volunteers who keep the action alive. Want to be a part of it? Step up and join the team. Get started today at wdcr-scca.org. Don't just watch racing, live it with WDCR.
Back at the 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge, Daytona International Speedway, World Center of Racing plays host to 2 fantastic days of racing and enduro action. To close out the 2025 divisional championship season here in the Southeast Division of the SCCA, Brendan Kaczmarek, Nick Soriano up here in the booth, just past start-finish, opposite Victory Lane, up in the tower here. Race control, watching our every move over our left-hand shoulders here. It's a great view, and it's a great day of racing action, just a couple of miles away from the beach. Here, group number 2 is Super Touring, SPU, GT3, and GT3U, ITO, and Touring 3. I've got 28 cars on my grid. We'll run through them here quickly, Nick, as we begin our pace lap for 20 more minutes of sprint racing action. Your pole sitter, the number 45 of Kip Van Steenberg. That is your STU and overall pole sitter alongside Jorge Ortiz in the number 139 1995 Honda Civic. Starts, I suppose it'll be the inside of row number 2, as we just found out during our first run group. Paul is on in the number 173. Start 3rd in STU, 3rd overall alongside the GT3 pole sitter, Bill McGavin, number 69 Mazda RX-7. Row number 3, Michael Albano, P5, number 21 ITO. 1991, Ford Mustang alongside the 2000 Porsche Boxster of Edwin Soto Quinones, number 68. It's your 4th place car in STU. Row number 4, Touring 3 pole sitter Robert Rosa Jr. out of San Juan, Puerto Rico in the BMW 328i, a 2009 vintage there, alongside Ricky Sanders out of Stockbridge, Georgia in his 2020 Aston Martin. That's an SPU car, the number 19. Row number 5, Gonzalo Aponte, St. Cloud, Florida, the Honda S2000, number 44, alongside the 171 Lauren Hobson, 1973 Ford Escort. It's an SPU car. ITO, Paul Troop, number 98, to start on in P11, alongside Art Valentine, number 78. Robert McManus, row number 7, is P number 13. That's the number 84, alongside Mark Bradley in the number 106 1993 325 IS BMW, of course. Couple of E46s on row number 8, Sergio Sangenis, the number 156, alongside Kyle Janch, the number 123, Touring 3 cars. This case there. Paul McNamara, also a Touring 3 car in the 2005 Nissan 350Z. Let's see how that car gets on here as we get ready to go racing. That's P17, P18 is Louis Bastani, the number 11 STL, that is your STL 2nd place car, way back behind, 3rd place car, behind Robert McManus, a couple of rows forward of Lewis. Number 43 in P19, got a little cross-referencing to do here. Listed as wrong transponder on my sheet. It's Patrick McGovern. Number 43 there, Steve Eckrich. The number 18 to start P20. P21, Fred Hutchison, alongside Robert Rowland in the number 51, SPU and STL respectively, both Mazda Miatas. 2007 Ford Mustang starts P23. That's Sean Carpenter, a Touring 3 entry. The SPU, number 127 to start alongside there. That is Michael Outen in his Datsun 510. P25 and 26, that'll be row 13. Vance James alongside Andy Wilkin. STL from ITO 02 from 65. And tail end Charlie on the field, it's Christopher Deshawn, the number 41 Touring 3 BMW 330i. It's a name I recognize for once. Carlos Ramirez, the number 39 SPU entry out of St. Cloud, Florida, will start at P28 outside row number 14. Nick, full fenders, full bodywork, full action at Daytona International Speedway. Group number 2 ready to go.
Yeah, they sure are. As lights are out on the pace car. Pace car is going to pull into pit lane here.
Very late. Head towards the green flag. Starter has it in hand. Waits for them to form up. They do, and the green flag waves at Daytona International Speedway. 45 on the inside, 139 on the outside. So Kip Van Steenberg chooses the inside this time around, and it hasn't really worked out here. That green Honda Civic of Jorge Ortiz is going to go around the outside, takes the locals line, and takes the lead out of turn number 2.
Sure does, yeah. Great move going into turn 1. Got a good jump on the start. You can really see that he was ready to go. And the fun part about it is this is our biggest points battle we've got, is the top 2 here, Kip Van Steenberg and Jorge Ortiz in STU. Separated by 26 points, which is not outside the realm of possibility with the double points coming up tomorrow. So it's going to be a very interesting one to watch, and especially at the front of the entire field. So looks like everyone got through turn 1 cleanly as leaders make their way into the West Horseshoe, turn number 5. And they're all single file, it looks like. Nothing too crazy right now. A couple of moves. Here we go in the middle of the pack.
Oh,
and,
one car pulling off there to the outside of turn number 5. I don't have a number there, but it's actually just gone out the back door, pulls up to the gate. It actually looks like it's going to call it a race. I didn't see any contact here on lap number 1, so I wonder if maybe just felt something mechanically that wasn't quite right, and rather than risk going around the banking or getting stuck somewhere out in oval turns 1 and 2 where it would take a full course caution to go recover it, actually just chooses the safer route and will head back to the paddock the short way, I suppose. Side by side for the lead down the back straightaway. That is Kip Van Steenberg in the number 45 up the inside of Jorge Ortiz. Guess we know who's got the ponies, at least at the early stage here, Nick, down into the Le Mans chicane for the first time.
Yeah, Kip made a great move getting to the inside there and made it stick. It can be tricky getting into there sometimes because you don't want to kill too much momentum. But with the right move, you can make it work the way Kip did there. And he's off to the races. Let's see if Jorge can keep up and keep things interesting. Their qualifying times were fairly close. So if they can run those back-to-back, a little help from the draft, it'll keep things interesting this whole race.
Yeah, it's, you know, as you settle into this race, we've got 20 minutes, anticipating something like 9 or 10 laps to get back to the checkered flag here in group number 2. Kind of pays to settle in, right? This race isn't going to be won on the infield more than likely. It's going to be won on consistency, and for better or for worse, it's going to be won at the top end, right? Yeah. How well you get out of these slower corners. The Le Mans chicane on the backstretch, turn number 6 here, coming back to oval 1 and 2. So giving up a position here, a couple of car lengths there on the opening lap, just to make sure you all get through safely and cleanly. You're going to be able to go fight another day out on the banking on laps 2, 3, 4, and really start to settle into where your race is going to be run.
Looks like we've got Andy Wilkin in the number 65 Ford Mustang. He's coming down to pit road, and he will turn into the paddock, calling it a day for this one. May have just made a start to get some points, or felt something wrong. You never know. And hopefully they'll be back out tomorrow.
Front of the field overall, Van Steenberg from Ortiz is 1 and 2. Bill McGavick in the number 69 has slotted into 3rd place overall and put some distance now between himself and Edwin Sono Quinones. It's not interesting for that battle between 69 and 68 specifically, but it does create a little bit of a margin there for Kip Van Steenberg and Jorge Ortiz to go out at the front of the field and settle this between themselves. McGavick's next car in line, they're headed through NASCAR turn 2. There's Edwin Soto Quinones in the number 68. That's the Porsche Boxster S. And then Michael Albano in the number 21 in P5, headed down the super stretch towards the bus stop for the second time. A little bit deeper in the field. It's still mostly single file. Look on the high side about halfway down through the field. That is, I didn't pick up the number there, but look to the outside, headed into the Le Mans chicane, and pick them up. Look, there they are. Just headed back where the advertising banners would typically be, on the brakes into the Le Mans chicane. And is that a 330, one of the 330 CIs, past the Nissan. It definitely is.
Yeah, is that a Chris DeShong in a 330 out there?
If it is, Chris DeShong has picked up a ton of spots on laps 1 and 2 here. My guess is that is going to be either Sergio Sangenis or Kyle Janch, and
sure
Paul
is Sergio.
McNamara was the one who was actually able to make hay there on the opening lap. So they head back towards start-finish.
Yeah, another great move into the bus stop. We've seen it in first 2 groups, really using that bus stop for a passing opportunity. In certain classes, you won't see that. There will be groups that do not want to. As Paul McNamara goes back around the outside into turn number 1 to reclaim that position after Sergio comes by. So that is the battle for second in T3 right now, as they make their way into the International Horseshoe. Daytona's turn 3.
Just like we talked about, Nick, it is kind of a matter in these opening laps of finding out where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are. In qualifying, you want the open track. The draft maybe not quite as playing as much of a key role in this group as it will in Spec Miata later on, Spec Racer Ford, and obviously Formula F like it did earlier. Here, you kind of want that open space, really explore the track limits, push your personal limits, and set that lap time. And then once you get wheel to wheel, you take the green flag and actually start racing action, you kind of need to see, okay, I'm faster on the straights, better on the brakes, and you start building that experience and testing out where you might be able to set yourself up for the last 2 or 3 laps coming back to the checkered flag.
Yeah, especially in classes like this where you have multi-manufacturers, makes and models.
Yeah.
They all have their own strengths and weaknesses, so it's up to the drivers to really know where their car is going to be the best, where to make those opportunities, where to take those chances, because each one has their own strengths and abilities, but that's what makes them, level at the end of the day. You want to have a nice competitive field, and not all the cars do it the same way. Some are better in the infield, some are better on the oval, and as we continue on, it looks like Sergio in the 156 has passed Paul McNamara again going into the bus stop. Let's see if he can hold it this time as they come into frame right now. And they make their way in.
Sorry, is Kip Van Steenberg into the pit lane? I think your overall race leader has just pulled into the pit lane in the black and gold number 45. That is going to promote the number 69 of Bill McGavick to the lead from 3rd to 1st in a lap, because he's gone around the outside of the tri-oval and cleared the STU class leader, which is now Jorge Ortiz in the number 139 green Honda Civic, red from green, GT3 from STU. So all change on the overall podium there, but it's a big blow to the championship chase, that number 45 of Kip Van Steenberg.
It is. That's a huge points implication there, and it'll really make Sunday's race more interesting in this STU class. But, Bill McGavick has made that pass, and he's even starting to stretch the lead there as they go through the West Horseshoe. And we are continuing to watch. Going back, as we were talking about before, Sergio and Paul McNamara, yeah. Continue to run 1-2 right there. Sergio still leading that duo. And things are just heating up. It looks like there's a lot of good racing going on throughout the field. A couple of pairs here and there battling back and forth. And we'll see what happens as the race continues to unfold.
It's worth noting that battle between Sangenis and McNamara is actually for second in Touring 3. Robert Rosa Jr. has jumped out to a 12.5-second lead in his 2009 328i. That number 27 leads the class pretty handily. Kyle Jansen, the number 123, just hanging on to the coattails of the 156 and 56 battle that we were just talking about. As we settle in here, with 12 minutes remaining on the clock, remember these are kind of rapid-fire sprint races, so we start looking for some debris over there at turn 4 and 5.
Yeah, looks like right at the entry there.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, off the driver's right.
We're going to step aside here quickly at DriversEye Live. Thank our partners and sponsors once again for presenting this coverage of the 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge. You'll stay with the action here on screen while we step aside. Brendan Kaczmarek and Nick Soriano in the booth, Jordan Worth on the 1s and the 2s. We will all be back in just a moment.
When it comes to your home, details matter, and that's why there's Mansion Windows and Doors to help you create a space that's beautiful, energy efficient, and built to last. From elegant entry doors to custom windows, their expert team guides Central Florida homeowners every step of the way. Proud to sponsor this year's SARRC Invitational Challenge, Mansion Windows and Doors celebrates craftsmanship and community. Discover the difference quality design can make. Visit mansionwd.com to dream, create, and inspire your home today.
At Comprint Motorsports, no detail is too small when it comes to race prep. Their services include pre-event preparation, transmission repair, composites, welding and fabrication, data system installation, repair, paint and bodywork, and shock dynamometer testing. Add in coaching, trackside support, and rentals, and you are race ready. With 9 national titles across 4 categories, Comprint knows how to win. Whatever your race car needs, Comprint delivers. Visit comprint.net today.
At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's only CSR-certified SCCA Enterprises shop, we put you in race-ready Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s, competitive, mechanically sound, and built to win. We handle it all: full arrive and drive services, rentals, expert prep, and top-tier trackside support. You just show up, suit up, and race. Whether you're chasing championships or the pure thrill, at Apex you're more than a driver, you're family. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
Every great race needs more horsepower. It needs volunteers. At every SCCA event, stewards keep competition safe and equal, judging the action and guiding drivers towards their best. CDIV's stewarding team, the Stewards of the Southeast, invite you to join their ranks at your next SCCA event. Committed to racing, you can race and serve as a steward on the same weekend. Whether you're a veteran racer or an experienced volunteer, your insight can shape the future of motorsports. Step up, give back, become a steward, and help the next generation drive faster and fairer. Learn more at scca.com.
PM Racing is a proven powerhouse, 2-time national champions in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 with 25 Southeast Division titles and multiple SCCA runoffs poles. Based in Lakeland, Florida, and serving racers all across the Southeast, they specialize in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 with over 30 cars in the shop and also support prototype and GTX competitors. PM Racing, become part of a winning team. Contact Brian Schofield or stop by the PM Racing tent in the paddock.
In need of a specialty tune for your American V8? Brace Kumis Racing is Central Florida's solution. Our speed shop, conveniently just 3 miles from I-95 in Palm Bay, houses the professional tech you need to succeed. We tune most domestic OEM ECUs as well as Holley, Haltech, and Megasquirt, and maintain an in-house dyno jet with load cell. No tuning or dynoing your domestic muscle? PKR offers other race-related services including pre-purchase inspections, suspension and brake work, scaling and corner balancing, and much, much more. To learn more, find us on social media by searching Brace Kumis Racing or call 321-848-2280 today.
Get ready for pure adrenaline. Since 1977, the Mars Series has been the beating heart of SCCA club racing, bringing wheel-to-wheel action to legendary tracks from Summit Point to VIR to Watkins Glen and everywhere in between. On October 11th and 12th, the 2025 season finale hits Summit Point Raceway, and you can watch every lap live on the Washington, D.C. region's YouTube channel. And racing right alongside Mars since 2018, the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, with the motto, any tire, any motor, any suspension, welcomes racers with most any race car for close competitive races 3 times a weekend. And none of this happens without the incredible volunteers who power events like this weekend's SARRC Invitational Challenge. Thank you. Don't just watch racing, feel it. Scan the QR code and subscribe now at youtube.com/@WDCR.
Yeah, the World Center of Racing, the Daytona International Speedway. The SARRC Invitational Challenge rolls on. Race 1 for group number 2. Nick Soriano, Brendan Kaczmarek are up here in the booth. Jordan Worth is on production. Nick, during the break there, quick change, but important change in Touring 3.
Yes, very much. Kyle Janch has made it around Sergio Sangenis and Paul McNamara to claim that second place, and is opening up a little bit of a gap, it looks like. So Sergio Sangenis has a little bit of work to do to get back to him there, but holding on to that last spot on the podium right now as they make their way through. It looks like Robert McManus in that RX-8 is caught right in the middle of that battle for second and third.
Is that one of the Datsuns slow there on the banking for turn 1?
It looks like it.
Datsun 510 there of Michael Outen, maybe the number 127. Pretty far away from our cameras there. We'll see if we can get a little bit closer here as they round oval turn 2. That Touring 3 scrap there for second is kind of interesting. Paul McNamara seemed to really have the handling and the tires and the grip and everything you would need except for the power. And unfortunately, as the laps have gone on here around Daytona International Speedway, the lap time hasn't been there. It was a 2:21, low 2:21. Now it's a 2:20.096. Meanwhile, Jansen Sangenis in those two BMW E46s are down in the 16s and 17s. So it just doesn't seem like McNamara has been able to see the lap-on-lap pace gains in that Nissan that the two Beamers ahead of him have. Robert Rosa Jr. still well out in front, 14 and a half seconds clear of Jansen.
Yeah, they sure are. And looking at the point standings for T3, Robert Rosa Jr., your leader, is in 5th right now, behind Paul McNamara in 4th and Kyle Jansen in 3rd. They are all within 14 points of each other. So battle for the last spot of the podium for the championship is really between those 3 cars right now, and they are running kind of reverse order of the current standings. So could be interesting to see how those points shake out by the end of the weekend in T3.
Worth turning our attention to SPU as well. Number 171 of Morn Hobson leads the class by 47 seconds still over Carlos Ramirez, who's just put in a PB there in his 97 Honda? That can't be right. Standing yellow over there at turn 6. But I have a suspicion that this is why it's worth bringing up. We did pick up the slow Datsun 510. Confirmed it was Michael Out in the number 127 that was smoking and low and slow, as they'd say, around the apron on the west side of the speedway. It allowed Fred Hutchison in the number 148 Mazda Miata up into 3rd. Art Valentine in the number 78 Thunder Roadster, also during the break, had a quick off and on over at the Western Horseshoe. That's turn number 5. Didn't look like he hit anything and was able to get back under his own power, but obviously now is in something of a recovery drive to catch Fred Hutchison. And in particular, it becomes more important now because it's for a spot on today's podium in SPU now that Michael Loudon has fallen away. So resetting SPU, it's Hobson from Ramirez, 171 from 39, then Fred Hutchison, who's going to have to defend here from that Thunder Roadster of Art Valentine, and then Michael Outen, who we think has not made it back to the pit lane and is stopped over there. Oh, as the car goes around at turn number 1, that is the 98. Yeah, number 98. As I look, it's Paul Troop. Second, or Trout. You know better than I do, Nick.
I believe it's Troop.
Yeah, very good. Okay, yep. Paul Troop with the 98. That 85 Chevy Camaro goes around and recovers. Enough in hand there over Andy Wilkin, who has not gone past lap number 1 here. Michael Albano leads that ITO group comfortably, and even more comfortably now that Troophead is off and on down there in the runoff at turn number 1.
Yep, it looks like everyone has kind of gotten into a rhythm now, and things are going smoothly. A couple of hiccups here and there are always to be expected in this level of racing, but that's just the way the sport is sometimes. You do your best to be consistent, be smooth, not make any mistakes, but most of these guys are not collecting a paycheck from this. They're out here because they love it, so there's a different level of expectation for your performance, and when you have a clean drive, that's puts a big smile on your face. That's what you love. So
another white flag here. Start finish, Nick. Didn't mean to cut you off there.
No worries.
We do begin the final lap. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock here. So it does feel like maybe we're going to cut this one a lap shorter than we otherwise might have, unless I am missing a plane landing in the background. Something shiny. Unless we are going to collect that Datsun on the back straightaway. See if Jordan can pick it up. There we go. It's like a breeze in the background. It's A220. Love it. Anyway, enough of that. Another class battle worth following here. It's in STL. Steve Eckerich in the number 18 and Louis Bastani in the number 11. It's second place in STL. Is that then headed up out? No, it's not. But you could tell me that's an RX-7 and a Miata. 18 from 11 headed out of the banking, or through the banking here, and back towards the Lamar chicane on the back straightaway. I think that's exactly who we've picked up here. Eckerich from Bastani.
There it is, yep, as they make their way through. And it's interesting to see a RX-7 and a Miata go into town like that because kind of different generations of cars and different purposes, but great to see them battling it out. And as they come through, it'll be interesting to see if that little Miata can use some of the draft. That RX-7 punches a much bigger hole than the Miata does.
Yeah.
And they're making their way through, about to claim the white flag as they pass under the start stand here at Daytona International Speedway.
Gotta say, that RX-7 holding its own on the front straightaway here. Better on the brakes into turn 1 for sure is the number 11 of Louis Baustani. He's able to close up to about 2 or 3 car lengths between them through turns 1 and 2, but the grip really, really good there for Steve Eckerich in the number 18. Defends well. Let's see what the infield holds here, because I think when they get back around to turn number 6, that number 18 is gonna have the ponies, or at the very least that punch out of the final left-hander before we rejoin the oval. Down to about a car length and a half through the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, it's really come down to carrying that exit speed as they make it onto the banking, as Bill McGavick takes the checkered flag there.
Well, most of Bill McGavick takes the checkered flag because that car finishes the race without its hood. And I'm certain that wasn't that way when they took the green flag. So somewhere out there, perhaps that was part of the debris over at turn number 5, Bill McGavick deposited a fiberglass hood on that GT3. Well, it's a tube frame, but I guess technically it's a Mazda RX-7.
Yeah. It has the essence of an RX-7,
I like that.
we'll say. Yeah.
The aroma of an RX-7. Okay, we head on to the banking again. This battle for second in STL is going to rage on. I don't think we've got any other close battles that need to be decided, so we'll stick with this right through to the end and catch up on the other side of the checkered flag. Look at the margin that the RX-7 has pulled out, just like we said, Nick. That punch out at turn number 6, really, really good for the older car.
It sure was, yeah. That rotary engine just doing what it does best. It loves being on track, revving high, and being in that happy zone of the Wankel engine, which is around 8,000 to 9,000 RPMs.
I love it.
And yeah, it looks like that extra horsepower at the top is really going to help him keep that gap. As the battle for T3 looks like it just wrapped up, and looks like Kyle Janch was able to stay ahead of Sergio Sangenis. And it looks like our battle for STL will remain the same, with the 18 of Eckerich staying ahead of the 11 of Bustani as they cross the checkered here.
Yeah, worth noting as well, Paul McNamara in that number 56 never really did recover the pace. Jansen Sangenis stayed in the 16 and 17 bracket. McNamara's last lap was 221.3. Now, some of that may have been backing off, but those first 2 or 3 laps are very much right in that fight in that 350Z, and just not able to get back down to the ultimate pace that T3 kind of demanded there, at least to be able to claim a podium finish. This is your SP battle, 197. SPU battle. Art Valentine in the Thunder Roadster actually cleared Fred Hutchison in that 148. So somewhere here in the last 2 laps, Art Valentine in the Thunder Roadster number 78 did finish that recovery drive to get back onto the SPU podium. Fred Hutchison in the 148 will finish 4th in the Class 1 by Morn Hobson in the 171. Carlos Ramirez in the number 39 will stand on the second step of that podium. Running through the rest of the results here for group number 2 before we head towards spec racers in a moment. Patrick McGovern is your only finisher and starter in the SMX category. Michael Albano down in ITO takes the win ahead of Paul Troop in the number 98. Andy Wilkin in the number 65 just completed that 1 lap and will finish 3rd. Robert Rosa Jr. in the 27 wins touring 3 like we talked about. Kyle Janch, Sergio Sangenis round out the podium there from Paul McNamara and Sean Carpenter. Those are your 5 class finishers in Touring 3. SPU just ran that down. Michael Outen ends up in P5 there in that number 127 after coming to rest somewhere on the backside of the circuit. Did not take the checkered flag. Jorge Ortiz wins STU by 30 seconds from Edwin Soto Quinones. Kip Van Steenberg in his championship chase there in STU does not finish, just gets 3 laps in the books before retiring to the paddock. That'll be a 3rd place finish officially there for Kip. STL won by Robert McManus by 20 seconds over Steve Eckerich in the number 18, Louis Baustani. And the number 11, Robert Rowland in the number 51 Mazda Miata finishes P4. Vance James in the 02 rounds out your top 5 in STL. And the Bill McGavick, or most of Bill McGavick, as we talked about, ends up your GT3 and overall race winner in that number 69 Mazda RX-7. Spec Racers on the docket next year at the Daytona International Speedway, SRF3, and the Lone SRF as well. If you like a little bit of vintage action to go with a full field of arguably one of the SCCA's most exciting classes. We'll step aside here with DriversEye Live. Brendan Kaczmarek, Nick Soriano, Jordan Worth on the buttons. We'll be back from trackside in just a moment.
At SpeedTech Automotive, our mission is to deliver unmatched performance, innovation, and reliability to every vehicle we service and modify. With over 20 years of experience in the automotive industry and 15 years of racing expertise, we're driven by a passion for precision engineering and cutting-edge technology. Our goal is to push the boundaries of automotive excellence, offering our clients high-performance solutions that enhance both the speed and safety of their vehicles. Whether on the track or on the road, we are committed to exceeding expectations, fostering lasting relationships, and setting the standard for performance and service in the automotive world. For more, find us on Facebook at SpeedTech Automotive and SpeedTech Motorsport.
Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision sponsors the father-daughter race team of Marcello and Alyssa Canatano, racing in the number 03 and 04 Spec Miatas. Based on Florida's Space Coast, the companies provide precision CNC machine components for everything from deep-sea water testing to components for America's space program and everything in between. With their roots in SCCA competition dating back to 1991, they understand precision and performance and are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Babyface Fabrication is the product of years of NASCAR and road racing fabrication experience by SCCA B-Spec driver Josh Schmidt. Our website has dozens of existing products and custom solutions for your current or next race car build. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to learn more.
When it comes to getting race cars ready, PM Racing does it all. Welding, fabrication, composites, paint, race car prep, setup, and data services. With decades of experience and championship results to prove that their Florida-based team supports drivers at events all across the Southeast, keeping cars fast, reliable, and race ready. PM Racing, we are driven. Contact Brian Schofield or visit the PM Racing tent in the paddock.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by William Abel Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists, teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com. And a big thank you to all the volunteers who make this weekend's SARRC Invitational Challenge possible.
back at the Daytona International Speedway. World Center of Racing plays host to the 2025 running of the SARRC Invitational Challenge. Day number 1. It's Brendan Kaczmarek and Nick Soriano up in the booth. Jordan Worth is on the 1s and the 2s remotely. And we, as a trio, are all set for 20 more minutes of racing. This time, Spec Racer Fords, Gen 3, with the lone SRF, Gen 2, I suppose. At the back, we'll get to the starting grid now and call the race, hopefully, as they come back around to take the green flag here in a couple of minutes. Row number 1, inside or outside. Let's see what they choose. It's TJ Preble in the number 16, alongside father, Tim Preble, in the number 20. It's an all-Preble front row there. 0.02 of a second separate them in qualifying. It's fundamentally nothing, Nick, you and I just mentioned. Obviously drafting together in qualifying. We'll see what they have to choose between them. But anyway, 16 from 20, those Golf livery sort of derivatives there will start on the front row. Row number 2, Matthew Horst and Trey Ayers in the 7. It's 47 from 7. To start 3rd and 4th. Interesting, Arvid Albany's in the number 77 will start P5. That's a team card at Trey Ayers. They are kind of catty corner to each other on the front row here. So we'll see how that pans out, how they are able to get themselves into line and into drafting position. We know it's going to be important here over these next 20 minutes or so. So Arvid Albany, 77 inside of row number 3. Rob Clifton in the 33. Also on row 3 alongside the 77. Thomas Weir in the number 10, P7 alongside Steve Zemaitis in the number 4 to start in P8. West Union, South Carolina, Sean DeCold in the number 56 starts P9 alongside Ryan Stark in the number 19 out of Franklin, Tennessee. Adam Wright and Adam Fetterman, a pair of Adams on row number 6, 41 from 66, both Florida residents. And then a pair of Whites on the 7th row. It's Wade White from Cliff White. Wade White out of Vail, Colorado, and the number 59, Cliff White out of Huntsville, Alabama. 107. Easily the greatest thing to come out of Huntsville, Alabama. Ben Tyler a close second. Steve Clifton in P15, the number 04 from Adam Greiner in the number 35, P16. The last SRF Gen 3 car, Scott Greiner in the number 30 in P17 alongside Wilhelm at 57 SRF Gen 2 chassis car. Interestingly enough, also saw a race this morning, a vintage race where our friend Greg Ginsburg is this weekend, that featured a Spec Renault. So I think we've had all of the generations of Spec racers covered in racing action today up and the East Coast. It's very cool. Nick Soriano, this should be a pretty good one here. We love a Spec class in the SCCA. We love the Spec racers. 19 cars. It only takes 2 to make a race. So we might, find ourselves with 8 or 9 good individual scraps here.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited for this one. Spec racing is how I got into the sport, and so seeing this is very exciting for me. I love the bump drafting. I love, this really comes down to the driver, and it should make for a great race. Looking back at some last results, Tim Preble, the father of the Preble duo on the front row, has won the last 4 here. So let's see if TJ can dethrone him as the pace car pulls in. And the Spec Racer Fords all gathered up, make their way. The green flag comes out, and here they go. They all start to accelerate. A pretty good start from everybody. Already some bumping going on as they make their way down to turn number 1. And 3 wide. There they go.
Yeah, it's a 33 around the outside. Rob Clifton off the 3rd row. The grid is going to try and get the jump around the outside into turn number 1. I don't think the move got done. It was really interesting there. Trey Ayers had a great launch off the start as well in the number 7. He's going to slot back into 4th and possibly also 5th here if Matthew Horst in the 47 is able to get round the outside. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Remember that the Ayers and Albany's, I believe, are team cars painted very, very similarly anyway, and definitely drafting and qualifying between the 7 and the 77. They're split up by a few cars as well. Meanwhile, the Prebles, father and son, out front headed towards the Western Horseshoe.
Yeah, it looks like everybody made it through clean. I didn't see any contact. So a great start to that as they're all nose to tail. Now is really like right before a school dance. You got to start picking your dancing partner and see how things shake up as you get to the oval. All these cars essentially the same. So using the draft, helping each other is really going to come down to it.
I got to correct myself. The Prebles are not together headed out at turn number 6 and up onto the west banking for the first time. There is a Rob Clifton that slotted himself in between TJ and Tim, the 33 from P6 to P2. in the length of time it took to get from the start-finish line back around to turn number 6 here. It was really earlier than that. Looks like Clifton's going to have a run down the back straightaway, headed towards the Le Mans chicane for the first time under racing conditions. 90 seconds gone, and it's at least 5 positions for that 33 of Rob Clifton. Does he make a move towards the Le Mans chicane? No, he does not. So it'll be Tim Preble in the 20 from Clifton, then the 16 of TJ Preble, and I think it's the 47 of Matthew Horst who's going to slot there into P4. Maybe it's Trey. No, actually, it's another spot picked up, I believe, for Matthew Horst, and the 47 goes to P3.
Yeah. With Rob's position right now, he's made his way in between, obviously, a partnership between TJ and Tim. To make a move into the bus stop there might have been a bad mistake. If he goes to make the move, TJ could leave him high and dry, just back off, find his dad, and then work together to get his way back up. His goal right now is to push TJ out ahead as much as possible to make it a 2-car race. If he lets anyone else back in, especially Tim, Father Preble there, it could be a disaster for him if he gets hung out alone without a draft here at Daytona. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays it. I don't know how the cooling is in these cars. Bump drafting can do a number to that water temperature. So how much he's going to be able to push and keep that separation is yet to be seen, but certainly an exciting position to watch unfold.
2 points to make there. Number one, cooling, absolutely a concern here. It's 85, 86 degrees ambient temperature. Obviously the normal high humidity on the east coast of central Florida. Spec Racer Fords have that, they call it a mail slot, right? They're really thin, foot or so long air intake at the base of the nose, fiberglass nose pieces on these Spec Racer Ford cars. So it's definitely something we'll have to watch out for over the next 17 minutes or so. Also, Nick, you're obviously very experienced in spec racing of any type. Making a move, as we get a car around there at turn number 5, that's the number 30 of Scott Greiner. Came across the line there in P17 already, but that car's dead stick. Looks like it's collected a cone on the exit of turn 4, entry to turn 5 there as well. We'll see if Scott is able to get the car restarted. Anyway, the point I wanted to make there, Nick, there aren't a whole lot of gains to be made from making dive bomb moves, taking people off their racing line, getting them out of position, and slow through an apex, but it can really cost you and the driver you're racing against there. It's so easy to lose time in a spec class, so hard to make it back up.
Yeah, absolutely. It is probably one of the toughest things when you're in spec racing is to just hang with the pack you're with. As we see the double yellows come out at the start-finish line here, it looks like the pace car will collect them as they get things cleaned up in turn number 5. But another restart, which means some more action going into turn 1. If it's anything like the last start that we had, it will be extremely exciting as we see that Arvid Albanese and Trey Ayers have made up some good ground, obviously nose to tail, and they work together in qualifying. So now that they've got this chance, you've got 3 cars at the front, one of them's an odd man out, and you've got a pair that are committed to working together. This restart could really shake things up with this running.
Yeah, I think TJ Preble will have wanted to see this restart here. The number 16 slipped from the class pole, actually, all the way back to P6 here early on. Some of that is just getting, caught up in some teammate drafting duos like we just saw for Ayers and Albanese there around the banking. Some of that is just the really, really good starts at the front of the field from Tim, Rob Clifton, and Matthew Horst. It's really shaken up the top of the running order here, Nick, as we go to collect that number 30 here at turn number 5. You see the stack up headed towards the kink there at turn number 4. Slow, safety car really slowing things down as they come towards that incident recovery. I think it's a good time to step aside here on DriversEye Live. 14 minutes and a half remaining on the clock. We've got a commercial break to take, so let's do that. Let the crew finish their recovery up at the Western Horseshoe, take a quick break, and come back on the other side for a run to the checker flag. Group number 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from the 2025 running of the SARRC Invitational Challenge. Back in a moment.
Babyface Fabrication is the product of years of NASCAR and road racing fabrication experience by SCCA B-Spec driver Josh Schmidt. Our website has dozens of existing products and custom solutions for your current or next race car build. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to learn more.
At SpeedTech Automotive, our mission is to deliver unmatched performance, innovation, and reliability to every vehicle we service and modify. With over 20 years of experience in the automotive industry and 15 years of racing expertise, we're driven by a passion for precision engineering and cutting-edge technology. Our goal is to push the boundaries of automotive excellence, offering our clients high-performance solutions that enhance both the speed and safety of their vehicles. Whether on the track or on the road, we are committed to exceeding expectations, fostering lasting relationships, and setting the standard for performance and service in the automotive world. For more, find us on Facebook at SpeedTech Automotive and SpeedTech Motorsport.
With all the buzz about reshoring, it's great to know that Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision have been making precision products here in the USA for over 20 years. Proud sponsors of the father-daughter duo of Marcello and Alyssa Canatano, driving the number 03 and 04 Spec Miatas, they manufacture products from many of today's top companies, utilizing advanced CNC machining centers, and are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs as well. Based on Florida's Space Coast, check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by Willing and Able Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists, teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com. And a big thank you to all the volunteers who make this weekend's SARRC Invitational Challenge possible.
Need parts that don't crack under pressure? Triax Precision Manufacturing brings the heat without breaking a sweat. We don't just machine metal, we craft confidence. From aerospace to defense, our Sarasota-based screw delivers CNC components so precise they could moonlight as Swiss watches. AS 9100D and ISO 9001:2015 certified, fast turnaround, zero drama. When your mission's critical, Triax shows up flawless and on time. Power up your position at triaxpm.com.
The Speedway, back at the Speedway, World Center of Racing. SRF3 has just taken the green flag here a couple of moments ago. Really, really quick yellow and really good recovery effort by the Speedway safety folks to get that number 30 recovered from turn number 5. It's all changed at the front of Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. You just saw the 33 of Rob Clifton leave the shot there and head around the banking with about 10 car lengths in hand over Matthew Horst, who's jumped up into P2, but is about to get drafted around the outside by what I believe is finally the father and son duo of TJ and Tim Preble, who have finally hooked up.
They did. At that restart, there may have been some planned shifting of positions to try and reposition and get them into a spot where they could work together again with 9 minutes left in this race. Plenty of time for them to make up a couple of positions. And now alone at the front is Rob Clifton, and he's kind of hung out to dry. It looks like the Preble duo is going to be coming, and then followed behind them, Albanese and Ares working together. Two tail-to-tail, as you can see on the bankings here coming towards it. Tim Clifton out in front all by himself, followed by a duo of the Prebles, and then Aries and Albanese right behind them.
We're going to be 3 wide headed towards turn number 1 here. There go the Prebles. There goes the 77 and 7. And just like that, Rob Clifton goes from 1st to 5th By the time they leave the tri-oval and head towards turn number 1, they're 2 and 3 wide headed towards, there's contact and a half spin from the 77. Not even really well recovered by Arvid Albanese, who gets back into line there. They go single file through the S-bend between 2 and 3. Clifton now leads, is that the 33? Yes. No, I'm sorry. 20 leads 33, and then the 16. So the Prebbles have been split again by Rob Clifton. Matthew Horst is the big loser out of all this shuffling. Goes from second very briefly on the restart all the way back to P6. But all that jostling down at turns 1 and 2 has meant that the lead 1, 2, 3 all the way back to P7 now right in a row working the Western Horseshoe.
Yeah, as they come through, that was a big shuffle, and as Tim Preble leads them around the outside there, we've got another situation where we're trying to see who's going to end up as a drafting partner as they get up onto the banking here. It looks like the duo of Aries and Albanese are back together, currently in 4th and 5th position, but their commitment to the draft is going to help them. It absolutely will in a spec class like this. They are going to be able to make up time. As you can see, they're already gaining on the bankings as they go. They're going to make the pass, move into 3rd and 4th, into the bus stop already. The front 2 cars have got to hook up. I know they are not teammates, but if they want a chance at it, they've got to work together. They've got to find a way.
It's tough to see from the trackside cameras, but quite easy to see from the booth here. Rob Clifton in that number 33 was able to close in a couple of car lengths on the number 20 of Tim Preble as they worked the west banking there, oval turns 1 and 2, right up to the back bumper by the time they got back to the Le Mans chicane. And now working 3 and 4, it's 2 by 2, including the 7 and 77 there as the second pack, and then it's going to be TJ Preble in the 16 and Matthew Horst in the number 47 back there fighting for P5 and P6. They go side by side for P5 and 6 across the start-finish line, and just like we talked about, Nick Soriano, that battling is what can really cost you time, and in these spec classes where the draft is so important, it is really difficult to get that time back.
It really is, Brendan, and these cars are so reliant on the draft at a track like Daytona that if you make a mistake, you don't have your drafting buddy, you can't hook up as soon as you get out of a corner onto a straightaway. Those tenths start adding up. You know, we've got even 7 corners around this track. More than that when you talk about the banking, but a tenth of a second a corner, that's 7/10 a lap.
If you happen to be trackside watching our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 group, 6 minutes remaining on the clock, and we'll be with you through to the checkered flag. You're going to see them down on the infield. We talked about the draft in the top end, but really interesting to watch these cars work the horseshoes and work the hairpins. They're not they're not downforce cars as such. They generate a good amount of mechanical grip, not a whole lot of downforce. And when you watch them work down the gears and into these horseshoes, it's all about rotation and coming back to the throttle early, and you can really see at ground level into turn 3, into turn 5, just how much you've got to balance the car on the rear end there as you work into these slower corners.
Yeah, it is a balancing act. And these cars with the engine in the back, for those of you who don't know, you know, they don't handle like a normal car. They've got their weight positioned a little differently on the axles, and it makes the whole handling of it just a little bit off. So you've got to learn to drive these cars a little differently than you would something like a Miata, a Mustang, anything front-engine, rear-wheel drive. These are a whole new ball game to learn. But as we see the duos continue to go, Tim Preble and Rob Clifton hanging on together at the front, but being chased down by Arvid Albanese and Trey Ayres in 3rd and 4th. And I've got to say that Trey and Arvid are hooking up much better out of these corners, and I think it's going to pay off for them. The way they're drafting and the amount they can close before Tim and Rob get together is going to end up working out for them, and it's just a matter of time in my eyes.
Yeah, almost thought about a move there around the outside coming out of NASCAR forward towards the Daytona Rising project here. The old, the new grandstands, I guess, here on the front straightaway, kind of towering over the run to the tri-oval. Ended up backing out of it with Albany's leading Ayres there, but they really picked up a couple of car lengths coming back to start-finish. And, you know, we talk about it in road racing a lot as the 20 goes wide at turn number 1. Does this hand the lead over to the number 33 of Rob Clifton? Yes, it does. So change at the front. Matthew Horst goes around the outside of the 7 of Trey Ayres into the International Horseshoe as well. So it's just very briefly split up that drafting duo. Horst ends up falling back towards TJ Preble in P6 as well. So there's actually no change through the first sector here. After all of that, Preble leads Clifton, Albanese, Ayers, Horst, and TJ Preble. Your top 6 all right together.
Yeah, no, just a lot of action, and everyone trying to separate those drafting partners, right? You want to maybe grab a new partner and push them forward and break things up, because when you have those duos, you know that they're committed. You know, maybe the front car comes back a little bit to catch the back car, get that draft going a little bit early. It sounds counterintuitive, but the faster those cars start to get into the draft, the more effective it is down the line. So you can see, hey, it looks like that front car took the corner bad. No, he's just waiting for his buddy. He knows that the 10th they lose there is worth 3 tenths in the draft. So, and you can see it here as they come towards the Le Mans chicane. The duo of Arvid Albanese and Trey Ayers right back up on the tails of Tim Preble and Rob Clifton.
Maximizing these runs in the draft really is an art form, Nick, and it's not something you get to exercise a lot if you don't run a lot here at Daytona. So I think the locals, the CFR locals in particular, Central Florida region, do kind of have something of an advantage maybe in working the draft, communicating with teammates, and building that experience up over the course of a quick sprint race even like this to time the runs around the oval. Here we go again. Towards oval turn number 4, the 7 and 77 go round the outside. They're going to try and jump the 33 and 20, and the move is done by the time they head back towards start finish, where, Nick, the 7 and 77 take the white flag to begin our final lap.
Yeah, they sure do. They had a great run out of turn 7. They got hooked up well, and the draft was just too much. Tim Preble and Rob Clifton were not able to get quite as much effect of the draft that the teammates were, and it paid off. They're at the front now, and most likely they will be pushing their way all the way through, trying to keep it a 1-2 race.
Exactly what they wanted to see in their rearview mirrors, too. Side by side through the S-bend there at turns, between turns 2 and 3. Clifton and Tim Preble go door to door, or side pod to side pod, I suppose, in this case. And it allows Arvid Albanese and Trey Ayers to get away at the front. Remember, they've spent their whole race building up to try and time that run to the checkered flag. Clifton and Preble, by contrast, have not been in that position at any point today. They've been leading almost the whole way together as 2 wheels are dropped. They're off in the distance. I believe that is the 20 all the way back to P5? Yes, it is. Preble's dropped another spot now to Matthew Horst.
He has, and the only saving grace of being there is that he's got TJ right behind him. So if there's any chance for things to work out for Tim and to continue his run of being kind of the de facto king of Daytona here in Central Florida, he's going to need all the help he can get, but I don't think he's going to get it. It looks like Ayers and Albanese are going to push together. They're going to work together, and it's going to be a shootout between the 2 teammates as they go into turn number 7 here, the Le Mans chicane.
Yeah, it's a balancing act here. You want to be right up to the tail of your teammate, so it's just the 2 of you drafting, coming to the checkered flag. Unfortunately, it kind of sacrifices the race of the car in second because you're just locked to the rear bumper, or rear suspension in this case, of your teammate. But up to the back is going to come the 33 of Rob Clifton, going to try and do it by himself to try and catch the tail end of that number 77 of Trey Ayers. Albanese leads the 7, homecoming to the checkered flag. 77, Arvid Albanese is going to win sprint race number 1 at Daytona International Speedway. Trey Ayers 2nd, Rob Clifton 3rd. Matthew Horst will lead home Tim Preble, the number 20, who falls all the way to P5 just at the end of this 20-minute sprint race. P6 will be TJ Preble in that number 16, and then Sean DeCold comes home 7th. Steve Zemaitis in the number 4, 8th. Thomas Weir 9th, and Ryan Stark in the number 19 rounds out the top 10. Nick, I'm sure you've been behind the wheel for more than a few of these spec races around the high banks here at Daytona. Kind of transpired exactly like we expected it to. We got the finish here right at the end, some shakeups on the last lap, really all we could have hoped for in a nice 20-minute package here.
This was great. It's exactly what you want from spec racing. Lots of drafting. You had to not only drive the track well and run a good lap yourself, but you had to work on your racecraft and have a teammate, have a buddy, someone there to help you out on these long straightaways with these underpowered cars, as we call them, that benefit so greatly from the draft. It was fun to watch. It was exciting. I thought for the most part everyone was very clean. Looks like everyone's going to have all 4 wheels for tomorrow, and I can't wait for another race like this Might have a little bit more in the Enduro this evening.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Nick. Was just thinking the same thing. Add some lights, and we could see something really cool during the 2 and 4 hour Enduros tonight. We'll quickly round out the field here and then step aside. Adam Wright will come home P11 ahead of Adam Fetterman in P12 at number 66. Then Wade White in the 59 P13. Steve Clifton in the 04 to finish 14th. Adam Greiner in the 35 finishes 15th. Will Hamill in the 57 in P16. Remember, that's the Gen 2 car, the only one in the field. Then Cliff White and Scott Greiner 17th and 18th respectively. That is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and one Gen 2. Done and dusted. Brendan Kaczmarek and Nick Soriano here in the booth. Jordan Worth is on production duties. We are going to step aside here from the World Center of Racing. 3 groups down, 4 more to go before we begin the Enduro at 5 o'clock. Stay with us. Just to the other side of this commercial break, we have Spec Miata. Oh, no, sorry, wrong grid sheet. We have Improved Touring coming up next. ITR, ITS, Touring 4, ITA, IT7, a mixed bag of the stuff we don't normally get to watch here on the SCCA official YouTube channel, but looking forward to more great racing action. The World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway. We'll be back in a moment.
Winning starts long before the green flag, and that's why Comprint offers race car preparation, transportation repair, and fabrication services so you and your car are ready to win. Need custom composites? Their CNC router prototyping facility builds molds, patterns, and composite parts up to 10 feet long and is authorized dealers for SCCA Enterprises, AIM, Lifeline, and Penske, as well as being a major supplier for the Elan DPO2. They'll get you the quality parts you need. Preparation, parts, precision, Comprint Motorsports. Visit comprint.net today.
Want to race Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s with speed, style, and unbeatable support? At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's official customer service representative for SCCA Enterprises, we make it happen. Race-ready SRF3 rentals, full arrive and drive packages, expert prep and top-tier trackside support, and a crew that treats you like family. From your first lap to the checkered flag, we've got your back every step of the way. Whether you're chasing the podium or the pure rush of racing, Apex delivers performance with a personal touch. Come for the competition, stay for the camaraderie. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
Your home deserves more than ordinary. Mansion Windows and Doors delivers striking designs and energy-saving innovation that makes every view exceptional. Their professionals help you choose windows and doors that reflect your style and enhance comfort. This season, Mansion Windows and Doors is proud to support the SCCA and Central Florida racing community because great design is all about performance. Explore the possibilities at mansionwd.com and bring your vision to life. Mansion Windows and Doors, dream, create, inspire.
Every great race needs more horsepower. It needs volunteers. At every SCCA event, stewards keep competition safe and equal, judging the action and guiding drivers towards their best. CDIV's stewarding team, the Stewards of the Southeast, invite you to join their ranks at your next SCCA event. Committed to racing, you can race and serve as a steward on the same weekend. Whether you're a veteran racer or an experienced volunteer, your insight can shape the future of motorsports. Step up, give back, become a steward, and help the next generation drive faster and fairer. Learn more at scca.com.
In need of a specialty tune for your American V8? Brace Kumis Racing is Central Florida's solution. Our speed shop, conveniently just 3 miles from I-95 in Palm Bay, houses the professional tech you need to succeed. We tune most domestic OEM ECUs as well as Holley, Haltech, and Megasquirt, and maintain an in-house dyno jet with load cell. No tuning or dynoing your domestic muscle? PKR offers other race-related services including pre-purchase inspections, suspension and brake work, scaling and corner balancing, and much, much more. To learn more, find us on social media by searching Brace Kumis Racing or call 321-848-2280 today.
Looking for precision that performs under pressure? At Tri-X Precision Manufacturing, we don't just machine parts, we engineer confidence. From aerospace to defense, our AS9100D and ISO 9001-2015 certified team deliver high-quality custom CNC components built to exacting standards. Fast turnaround, flawless execution. When your mission demands reliability, Tri-X delivers. On time, every time. Based in Sarasota, Florida, discover the power of precision at trixpm.com.
Ready to live the thrill of motorsports? The Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA has it all, and that's why we were named the 2024 SCCA Jumbo Region of the Year. Wheel-to-wheel road racing, precision autocross, high-speed HPDE, heart-pounding time trials, dirt-slinging rallycross, or feel the rush of road rally, virtual racing, or karting. Whatever you drive, there's a place for you in the SCCA and the Washington, D.C. region with over 50 events year-round so you can have fun with cars. And don't forget, it's our incredible volunteers who keep the action alive. Want to be a part of it? Step up and join the team. Get started today at wdcr-scca.org. Don't just watch racing, live it with WDCR.
Back at the Daytona International Speedway, the World Center of Racing plays host to the 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge. First time, at least in my memory, that it's been down here at Daytona. Nick Soriano and Brendan Kaczmarek, myself up here in the booth. Jordan Worth is on the buttons from his remote studio. And just about halfway through our sprint races, point sprint races this afternoon. 20 minutes at a time, we head towards group number 4. It's IT7, ITA, ITR, ITS, T4 in there for good measure as well. 30 cars strong. Get to the entry list here in a moment as you see the field leaving the pit lane behind the classic Mazda Orlando safety car. On the front row, the number 68, it's Ron Munnerlin leading ITS. It'll be a split start. ITS is up front, everybody else behind. Munnerlin from Peter Bolu, number 25. Together on the front row, both Mazda MX-5s, an NC, I think an ND for that number 68. Celine Roland in the number 114 makes an appearance in his NB Mazda Miata, alongside Luis Milares in the number 08 2003 Mazda Miata. William Fee, the only non-Mazda in the ITS field, the number 74 Acura TSX to start P5 alongside Keith Golden, the number 2 1986 Mazda RX-7. Another RX-7 from Menace Akrajalian, that is the number 00 alongside Nicole Hecker, number 96. That's row number 4. Row number 5 is Nathan Jackson from Richard Unger. 7 from 44. Watch Nathan Jackson and Ron Munnerlin. I believe Nick just told me offline here, in battle for the ITS championship in the SARRC.
Yes, that's correct.
Weekend. Fantastic. That is your ITS field up the front, 10 cars, 5 rows. We head back towards the second group where Steve Ty will lead that group to green in his 1984 Chevy Corvette. That's your ITR class pole sitter, the number 3 from Mary Roney, also an ITR car. It's the 97. The number 20, 1997 BMW 328 IS. Graham Partain, the number 106 Touring 4 pole sitter. Porsche Boxster alongside the number 14 of Matthew Fritz. That's an ITR BMW 325i. Row number 3 in the second group, it's Nathan Pring, the number 88 from Paul Roney, and the number 11 ITR BMW 325i. James Bailey and Charles Habis-Reutinger will start on the fourth row of the second group. Those are both touring for entries. 18th place overall there for the number 91 of Habis-Reutinger. Alec King in the number 84 alongside Albert Lazo on number 22, Albert Lazo. It's an ITA, both ITA class cars, both Mazda Miatas as well. Patsy Thomas in the number 122 starts P21 alongside Herbert Gomez. Number 37 ITA Acura Integra. Great to see Herbert running here as well. Roger Heaton in the number 9 ITA class Acura Integra P23, P24 for John Paul Easy in that number 75. Cesar Ochoa in the number 64 ITA entered Dodge Neon to start alongside Grant McDonald in the number 50 touring for Mazda MX-5 NC. Steve Maholius in the number 53 ITA entered Mazda Miata will start in P27 alongside P28 Steve Knob in the number 77 Mazda Miata. Last row in the field, Richard McLean and John Morrison, 146 from 52, both IT7 entered. Would you believe it? Mazda RX-7s. Nick, get ready to do this again. 20 cars, 2 groups, and a little IT action for us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a lot of fun. As always, it's racing. It can't not be fun. So excited to see how this race shakes out. I love to see the big ITS field out in front. I think they're going to have a great race. A lot of RX-7s. We've got an Acura in there. Is that what we said as well in ITS?
Just the one.
Yeah.
That Acura TSX from William Fee in the number 74. Also note Nathan Jackson in the number 7 blown engine will not take the start. So it's a 9-car field. And unfortunately, tough in the points running there for Nathan Jackson. To get it running for tomorrow, double points on offer may help to make up some of the gap, but definitely going to be behind the 8 ball here with Ron Munnerlin in that 68 out on the pole. As the classic Mazda Orlando CX-50 dives through the pit lane, and 9 cars strong head towards the green flag, which waves at the World Center of Racing. We are green for 20 minutes of sprint racing action here in ITS at the front of group number 4. It's like one of the RX-7s around the outside for, should be P5. Go side by side towards turn number 2. Not sure he's going to be able to get that move done. Tough to do around the outside on cold tires. The crown in the road there kind of pushes the car far to the outside. Better to get it back to the apex and live to fight another day as the tires and brakes come up to temperature. Maybe make a move in the draft or on the brakes down towards turn number 1 as we get single file through the International Horseshoe. Back to the front straightaway. A few sights in racing better than that. Heading towards the green flag at Daytona International Speedway underneath the grandstands. Just beginning to lengthen the shadows a little bit here in Central Florida. Green flag waves for the second group. Number 3, Steve Ty from Mary Roney in the number 20 on the front row there. Great jump from Steve Ty in that Corvette to take the lead headed towards turn number 1. It's actually Graham Partain, I think, in the Porsche Boxster who jumped up into P2. That number 106 in Touring 4 gets second, up into second, and splits the ITR cars of Ty and Roney. Good start from the Boxster.
Yeah, great jump there, and a good move into turn 1 to kind of split things up.
Wide at turn number 3, though. Sorry, Nick. It's going to allow Mary Roney in that brightly colored number 20 back towards the inside. Gets back to the throttle early, does Graham Partain, but the damage is kind of done there. Already 5 or 6 car lengths from first back to second.
Yeah, you can see just how much a small mistake can make, and didn't cost them too much, but they are there. But as we look at the backstretch going the ITS battle, they are battling it as they go into the Le Mans chicane nose to tail. And it looks like that still remains Peter Below and Ron Munnerlin up in front there.
Yeah, opposite order from Matt Ballou and that red Mazda MX-5, that NC chassis chasing down Ron Munnerlin in that number 68. Actually didn't get a good look if that was an NC or an ND. I don't know where 2014. Jordan, where does the 2014 model year fall? Somebody help. It's an NC, thank you. So NC's at the front of ITS, headed back to complete lap number 1. Jordan would know all about those Mazda Miatas. Best car on the open market is what I've heard. Now, is that right? All right, well,
yeah.
we can get another 2014 NC here into the ITS field if producer Jordan picks it up. But it's a good kind of drafting showcase here on the first lap to begin to stretch that margin back to third place in ITS, which will be Celine Roland in the number 14 from Keith Golden in the first of the Mazda RX-7s. We saw this earlier during group number 2, Nick. Those RX-7s tend to punch a little bit bigger hole in the air. They do stand out in a field otherwise full of Mazda Miatas, but still making pretty good pace here in the opening stages of group number 4.
Yeah, they do a good job, but as a Mazda driver myself, a Miata specifically, I love seeing an RX-7 in front of me. I know that there's a nice draft coming my way, so we'll keep that going. But ITR, looks like Steve Ty is really stretching his lead out in front of Graham Partain in the Porsche Boxster as they lead the second group. Coming through turn number 1 now. Mary Roney still holding on to third.
It's not Mary Roney. Mary did not take the start. So as we learn some of these drivers and cars we don't normally get to see, Nick, certainly I don't get to see here very often, it's actually William Fee in the number 74 ITS Acura, who's come across the line in third. That definitely looked like a BMW.
Yeah.
But they tell me it's an Acura, so I guess I got to go with it. Charles Habiswordinger in the number 91 Touring 4, class-leading Mazda Miata P4 from Nathan Pring in P5. Good little scrap there in Touring 4. There's the Boxster. Oh, it is an Acura. There it is. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, speaking of cars that punch a big hole in the air, man,
how about it?
I'm sure the Miatas love being behind that thing.
Yeah, we need Greg Ginsburg here this weekend to tell us what's an Acura and what's not. Greg is allegedly an expert in many things, if not all things Acura. But look at the size of that Acura as they head towards turn number 6 relative to the 2 cars behind. Those 2 little Mazda Miatas, like you said, you like seeing the RX-7 in front of you. Sure, you'll love seeing that TSX out in front as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I see something like that, I'm thinking best laps. You know, we've got a hole being punched and
seeing purple.
I'm praying for a PB with a draft like that, and that's great. But yeah, look at the 2 NCs holding out in front in the ITS race here. Continues to be the 68 of Munnerlin in front and the 25 of Below just following. But still nose to tail. They've not made enough of a gap for me to say this race is called. I think plenty more action to come in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, interesting to note, too, as we work towards some of these improved touring classes. These classes are obviously not national-level classes. They don't go to the runoffs. So maybe a little bit less of a concern for some of these IT cars. There's no worries about having to tow up to Road America, make sure your car's in one piece to go chase a national championship trophy. It is kind of all about this divisional championship weekend for some of these IT guys and putting on a good show both in ITS and back in ITR as well.
Yeah, it does change your mindset a little bit when you know you get a little bit extra time off because you're not going to a championship in 2 weeks. So, yeah, we could see some maybe a little bit closer racing, a little tougher, and see what they do. I went through a lot of the bios that we received back, and just about everybody said they had rivals in the class, but all of them called them my dear friend, which I loved. So it was very cool to see that from the IT community. They all said that their biggest rival on the tracks were their friends, and I think that's really shows how great a regional class can be, and a great reason to join it. But it does look like Peter Below in the 25 is making a move, but Ron Munnerlin might be making a move back as they go into turn number 7 now, and it does. It looks like he was able to 2 passes, but wow, they were close.
That was really, really good work there of Bolu to kind of squeeze Munnerlin down back to the apex. I'm sorry, other way around. For Munnerlin to squeeze Bolu back to the apex at turn number 7 and really cause that car to check up on the way into the bus stop. That turn 7 chicane is so much about momentum, right? Getting your car right to that first apex on driver's left headed into the Le Mans chicane and coming back in the throttle, carrying the car, balancing the car on the throttle through the two right-handers and back up onto the banking. And if you can interrupt that run through the first apex, it can really kind of put the second car on the back foot, not just through the rest of the chicane, but up onto the banking as well. Ron Munnerlin's car positioning there really, really good, despite Beaulieu coming through and setting the fastest lap of the race.
Very solid. And here they go again. They are back side by side as they go through turn 2 towards turn 3. They cleared, so they will be able to take the inside. We might have an actual lead change for more than about 150 feet of asphalt. But
Ron Munnerlin's car positioning really good at the bus stop, not so good down here at turn number 2. Got in a little bit too deep and too far to the outside of that crown in the road that we keep talking about, Nick. Really hard to get the car back to the apex if you're carrying too much speed there. It's just going to scrub all the way out to driver's right, and sure enough, that was kind of Ron Munnerlin's undoing there, with Peter Beaulieu in the number 25 able to sneak through into the overall and ITS class lead.
Yeah, you could see going into turn 5, the West Horseshoe, Peter Beaulieu definitely was a little more defensive. He took an inside line there. He turned it a little early, so he wants to be out front. Maybe he's confident that with some clean air he can put a gap out there. He's not too worried about the draft, or maybe he's been behind Ron so long that he needs to cool down some temps.
I'd like to go back towards turn number 1, turns 1 and 2 here, Jordan, if we can, and pick up the class battle in ITA. That is for the class lead. First car in line there is the number 84 of Alec King, also out a little bit wide on the outside of turn 2. Albert Lazo in the number 22 there in second. And then just lurking out in the distance there, that white number 37 of Herbert Gomez, 2000 Acura Integra. Should either of these two class leaders slip up, could be Herbert's for the taking. I got to tell you, I've worked with Herbert for a long time down in the Florida region. We cover the Palm Tree Winter Majors there over the last couple of years. Working with Herbert, it's been an absolute pleasure. But it's the first time I've seen him race a car. And up till now, I believed it was just kind of an urban legend that he was actually able to do it. But not just out there running and running reliably, but really, really good right in a podium position there in the ITA class for the 37 of Herbert Gomez.
Yeah, that's going to be a great battle to watch as well. We've got a couple of them shaking up across the track. The beauty of having multiple races at once, when they're all good, you don't know where to look. There's action in every corner as it just keeps you on your toes. You're curious about every corner and what's happening. And as we see in turn number 1 and 2 there, the battle for ITS, the red car of Peter Beaulieu goes wide and lets Ron Munnerlin back in.
Yeah, really wide there. And that margin was basically nothing headed towards turn 1. It's out now 5-6 car lengths to the International Horseshoe. We're going to go double yellow as we hit halfway here. I did see the starter pick up a yellow flag, but I wasn't entirely sure why. Do we have a car off down there at turn 5, Nick Soriano?
We
picked up the binoculars. It looks like it's come to rest just at the end of the Armco, to the left of where this shot is.
Yeah, just before the cutoff there. It looks like a red ITA Miata.
I think he may have been in the wall there.
At least an NA Miata.
I see some scuff marks just on the striped Armco there to driver's left. And we'll get a quick response from the Daytona safety team here to go handle that. While we try and get an idea on the car and let this response take care of itself, let's go ahead and step aside here. We've already ripped through the first half of this 20-minute sprint race from the Daytona International Speedway. We're going to step aside here with DriversEye Live, thank our partners and sponsors who are presenting coverage of the 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge, and be back just on the other side, hopefully for a green flag to take us through right to the end of Group 4. Stay with us.
At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's only CSR-certified SCCA Enterprises shop, we put you in race-ready Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s, competitive, mechanically sound, and built to win. We handle it all: full arrive and drive services, rentals, expert prep, and top-tier trackside support. You just show up, suit up, and race. Whether you're chasing championships or the pure thrill, at Apex you're more than a driver, you're family. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
When it comes to your home, details matter, and that's why there's Mansion Windows and Doors to help you create a space that's beautiful, energy efficient, and built to last. From elegant entry doors to custom windows, their expert team guides Central Florida homeowners every step of the way. Proud to sponsor this year's SARRC Invitational Challenge, Mansion Windows and Doors celebrates craftsmanship and community. Discover the difference quality design can make. Visit mansionwd.com to dream, create, and inspire your home today.
When victory's on the line, champions get a prep shop they can trust. Comprint Motorsports, Athens, Georgia's road racing powerhouse, has powered drivers to 9 national titles across 4 different categories. With precision preparation, expert fabrication, and professional coaching all under one roof, Comprint is where champions are made. Comprint Motorsports, winning starts here. Visit comprint.net today.
Bryce Kumis Racing is your home for American V8 performance modification and tuning. Located in Palm Bay, Florida, just 3 miles from I-95, our speed shop houses a dyno jet with load cell for precision tuning on most OEM ECUs, as well as Harley, Haltech, and Megasport. Not in need of tuning? BKR's team offers the Central Florida motorsports community services ranging from suspension and brake conversions to corner balancing, pre-purchase inspections, and race prep services. To learn more, find us on social media by searching Bryce Kunis Racing or call 321-848-2280 today.
Every great race needs more horsepower. It needs volunteers. At every SCC event, stewards keep competition safe and equal, judging the action and guiding drivers towards their best. CDIV's stewarding team, the Stewards of the Southeast, invite you to join their ranks at your next SCC event. Committed to racing, you can race and serve as a steward on the same weekend. Whether you're a veteran racer or an experienced volunteer, your insight can shape the future of motorsports. Step up, give back, become a steward, and help the next generation drive faster and fairer. Learn more at scca.com.
If you want to hit the track without all the hassle, PM Racing offers arriving drive programs and rental cars, giving you the chance to focus on performance while their experts handle the rest. Located in Lakeland, Florida, and supporting racers throughout the Southeast, PM Racing provides championship-level service for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, Prototype, and GTX. PM Racing, winning starts here. Contact Brian Schofield or stop by the PM Racing tent in the paddock.
Get ready for pure adrenaline. Since 1977, the Mars Series has been the beating heart of SCCA club racing, bringing wheel-to-wheel action to legendary tracks from Summit Point to VIR to Watkins Glen and everywhere in between. On October 11th and 12th, the 2025 season finale hits Summit Point Raceway, and you can watch every lap live on the Washington, D.C. region's YouTube channel. And racing right alongside Mars since 2018, the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, with the motto, any tire, any motor, any suspension, welcomes racers with most any race car for close competitive races 3 times a weekend. And none of this happens without the incredible volunteers who power events like this weekend's SARRC Invitational Challenge. Thank you. Don't just watch racing, feel it. Scan the QR code and subscribe now at youtube.com/@WDCR.
Back at the 2025 running of the SARRC Invitational Challenge, it's the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship season finale. At the World Center of Racing, you see it on the safer barrier there at the Daytona International Speedway. Brendan Kaczmarek and Nick Soriano guiding you through the action today. I hear a rumor that John Davison, People's Champion, will be with us later. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Very
Yeah, that rumor is confirmed.
Okay.
Actually. Yeah.
Very good.
In the day and age of rumors like this, it's nice to have some credible sources and
sure.
some truth being shared. So,
Yeah, I wouldn't just share a rumor just because.
We've got more integrity here at DriversEye. So
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, I thank you. I
Yeah.
like to hear that. We are rapidly running through the minutes on the timer in the upper left there, but I think with us having completed the recovery effort down there at turn 5, the Western Horseshoe, I think we're going to get ourselves a couple of laps of racing in before the end of this one. Probably, just took words right out of my mouth. Producer Jordan Worth, green, white, checker. I think is how we're going to finish this one up. 1995 Truck Series style. Good stuff here. 2 more laps, about 7 miles of racing around the Daytona International Speedway. As long as the lights go out on the classic Mazda of Orlando safety car, I think we're going to be good to go here. A little bit of pressure being put on a 4th place car in line, which I think is Celine Roland. Luis Millar is behind. All ITS at the front of this one, remember. The top 7 cars back through the 96 of Nicole Hecker are all going to be in this scrap for ITS. This is kind of a bailout for Ron Munnerlyn in the 68. Remember that he was out pretty wide at turn 2 on the infield just a couple of laps ago and had lost a fair amount of ground to Peter Ballou in that number 25. Gets all that ground back and some more. Look at Roland up the outside here. Is going to try and time the restart. Has to breathe out of the throttle and kind of awkward coming back to the green flag. The RX-7 gets a great jump through the gears and is going to go around the outside. It's Keith Golden in the number 2 who will show around the outside, but he's wide, way wide. You see him rocketing off the driver's right there. Gets it back before the grass, but not before he loses about 5 or 6 car lengths to the back of Ron Munnerlyn in that number 68 Mazda MX-5.
Yeah, he really went for it on that one. He saw his opportunity. He knew there was just a couple laps left to give it all he had. And, you've got to kind of make those moves. And it's a low percentage, but I think in the world of racing, if it's a safe low percentage, you're not going to take somebody out. You got to go for it.
Yeah, he had all the room to the outside. If he got it wrong there, try and get some of that space back. Was able to do it and actually defend pretty well from the new 4th place car, which is Luis Malares, I think, in the 08. That silver Mazda Miata. Gets by Celine Roland, couples to 5th now in ITS. Back in ITR, Steve Ty in the number 3, the Chevy Corvette, kind of mixed up with this back end of the ITS group there, headed towards turn number 6. There you see it. And is that the 74? Yep, the Acura Integra of William Fee in ITS is able to potentially get some of this, some positions back here, 3 wide around the banking at turns 1, oval turns 1 and 2 anyway. And kind of jumbled up as far as class running order behind them goes, Nick.
Yeah, it is. One thing I've been keeping my eye on is the ITA race. We've got Alec King in the 84 and Albert Laszlo right behind him in the 22. A couple of Miatas that are going to be battling it out. That was one we were watching just before the caution came out. And I think you can see him on screen. Oh, we got some cars.
Yeah. It was 3 wide there, and that was the Porsche Boxster, I think, running wide of Graham Partain in Touring 4. Not much to choose between Partain and Nathan Pring in the number 88 Mazda MX-5 last time through. So missing the chicane there. Is there a price to be paid with Graham having to roll out of the throttle as he rejoined the track? Wait for them to come back through our camera here at the exit of NASCAR or Oval Turn 4. There goes the Acura. There's the Boxster 2 spots behind. So as timing updates with cars taking the white flag and under 60 seconds left on the clock, Touring 4's Charles Habesreutinger in the number 91, James Bailey in the 03, then Graham Partain in the 106. So, yes, Graham has lost at least a spot there by virtue of running wide down at, well, he didn't run wide. He's kind of forced out there at the Le Mans chicane. But anyway, it's cost him a spot or so in Touring 4.
Yeah.
Way wide. Oh, is that the ITA battle?
That is the ITA battle.
Both cars out wide.
Yep, that was Herbert Gomez, Alec King, and Albert Lazo all together there as they went through turn 1, and they didn't quite make it all through.
No, but I think it's Herbert Gomez into the the ITA lead, improved Touring A lead.
It is.
And one of the Mazdas is slow there. It's the lighter colored Mazda MX-5 headed up the chute into turn number 4. Which car is that? Was that Alec King in the 84? They look pretty similar from a distance. Both NA Mazda MX-5s.
Yeah, hard to tell which one it was. It almost looked like he had moved off track to give the position back, which was a little interesting. I didn't know if there was anything too egregious in that turn 1 scuffle, but he got right back on track and looks like he's back on pace. So I don't know, maybe car stalled, got it restarted and going, but yeah, definitely a big shuffle in the ITA race.
Shuffles everywhere. This last 2 laps since we've gone back to green has been kind of chaotic, Nick. We knew it was going to be a big push to get everybody kind of sorted out through the first lap and back up onto the banking, but that last run into turn number 1, the last big run into a braking zone, and a good passing opportunity for a lot of our cars. I think the big benefactor here is going to be that Acura of Herbert Gomez in the number 37 was in the lead last time they came through start-finish by just 0.02 of a second, with Alec King and Albert Lazo both running wide down at turn number 2. Let's wait and see how it shakes out in ITA. But as our overall leaders come back to start-finish, it's Peter Ballou and Ron Munnerlyn nose to tail. 25 from 68. Is there an opportunity for Marlin to pop out? Coming to the checkered flag, no. Side by side for third, Steve Ty in ITR takes the third place on the overall podium from Keith Golden, 3 wide across the line, further back. And it's 0.003 of a second from Habisroninger to Milares to Roland in ITS. More cars across the line. We wait for ITA to be answered. Is it Herbert Gomez on lap number 8? It is. The 37 Acura Integra, of Herbert Gomez wins ITA from Roger Heaton, another big benefactor of that kerfuffle down at turn number 2. Alec King recovers to finish third, and it was Albert Lazo in the 22, slow to get away from turn number 3 on the final lap, falls back towards the bottom end of the top 5 in ITA. Nick, I think we thought that was going to be pretty frantic coming back to the checkered flag. I don't know that we expected it to be that frantic.
I certainly did not. That was a great action to see, and the restart was, I mean, more than I could have asked for out of this group. All the drivers drove really well. It was fun to see them really hustling the cars, trying to make moves on the outside, put the car where it doesn't want to be and still try and keep it fast. It was great. It was very exciting. To see the way the ITA race shook up was probably the biggest surprise of it. ITS was back and forth the whole time with the 25 and the 68. But, yeah, Herbert coming through, and even Roger in the number 9, Roger Heaton, being able to get that second place. You know, big changes on that last lap. And I don't have anything else to say. I'm speechless.
Listen, this is my one opportunity for the year to see some improved touring racing, and at least we're 1 for 1 here. Fully delivered in group number 4. You don't need spec racing to have an excellent club race. But if you like the spec racing, boy, have we got a treat for you next. It's Spec Miata and friends, let's say. For group number 5, Nick Soriano, this is kind of your specialty. Brendan Kaczmarek here as well. Jordan Worth is on the buttons from his remote studio, the 1s and the 2s. We're going to step aside here, pay some bills, thank our presenting sponsors of the 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge, and rejoin you for Spec Miata, 20 minutes fast and frantic around the world center of racing. DriversEye Live will be back in just a moment.
At Speed Tech Automotive, our mission is to deliver unmatched performance, innovation, and reliability to every vehicle we service and modify. With over 20 years of experience in the automotive industry and 15 years of racing expertise, we're driven by a passion for precision engineering and cutting-edge technology. Our goal is to push the boundaries of automotive excellence, offering our clients high-performance solutions that enhance both the speed and safety of their vehicles. Whether on the track or on the road, we are committed to exceeding expectations, fostering lasting relationships, and setting the standard for performance and service in the automotive world. For more, find us on Facebook at Speed Tech Automotive and Speed Tech Motorsport.
Babyface Fabrication is the product of years of NASCAR and road racing fabrication experience by SCCA B-Spec driver Josh Schmidt. Our website has dozens of existing products and custom solutions for your current or next race car build. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to learn more.
When speed meets precision, only the best survive on track. That's why champions trust Triax Precision Manufacturing, where high-performance CNC machining meets aerospace-grade reliability. From pit lane to production line, Triax delivers parts that don't flinch under pressure. AS9100D and ISO 9001-2015 certified, built in Sarasota. Fast, flawless, and fiercely dependable. Visit triaxpm.com and shift your project into high gear.
When it comes to getting race cars ready, PM Racing does it all. Welding, fabrication, composites, paint, race car prep, setup, and data services. With decades of experience and championship results to prove that their Florida-based team supports drivers at events all across the Southeast, keeping cars fast, reliable, and race ready. PM Racing, we are driven. Contact Brian Schofield or visit the PM Racing tent in the paddock.
From Kart to Car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by Willing and Able Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists, teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com. And a big thank you to all the volunteers who make this weekend's SARRC Invitational Challenge possible.
Silverhorse Racing and Space Coast Precision, proudly manufacturing in the USA for over 20 years, right here on Florida's Space Coast. Using advanced CNC machinery and software, they deliver precision components for companies like Shelby American, Magnuson Superchargers, and even SpaceX. From deep sea testing to the racetrack, their commitment to performance runs deep. Sponsoring the father-daughter Spec Miata team of Marcelo and Alyssa Canetano. Whether you need one part or a full production run, Silverhorse Racing and Space Coast Precision are ready to tackle your manufacturing needs.
Back at Daytona International Speedway, the world center of racing is now the Mazda Center of Racing. Because the field led by the classic Mazda of Orlando safety car, we also have about 24 or so, 27 actually, Mazda Miatas in trail, NAs, and NDs of every type across a couple of different classes. But anyway, Nick Soriano, it is one of the people's favorites anyway. It's Spec Miata. We love a Spec Miata race. We get the high banks, we get drafting. Really, really looking forward to this one. I'm Brendan Kaczmarek. Jordan Worth is on the ones and the twos up in his studio, pushing the buttons for us and cutting the pictures for you guys. Hello to everybody who has joined us in the chat. Thank you for being a part of this 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge weekend. We'll come back to Nick Soriano here in just a moment. Let's go through the starting grid as we work behind that Mazda CX-50 safety car. On the front row, it's 44 from 66. Bobby Gossett from Charles McTutis. Side by side to lead the field to the green flag for 20 minutes of racing. Row number 2, the People's Champion, John Davison, number 10, alongside the 134 of Christian Meyer of Seminole, Florida. Row number 3, Harley Scufffield in the number 45 from Alex Acosta, the number 24. Number 45 is an SMSE car. More on that a little bit later if we have some time. I suspect we're going to be kind of fast and frantic here for the next 20 minutes or so. Alex Acosta in P7, Malbec Ramos. And actually, I'm going to do some shuffling here. Yeah, trust the grid sheet, Brendan. It's a better way to go. It's Alex Acosta P6, then Malbec Ramos in P7 on the inside, such as it will likely be of row number 4. Michael Carter in the number 8. Roy Hobson in the number 157 and P9. Rob Bailey in the 74 to start P10. That's row number 5. Row number 6 is Ellie Gossett, the number 77 from Michael Fountain out of Alva, Florida, the number 101. Ford Munnerlin in the number 34 to start P14. It'll be the outside of row number 7. Row number 8 looks like Lucas Jensen. The inside, the number 56 from Eric Gerchak, the number 21 on the outside, P16. Tucker Martin in P17 alongside Todd Shira, 73 from 22, both Florida residents in their Mazda Miatas. Number 115 SMT pole sitters, Jason Turcotte. Turcotte, thank you very much. That's the number 115 alongside Christopher Gearum in the number 14 to start P20. P21 is Cole Lucas alongside Adrian Hance Jr. in the number 81. Frederick Baker, P23 alongside James Brown in the number 80. Kalen Kinley in the number 17 will start alongside Peter Summerford in the number 33. And last on the field, Ken Stiegel, number 64 SMSE NA Mazda Miata. Nick, your time to shine here. Spec Miata.
This is it. This is the group that I come from. This is the racing that I started with and have done for years now, and I cannot wait to call this one. Spec Miatas at Daytona is very special because we call it a very easy track to drive, a very hard track to race.
Sure.
Because of how intricate the drafting is in these cars, even more so, I think, than the Spec Racer Fords with a little more boxy body design than, say, the Spec Racer Ford is. It really requires the draft and to have buddies. So we'll see how it shakes out. One thing to note, you heard Jason Turcotte listed there on your grid sheet. We talked about community. Well, the Spec Miata community in their polls that we sent out has decided that Jason Turcotte is the field's rival. They all banded together.
The people's champion, the people's rival.
Exactly. They have all banded together to vote Jason Turcotte as the rival. So keep an eye out for him today. I'm sure he's going to have a great time along with all our other racers.
Last time I watched Miatas at Daytona, it was the night before I got married. I was a bag of nerves. Altogether different conditions here. Daylight, dry, 27 cars to the green flag, which waves at the World Center of Racing. 2x2, they head to turn number 1 for the first time. Tutis on the outside, Bobby Gossett to the inside in the mostly gray and black Mazda Miata there. McTutis hangs wide on the outside, gets a good run, but they're going to be side by side, 2x2 for about 3 rows before they get 3 wide through the S-bend between 2 and 3. On the brakes into turn number 3, I think McTutis has been able to hang there on the outside of 1 and 2, gets the job done, and we have a new leader as the field heads towards the cake for the first time.
He sure did. John Davison moved in there trying to stay on the inside and hang with him, but stays in third. Had a great start, and has been able to hold his position. So as we run through the field, you're single file up until about the 5th row, and then we get double file again as they all go barreling in to the west horseshoe of turn number 5. And this is where we're going to start seeing between 5 and 6 where the pairs are going to form. In Spec Miata, it's a very early thing. You'll see people hanging back on that straightaway. And as we move up onto the high banks through turn number 6, this is where the dance of Daytona really comes alive.
The fastest and most experienced drivers at the front knew just how important it was to get single file through this opening stanza of the race here through the infield before we got back up onto the banking. You want to be right tight up to that bumper as you come out of turn number 6 and pushing the car ahead of you around the banking through oval 1 and 2 around the west side of the speedway. Anytime you lose on the infield, as we said earlier during the Spec Racer Ford race, Nick, really difficult to get back. We're 4 cars in a line, 5 cars almost in a line, headed towards the Le Mans chicane for the first time.
Yeah, as they move in here, this new chicane has definitely shaken things up a little bit. You've got to slow down a little bit more to make that first apex now that it's a little tighter. And you can see these guys as they go too wide through there. Wow. They all try to keep their momentum because they want to be able to get right back on the bumper of their buddy as soon as they make it out of there. It looks like we've got 2 cars breaking away, and in third, maybe John Davison just clinging on. He's doing his best. It is hard to stay with a pair of cars when you're solo, even if you have them punching a hole for you. When they're hooked up together and they are drafting, bump drafting as they call it in air quotes, they really hook up and go. As you can see the pair behind him trying to get around the outside, and they just might do it. That's the 45 and the 134 of Harley Schofield and Christian Meyer. Excuse me.
Yeah, John Davison kind of the odd man out there as they work through the tri-oval. That first 2, that lead duo of Bobby Gossett, Charles McTutis, in opposite order to that, obviously, left Davison without a drafting partner there. And as you said, that tandem draft really important around the long drag back to start finish. Davison just didn't have anybody to shove him up to that lead duo and actually got overtaken on the run into turn number 5. So it'll be, into turn number 1. So McTutis from Gossett, Scuffle from Meyer, and then Davison in that number 10 slides back to P5. A good run for the orange cars. You see P6 and P7 here, mostly orange and then silver with orange. And that's Alex Acosta and Malbec Ramos, 24 from 4, trying to bridge that gap up to the lead 5.
Yeah, you can see in the video here there's a little bit of a flash of headlights. He's looking for a partner. There's as they come into turn number 6, the flash in the headlights saying, hey, work with me, come back, help me. Any sort of communication you can get, especially if you're not on a team radio together, is essential. But you can see the front 4 are paired off. They are running away a little bit. John Davison in 5th, trying to hold on, as Alex Acosta and Malbec Ramos finally connecting as they exit NASCAR number 2. But the pair behind them of Michael Carter and Roy Hobson already hooked up, and I believe they're going to make a run down the inside going to turn 7, try and get past that pair, and it looks like they're going to make it happen.
Yeah, it's all communication, all draft, headed down the back straightaway towards the Le Mans chicane there on lap number 2. It wasn't necessarily that Acosta and Ramos had a bad run, but Carter and Fountain in the 8 and the 101 respectively just got together coming out of turn number 6 and were able to push past that orange duo. Now it's side by side in a pack of 4 headed around the east bank. That's the beach side of the speedway. Unfortunately, all of this scrapping, actually I've got to do some quick catching up here. Yeah, okay, so it's a lead duo, 44 and 66 as we'll catch up to the front of the field here. McTutis is going to go to the inside and they'll swap around. Let McTutis have that clean air. And then it's actually a trio of cars. So Davison has found a way in the number 10 to kind of work as a group of 3 rather than being caught out without a drafting partner.
Yeah, he's doing his best to hang on, and that is a tough spot to be in. So you've got to be on your marks. You can't really make a mistake, because as soon as you make a mistake, turn 6 out of the Le Mans chicane, those are your 2 spots where the drafting is most important. If you're not in that draft and able to cling on, the 10s just start falling off.
Is there an obvious strategy towards trying to work as a group of 3 rather than a pair around these banks, Nick?
The pairs just work better.
Okay.
It is, unless you've got some sort of a monster engine and you can help push that third car or that second car in the line, being the third car is really difficult.
Yeah.
Once the front 2 get hooked up, they kind of become one car. and it's hard to hang on to that. So we'll see how it shapes up here. It's still 14 minutes to go, and the front five nose to tail as they come up onto the high banks here at Daytona International Speedway.
It's hard to see without a reset, Nick, how this fundamentally changes, right? We've got 4 out of the 5 cars at the front of the field are SM, proper SM class cars. Harley Scuffle in the number 45 is an SM SE, smaller displacement motor. You and I were talking about that offline a little bit earlier, trying to educate me in a rapid fire sort of way. But it doesn't seem to be racing any fundamentally different. Davison is very much the odd man out here, out of that group of 5. And again, unless something changes here, it's difficult to see where Davison might find that drafting partner that can push him, or his partner obviously, up to that lead duo of Gossett and McTutis, who are maintaining a pretty stable gap right around 6 or 7 car lengths through the East Banking.
Well, if I'm seeing things correctly, it does look like there have been some shuffling. Davison was able to grab Harley out of turn 6 and then use that to split up the duo of Christian and Harley. And now Davison and Meyer are together.
Yep.
So leaving Harley behind, you can see that 1.6 just really not able to hang in the draft the way the MB was. So Davison finds himself in 3rd now after some creative dance partners to get him from turn 6 back to the start-finish line.
Yep, obviously shows I knew exactly what I was talking about, because the race is completely different to what I just said half a lap ago. The lead 2 groups of 2 are now fundamentally a group of 4. Davison is locked right there in 3rd. Kind of shows the nose on Charles McTutis, headed down into number 2's, relinquished the lead back to Bobby Gossett as they came down towards that 1 and 2 complex for what is now the 4th time of asking. As you said, Harley Scuffle, the number 45, dropped off the back of that lead group of 4. Difficult to see that 45 bridging the gap with that smaller motor. It's a different class. You wouldn't necessarily expect it anyway, but may kind of help that group that's back in 6th and 7th, particularly Michael Fountain, Michael Carter, and then Alex Acosta, Malbec Ramos, to maybe just inch their way back up towards the lead grouping there with a little bit of clever drafting and good racecraft.
Yeah, as we look back behind those 2 of Acosta and Ramos, the next group is still nose to tail. It's essentially a whole second race going on, and they're all fighting it out. That starts with Roy Hobson there and Rob Bailey working together at the front of that pack. And then Jason Fichter and Ellie Gossett, Michael Fountain, and Ford Munnerlin are all following up behind. So you may not be fighting for the lead, but they're still fighting for something. I mean, you can see, as there's a good pass going into turn number 7 here. I believe that's the duo of Meyer and Davison.
It absolutely is. Yep, Davison, I think, leading Meyer there through the Le Mans chicane on the back straightaway, really using the curbs and rotating the car well from left back to the right through the first 2 apices of the Le Mans chicane. Gets back on the throttle really, really early, but it kind of doesn't matter because that second duo as a drafting group uses the hole in the air punched by the lead duo as it is now to bridge that gap once again as they come back towards the tri-oval with 10.5 minutes left on the clock and 4 laps now being completed. They're going to go 3 to the inside, 1 to the outside. Davison is going to get dropped by the 134 and 44. So we mix things up just a touch here. It's Christian Meyer and Bobby Gossett who go through to 1 and 2. Davison slots into P4 behind Charles McTutis in the number 66. I tell you what, here, Nick, we're going to have to step aside and take a quick commercial break during the Spec Miata group, pay the bills, thank our partners and sponsors. We'll come back to what should be a really, really frantic conclusion to this one. Stay with us here on Driver's Eye Live. We'll be back in just a moment.
At Speed Tech Automotive, our mission is to deliver unmatched performance, innovation, and reliability to every vehicle we service and modify. With over 20 years of experience in the automotive industry and 15 years of racing expertise, we're driven by a passion for precision engineering and cutting-edge technology. Our goal is to push the boundaries of automotive excellence, offering our clients high-performance solutions that enhance both the speed and safety of their vehicles. Whether on the track or on the road, we are committed to exceeding expectations, fostering lasting relationships, and setting the standard for performance and service in the automotive world. For more, find us on Facebook at Speed Tech Automotive and Speed Tech Motorsport.
Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision sponsors the father-daughter race team of Marcello and Alyssa Canatano, racing in the number 03 and 04 Spec Miatas. Based on Florida's Space Coast, the companies provide precision CNC machine components for everything from deep-sea water testing to components for America's space program and everything in between. With their roots in SCCA competition dating back to 1991, they understand precision and performance and are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Babyface Fabrication is the product of years of NASCAR and road racing fabrication experience by SCCA B-Spec driver Josh Schmidt. Our website has dozens of existing products and custom solutions for your current or next race car build. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to learn more.
When it comes to getting race cars ready, PM Racing does it all. Welding, fabrication, composites, paint, race car prep, setup, and data services. With decades of experience and championship results to prove that their Florida-based team supports drivers at events all across the Southeast, keeping cars fast, reliable, and race ready. PM Racing, we are driven. Contact Brian Schofield or visit the PM Racing tent in the paddock.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by Willing and Able Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists, teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com. And a big thank you to all the volunteers who make this weekend's SARRC Invitational Challenge possible. Back at the World Center of Racing, the leaders head around the turn 3 and 4 east banking here, coming back towards the start-finish line. 6 minutes remain on the clock. Nick, it's been pretty frantic even during the commercial break. All changed to lead 4 in danger of becoming a lead 3.
It is, yeah. That was a interesting shuffle coming out of the bus stop. John Davison, I think, was expecting to get a push from the 44 of Bobby Gossett and just went right around, leaving him out to dry. So he's got some work to do. Now, one thing that happens in Spec Miata is when you've got that group going side by side in front of you, you can really work on hitting your marks. And I think we'll see in this infield, as they all battle side by side, John's going to be able to make up that time that he lost from not having a draft buddy. And hopefully this time, as he exits 6, he'll have someone. Otherwise, that lead 4 will be a lead 3, just like we talked about.
Oh, car off at the bus stop there. So number 33, we are told, of Peter Summerford. We also had an off during the break of the number 11 of Cole Lucas, who got into the tire wall at the outside of turn number 6. Was able to continue, shook the car down for a couple of corners, but all seemed to be well for Cole and carried on his way. A couple of scraps deeper in the field. We'll pick up the numbers next time they come around here, but good 4 or 5 cars together headed actually right towards where we are here. So there's, that's the orange crowd, let's say, of I think it's Carter Fountain, Acosta, Ramos in that group. And then behind that, this is Scuffle, Bailey, Gerchak, Hobson, probably all the way back through Ellie Gossett.
Yeah, I think so.
And that may even actually go further back than that, Munnerlin and Martin, before you get the bigger gaps. So anyway, they've done a good job of scrapping, but obviously all that scrapping comes at a cost, and it appears to be that they've just kind of separated into their own little battle pack where the leaders go. Yeah, it's pretty much a lead trio now. It looks like that number 10 of John Davison just getting dropped. Able to get some of that time back in the infield, Nick, but tough sledding around the banking.
Yeah, it was. They just no one really came back for him, and the front three decided that they're going to try to make it on their own. Could lead to another car being hung out, depending on the speeds and the decision making of those top three. But we'll see how things shake out there as you go a little further back. That group we just talked about: Harley Scuffil, Rob Bailey, Eric Gerchak, Gary Hobson, Ellie Gossett, Ford Munderland. As they come through turn 7. Wow, were they nose to tail? What's that? 6 cars?
Yeah,
all bundled up.
That's
and
a blob.
yeah,
that is.
Yeah, they are still racing hard for 9th place there, which is the joy of Spec Miata.
Let's pick them up out of turn 4 here, Jordan. They are. It's not even worth trying to pick out who's who as they come back towards start finish. There they go.
There they are.
Just past the camera there. They're all back in the line by the time they get back to start finish. Unbelievably, 21 from 34 at the head of that group. So it's Gerchak, Munnerlin, Hobson, Bailey, and then actually Martin and Ellie Gossett goes from what was nominally inside the top 10 all the way back to P15 now, just at the hands of some pretty wild drafting around the East Banking here at Daytona. Should be the penultimate lap here, Nick, I think. We went under the line with less than 4 minutes on the clock. 20 minutes is all we get, at least for this afternoon. And as the leaders work their way out of the Western Horseshoe back towards turn number 6, it looks like McTutis now to the lead. Very much
sure is, yeah. Yeah, McTutis has taken the lead away from Bobby Gossett, who is in second now. Christian Meyer hanging on for dear life in that third position. Maybe regretting that move of going around John Davison, but
well, and specifically, Nick, because I think it leaves him without help.
It does,
right? Yeah. With Gossett and McTutis together at the front, 44 and 66. Meyer, sure, the draft is going to be able to keep him with those lead two, but who's going to shove him, or theoretically shove him around either of those two cars or both of those cars? It's going to take him going with potentially the 44 of Bobby Gossett trying to get by McTutis. But that's not Meyer's decision. That's going to be Bobby's decision.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be tough. Breaking out from the duo is going to be nearly impossible for him to get around. So unless someone else from that duo decides to become a traitor, really, and abandon their partner that they've worked with for the last 18 and a half minutes, it's going to be tough for the 134 to make a move, but hanging in there valiantly. John Davison alone in fourth. The other duos have not been able to catch him as we work our way back to Michael Fountain, Michael Carter, and then Malbec Ramos and Alex Acosta. So
white flag is in the air at start finish. 44, Bobby Gossett to the inside of Charles McTutis headed towards turn number 1. That move is done. Back to the throttle pretty early there for Bobby Gossett, which is good, but it kind of hampers McTutis on the inside. Christian Meyer in the 134 is going to go around the outside at the S-bend, kind of thinks better of it as they head towards turn number 3, rolls out of the throttle, and is going to get back in line behind the 66 of McTutis.
Yeah, I think it was a wise move. The best case scenario there, he's able to break them up and move into second, and then he becomes the one who gets to choose who his dance partner is. But a little bit risky, and these laps are fairly long compared to some other races here in the Central Florida region.
Put me in the seat of the second place car, Charles McTutis here. Coming out of turn number 6, do you want to be right up to the back of Bobby Gossett in the 44, or do you want to lean back and try and get Meyer to push you past the 44?
Ooh, it's a tough one. I guess it depends on how big of a friendship they have, maybe off the track, that's going to determine this, and how close Christian Meyer is behind them.
Meyer gets a nose up the inside coming out of turn number 6, and McTutis is not able to get back to the inside yellow line there, just like you talked about. Where are the friendships? Bobby Gossett moves up off the yellow line to pick up McTutis, and it's going to be status quo as they work towards oval turn number 2 and down the super stretch for the final time.
Yeah, I think after a move like that, if I'm in the second car and the front car comes up to help me out there and split off. I think I'm working with them to get away from this third car and then breaking out at the last second to see if I can make a move. Let's keep it between me and you at the front.
It's going to depend on the run through the Le Mans chicane. Pretty even. McTutis had a good entry, got back to the throttle well. Meyer gets right back to the rear bumper of the 66 of McTutis, who in turn gets to the rear bumper of Bobby Gossett. 1, 2, and 3 around the east banking for the final time, headed towards the checkered flag. McTutis shoving Bobby Gossett all the way with the 134 of Christian Meyer in tow. Does Meyer try and pop out? Does McTutis pop out? Past the pit entry and to the checkered flag for the final time. Here comes McTutis to the outside. Bobby Gossett on the inside. Photo finish at Daytona.
Wow.
It is Bobby Gossett by 0.02 of a second from Christian Meyer. McTutis had it timed almost perfectly. 0.02 of a second, just too late.
Wow, what a finish. Yeah, McTutis really timed it well. That was about as good as you can get. I mean, 0.02 of a second, a little too late to make that run, but it was exactly what we talked about. You know, you push your buddy all the way up, and you try to keep it a 1-2 fight between you and him, and so you can get to the line first, and it's exactly how it went down.
Yeah, Bobby pulled to the inside there, right along the apron, tucked right up along the edge of the grass line there in the tri-oval, shortening that distance back to the checkered flag. McTutis had the run and had the help from Meyer coming back to the finish, but yeah, just not quite enough. Bobby Gossett did really, really well to hang on there, and imagine that, a photo finish at Daytona after 20 minutes of action here in the SARRC single points race, 20 minutes. Yeah, doesn't get much better than that. We'll run through the order quickly here and then step aside, headed towards group number 6. As we said, Bobby Gossett by 0.02 of a second gets the win over Charles McTutis, 44 from 66. Christian Meyer finishes 3rd. Then it's John Davison, who kind of got dropped there in that last little stanza of the race in Spec Miata to come home P4. Michael Fountain in the number 101 wins SMSE. Did end up passing Harley Scufffield. As a matter of fact, to end up taking that class win. With Michael Carter pushing him most of the way there. Alex Acosta finishes P7, Malbec Ramos in P8 before we get to that 45 of Harley Scuffo in P9. Eric Gerczak rounds out the top 10, but was first of that next little pack that came back to the checkered flag. Roy Hobson pushed him there at P11. Ford Munnerlin in the 34 dropped back a little bit as well. Ends up P12 ahead of Ellie Gossett in the number 77 and P13. Rob Bailey in the number 74 in 14th. Tucker Martin, the 73 in 15th. And then another pack, Lucas Jensen, Jason Fichter come home side by side, 0.08 of a second between the 56 and the 7. Jason Turcotte in the 115 finishes P18. Christopher Giram in the number 14 finishes 19th. Todd Shira rounds out the top 20. Full results are available there on Race Monitor for you as well if you'd like to take a look. Before we get group number 6 underway, it's production, GT Light, B-Spec, C-Spec. We don't have any C-Spec this weekend. It's unfortunate. A little bit extra IT action, ITB and ITC along for the ride as well. We're going to step aside here on DriversEye Live, catch our breath, and rejoin for the final 2 sprint races of the afternoon from the SARRC Invitational Challenge at Daytona International Speedway. We're back in a moment.
When it comes to your home, details matter, and that's why there's Mansion Windows and Doors to help you create a space that's beautiful, energy efficient, and built to last. From elegant entry doors to custom windows, their expert team guides Central Florida homeowners every step of the way. Proud to sponsor this year's SARRC Invitational Challenge, Mansion Windows and Doors celebrates craftsmanship and community. Discover the difference quality design can make. Visit mansionwd.com to dream, create, and inspire your home today.
At Comprint Motorsports, no detail is too small when it comes to race prep. Their services include pre-event preparation, transmission repair, composites, welding and fabrication, data system installation, repair, paint and bodywork, and shock dynamometer testing. Add in coaching, trackside support, and rentals, and you are race ready. With 9 national titles across 4 categories, Comprint knows how to win. Whatever your race car needs, Comprint delivers. Visit comprint.net today.
At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's only CSR-certified SCCA Enterprises shop, we put you in race-ready Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s, competitive, mechanically sound, and built to win. We handle it all. Full arrive and drive services, rentals, expert prep, and top-tier trackside support. You just show up, suit up, and race. Whether you're chasing championships or the pure thrill, at Apex you're more than a driver, you're family. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
Every great race needs more horsepower. It needs volunteers. At every SCCA event, stewards keep competition safe and equal, judging the action and guiding drivers towards their best. CDIV's stewarding team, the Stewards of the Southeast, invite you to join their ranks at your next SCCA event. Committed to racing, you can race and serve as a steward on the same weekend. Whether you're a veteran racer or an experienced volunteer, your insight can shape the future of motorsports. Step up, give back, become a steward, and help the next generation drive faster and fairer. Learn more at scca.com.
PM Racing is a proven powerhouse, two-time national champions in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 with 25 Southeast Division titles and multiple SCCA runoffs poles. Based in Lakeland, Florida, and serving racers all across the Southeast, they specialize in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 with over 30 cars in the shop and also support prototype and GTX competitors. PM Racing, become part of a winning team. Contact Brian Schofield or stop by the PM Racing tent in the paddock.
In need of a specialty tune for your American V8? Brace Kumis Racing is Central Florida's solution. Our speed shop, conveniently just 3 miles from I-95 in Palm Bay, houses the professional tech you need to succeed. We tune most domestic OEM ECUs as well as Holley, Haltech, and Megasquirt, and maintain an in-house dyno jet with load cell. No tuning or dynoing your domestic muscle? PKR offers other race-related services including pre-purchase inspections, suspension and brake work, scaling and corner balancing, and much, much more. To learn more, find us on social media by searching Brace Kumis Racing or call 321-848-2280 today.
Get ready for pure adrenaline. Since 1977, the Mars Series has been the beating heart of SCCA club racing, bringing wheel-to-wheel action to legendary tracks from Summit Point to VIR to Watkins Glen and everywhere in between. On October 11th and 12th, the 2025 season finale hits Summit Point Raceway, and you can watch every lap live on the Washington, D.C. region's YouTube channel. And racing right alongside Mars since 2018, the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, with the motto, any tire, any motor, any suspension, welcomes racers with most any race car for close competitive races 3 times a weekend. And none of this happens without the incredible volunteers who power events like this weekend's SARRC Invitational Challenge. Thank you. Don't just watch racing, feel it. Scan the QR code and subscribe now at youtube.com/@WDCR. Back at the World Center of Racing, the SARRC Invitational Challenge 2025 divisional finale, Southeast Division, rolls on. 2 more sprint races to come before our 4-hour Enduro under the lights. Group number 6 is up next.
I am Brendan Kaczmarek, joined by Nick Soriano. Jordan Worth on production duties remotely, set for, I mean, it's going to be tough to follow up Spec Miata, of course. We know that. But the racing has been fantastic all afternoon here, and I think we're set for another good one here. It is E-Production, F-Production, H-Production, ITB, ITC, B-Spec, and GTL. We're getting some regional classes here we don't normally get to see very often. Looking forward to here. Get to your starting grid. On the front row, number 148 is Sean Sigis. It's your E-Production pole sitter as well in his 1986 Mazda RX-7. F-Production pole sitter. Start alongside him. It's the number 30 of Mark Carpenter in the 1994 Acura Integra. Row number 2, all E-Production, it's Steve Saney. Number 48 next to John Bell in the number 162. The Florida residents, BMW, and a Mazda RX-7 alongside. Row number 3, David Bowles and Al Pierce, 79 and 78. It's a 1997 Volkswagen Golf alongside an RX-7 from 1983. Row number 4, Don Ahrens, 61, 1991, NA Mazda Miata alongside Richard Gallup. The number 115 Mazda Miata, also an NA, also F-Production. Another F-Production row on row number 5, Pedro Rivera, the number 38 Porsche 914 alongside the 93 Mazda Miata, Patrick McGovern. Your H-Production pole sitter starts in P11. It's Russ McBride, the number 14 alongside the ITB pole sitter. At Merritt Island, Florida, it's Mike McCormick. Your B-Spec pole sitter, oh boy, it's Josh Schmidt, which is how you end up with Smitter. It's the number 119 Babyface himself, Babyface Fabrications, sponsoring our production this weekend. So I mix up all of my words. Great to have Josh along, and great to see him up on the pole in B-Spec. They'll start alongside the number 86 GTL entry of Ken Blackburn. It's the number 140 of a driver we don't have a name for, but it's an H-Production car out of Bonita Springs, Florida, VW Scirocco with a wrong transponder number. Shame on you, fix that. Alfonso Ruiz, number 96, starting in 16th. It's an ITB entry. Row number 9 will be the number 6 from John Mark Gray, alongside the 08 of Donald Placeres. Those are both H-Production cars. B-Spec, number 07, second place in the class, Garen McCormick, next to Mickey Morwald in the number 47. That is row number 10. Row number 11, Greg Ely and Scott Larson, 06 and 19. And row number 12, last on the field, it's Lou Ann Capson alongside Bradley Ross, 117 and number 5. The 1985 Audi Coupe rounds out your 24-car field.
Yeah, great lineup. I think we're going to have some good racing between our production classes with a lot of UPs up at the front. I do want to make a quick shout out to Al Pierce. You mentioned him. He's starting 6th place. He is celebrating his 50th year racing with the SCCA. He is 80 years old, he said, and he said he still loves competing. He's the 2015 SARRC champion.
All right.
So he ran the SIC back in 2015 and was able to come out victorious in that championship. But just a really cool story to hear someone racing with SCCA for 50 years. So appreciate your dedication to the sport, Al. And good luck to you today, as you've got some tough competition here. I think it's going to be a fun race, and we'll see how things shake out.
Yeah, a lot of diversity in the field as well. We've got the B-Spec cars that are mixed up and down the order, but plenty of other cars to choose from. VWs, Mazda RX-7s, Miatas, Porsche 914s, BMWs, VW Golfs, Rabbits, Protegés, Audi Coupes, you name it, we've got it. What we don't have is a green flag this time by, and that is because I scanned frantically around. I think we got a car stopped on the backstretch. I do see a tilt bed headed towards the last cut, actually just past the pump house there on the back straight, if you're familiar. Right just where the banking flattens out, there's a TV tower and a pump house adjacent to Lake Lloyd. You go one cut past that, and I think we've got a red and white car that's stopped up against the inside wall that needs to be recovered before we can go racing.
We sure do. That looks to be the number 19 of Scott Larson, the Datsun.
Yeah, that car was towards the back of the field. You say 1980 Datsun 210. And not able to make it back around to start-finish. Interesting to see. I think when we did this in Group 1, where we had the prototype stop at turn number 5, they actually cut out the infield and went around the banking and came back to a green flag. I don't know if they expect this to take longer or they just didn't cut it out because they don't have to recover a car from the infield. But anyway, yeah, interesting to see they use the full course this time.
Yeah, they are. He looked like he stopped in a good spot, so I think they're going to be able to get him cleared out pretty quickly. So
I think they may already have.
Yeah, I think so. Looking at things, it's hard for me to make out any car stuck back there. So assuming a green flag this time, and we'll go back to racing.
Important to note here, the timer has started. Like with any situation where there's a wave off, whether it's because of a car that needs to be recovered or a bad start profile coming to the green flag, once you trip the timer after the first pace lap, unless it's coordinated ahead of time, the timer is going to start. The race has technically begun. We will still get a double file start, but again, the clock is running, and we'll end up with something like 16 and a half minutes or so of actual racing action here around Daytona International Speedway. So lights still on, at least for now, on the classic Mazda of Orlando safety car. One of the great partners and sponsors of the Central Florida region, the SCCA. I've been working now with CFR for the last year and a half or so on some live streaming projects here at DriversEye Live, and Classic Mazda was always one of the names that came up first, and people that support the region and help make it all possible. Donation of 2 really, really slick safety cars. Just exactly the right color, that Mazda Soul Red, and truly decked out to be exactly what they are, which is representative of what CFR does so well here, whether it's at Sebring or up here at Daytona.
Yeah. Well, while we have a second before we get started,
Yeah.
I want to do a couple of shout-outs because some people in our in the YouTube chat here, they have some fan favorites. I mean, It looks like we've got Josh, who I'm assuming is Josh Schmidt.
Gotta be Josh Schmidt.
In the number 119. So thank you guys for tuning in. And we also have Donald Placeris in the number 08 H production car. He's got some fans watching online as well. And even one that looks from Italy. We've got some international viewers.
Fantastic.
So thank you guys for watching. We really do appreciate you tuning in and supporting us and your loved ones as they race here at Daytona International Speedway.
Josh from Italy, go Josh from Italy. If you're interested, Hopi S 1421. Can I interest you in a 1979 Fiat X19, perhaps?
Ooh.
Russ McBride, watch out for the number 14. Is what I would recommend.
All right, I heard a lights out, so that is good news for us as the field reforms in NASCAR 4. I think we're about to go racing pretty soon.
I think so. 2x2, the field forms up again, headed towards the skid pad that marks the inside runoff from oval turn number 4. The lights are still on the trackside caution lights, but the lights are out on the classic Mazda of Orlando safety car. Car will peel off to driver's left down the pit lane. 2x2, it will be Sean Seguis and Mark Carpenter leading us to the green flag. Careful not to lean into that throttle too early. They don't. The green flag waves, and we are racing at Daytona. The 48 from the inside of row number 2 gets a great jump right up to the back bumper of Seguis, and it looks like is going to make a bid here for second place, headed down into the braking zone at turn 2 for the first time. I think it's going to be Seguis from Saney from Carpenter. 1, 2, and 3 out of the first couple of corners.
Yeah, great move going into 1. Was able to make it work and holding steadily in second now. So we'll see. That's 2 EP cars nose to tail, and I want to say that's a points battle as well. I'm going to double check my point sheet because I believe they are 1 and 2 in the SARRC Championship, Seguis and Saney.
A little bit further back, keep an eye out for the 2 yellow Mazda RX-7s. John Bell in the first one, Al Pierce in the second one. You talked about Al a little bit earlier on. They're sandwiching the VW Golf of David Bowles. That's an F production car kind of stuck in the middle, and you could really see Al Pierce in that number 78 get the launch out of the International Horseshoe, draw right up to the back of that VW, but it looks like maybe trouble now for Al Pierce out of the Western Horseshoe, drops back 1, 2, 3, 4 spots towards the bottom end of the top 10 and kind of leaves John Bell in the first of those yellow RX-7s out to go chase down the lead 3.
Yeah, he does. Small mistakes like we've talked about all day. They they can cost you so much to track like this. As we've got, wow, look at that car go around the outside.
Yeah, that is Al Pierce.
That
Really got the jump out of turn number 6. Looks like maybe just a misshift or something out of the Western Horseshoe there at turn number 5. Kind of put him on the back foot. Able to get most of it, actually all those spots back now.
Yeah.
Just 7 or 8 car lengths to go until he's back to the VW Golf of David Bowles. So really not a whole lot lost there, although you'd prefer not to slip back if you can avoid it. Up at the front, though, the top 3 go into the East banking, together. That is Seguis from... Is that Carpenter who's gotten back? Oh, no. That is Saney who's cleared both of them. So Saney goes through into the overall lead and the E-production lead, demotes the Mazda RX-7 of Sean Seguis into second.
Yeah.
And then the number 30 comes through in third. That's Mark Carpenter.
Yeah. Al Pierce making up a lot of ground. If that's him in fourth. Fifth. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
John Bell.
Correct.
Bell there
Yep.
hanging on to the front group. Sorry, forgot there was someone else in there. The 2 yellow RX-7s really got me, but here they go. Looking almost side by side as they go through turn 2. Looks like Sean Seguis backs out. Probably the right move if I had to guess. Pretty early in the race. No need to push the issue and just hang out. But on the exit, that is not the same.
No, absolutely not. Seguis gets the good run out of the International Horseshoe, kind of gets the punch, and is actually going to have the move done by the time they arc into the kink for the second time. Demotes that number 48 BMW of Steve Saney back into second. That's a change for your E-production lead. Once again, Mark Carpenter watches it all from third. And is going to get swamped here if he's not careful by that 162 of John Bell, who I think is going to want to play a part in the E-production battle up at the front. Carpenter has some breathing room behind. It's David Bowles in the 79 VW Golf that he's actually racing with for the F-production class lead. Yeah, keep an eye on that 162 of John Bell. See if that RX-7 can get some of the punch round the banking here on the west end of the Speedway. Try and catch those 2 race leaders who go pretty evenly matched now, about 3 car lengths apart each through oval turn number 2.
Yeah, not seeing a lot of gaps closing. Maybe a little bit as they come towards turn 7 as...
Round the outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Seguis trying the... I'm sorry, Staney trying the move on Seguis. Can't get it done. Seguis will hold the inside as they get back to the first apex. Now, is he out of rhythm through the second and third? And is there a launch to be made by Seguis here? I'm sorry, Staney here in that number 48. The 48 and the 148 together really throwing me off.
They are, yeah.
It's also all S's. Steve Saney, Sean Seguis.
It sure is.
Really difficult.
Yeah, the alliteration and the excitement make it very difficult to keep track of what's going on. And as they come towards start-finish here, it looks like it's going to remain, Sean Seguis. No, Steve Saney coming around the outside with that BMW power.
Yep, 48 from 148. Then it's Mark Carpenter in the 30. Don't look now, but here comes Al Pierce in the 78. Gets the move done for third in E-production. 4th place overall, gets past John Bell, and now sets his sights at 80 years young on the overall and E-production race leaders, Saney and Seguis, just up ahead. Carpenter is going to pull out of the way here and let Al Pierce through. Should probably let John Bell through here as well in E-production. Just a little bit too far back to make that an obvious thing headed into turn number 3. But we now have the E-production trio together at the front of the field. Look at Al Pierce go in third.
Yeah, this is great, and to add to the excitement of all 4 of these E-production cars at the front, these are the top 4 drivers in points in the SARRC Championship as well.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah, we've got a 26-point gap from 1st to 4th, but the top 2 separated by 4 points. That is Sean Seguis and Steve Saney. Sean leading the points championship right now. So, your top 2 drivers, your top 2 in points.
We talked about it earlier on today. It's not necessarily that the championship itself is going to be decided today, but anything you can do today with the double points race coming tomorrow, either to extend the margin or help close up that gap, is going to put you in a much, much better position when the swings get a little bit more wild with that double points feature race coming tomorrow. For this group, it'll be tomorrow afternoon right around 2 o'clock. Still together at the front of the field. Change now, actually. It's Seguis in the RX-7 from Al Pierce. Man, these RX-7s have some ponies down the straight.
They sure do. Wow.
Yeah, able to easily clear the number 48 of Steve Saney in that BMW, who does close back up to Al Pierce coming through the Le Mans chicane after 3 laps of racing are complete. They do spread themselves a little bit out around the east banking, coming to complete this lap number 4. We're going to have to step aside here at DriversEye Live here. Thank some of our partners and sponsors who make this all possible. It's a 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge. We're going to bring you back to the checkered flag here in a couple of minutes' time in just a moment. Stay with us.
Want to race Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s with speed, style, and unbeatable support? At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's official customer service representative for SCCA Enterprises, we make it happen. Race-ready SRF3 rentals, full arrive and drive packages, expert prep and top-tier trackside support, and a crew that treats you like family. From your first lap to the checkered flag, we've got your back every step of the way. Whether you're chasing the podium or the pure rush of racing, Apex delivers performance with a personal touch. Come for the competition, stay for the camaraderie. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
Your home deserves more than ordinary. Mansion Windows and Doors delivers striking designs and energy-saving innovation that makes every view exceptional. Their professionals help you choose windows and doors that reflect your style and enhance comfort. This season, Mansion Windows and Doors is proud to support the SCCA and Central Florida racing community because great design is all about performance. Explore the possibilities at mansionwd.com and bring your vision to life. Mansion Windows and Doors, dream, create, inspire.
When victory's on the line, champions get a prep shop they can trust. Comprint Motorsports, Athens, Georgia's road racing powerhouse, has powered drivers to 9 national titles across 4 different categories. With precision preparation, expert fabrication, and professional coaching all under one roof, Comprint is where champions are made. Comprint Motorsports, winning starts here. Visit comprint.net today.
Every great race needs more horsepower. It needs volunteers. At every SCC event, stewards keep competition safe and equal, judging the action and guiding drivers towards their best. CDIV's stewarding team, the Stewards of the Southeast, invite you to join their ranks at your next SCC event. Committed to racing, you can race and serve as a steward on the same weekend. Whether you're a veteran racer or an experienced volunteer, your insight can shape the future of motorsports. Step up, give back, become a steward, and help the next generation drive faster and fairer. Learn more at scca.com.
Looking for precision that performs under pressure? At Tri-X Precision Manufacturing, we don't just machine parts, we engineer confidence. From aerospace to defense, our AS9100D and ISO 9001-2015 certified team deliver high-quality custom CNC components built to exacting standards. Fast turnaround, flawless execution. When your mission demands reliability, Tri-X delivers. On time, every time. Based in Sarasota, Florida, discover the power of precision at trixpm.com.
Bryce Kumis Racing is your home for American V8 performance modification and tuning. Located in Palm Bay, Florida, just 3 miles from I-95, our speed shop houses a dyno jet with load cell for precision tuning on most OEM ECUs, as well as Harley, Haltech, and Mega Squirt. Not in need of tuning? BKR's team offers the Central Florida motorsports community services ranging from suspension and brake conversions to corner balancing, pre-purchase inspections, and race prep services. To learn more, find us on social media by searching Bryce Kunis Racing or call 321-848-2280 today.
Ready to live the thrill of motorsports? The Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA has it all, and that's why we were named the 2024 SCCA Jumbo Region of the Year. Wheel-to-wheel road racing, precision autocross, high-speed HPDE, heart-pounding time trials, dirt slinging rallycross, or feel the rush of road rally, virtual racing, or karting. Whatever you drive, there's a place for you in the SCCA and the Washington, D.C. region with over 50 events year-round so you can have fun with cars. And don't forget, it's our incredible volunteers who keep the action alive. Want to be a part of it? Step up and join the team. Get started today at wdcr-scca.org. Don't just watch racing, live it with WDCR.
Back at Daytona International Speedway, less than 5 minutes left on the clock in group number 6. Nick Soriano and Brendan Kaczmarek up here in the booth. Some bigger gaps a little bit further down the field. We are going to stay right at the front, right at the point, as it were. Al Pierce and Sean Seguis up in E-Production, giving it a pretty good old go here. Al Pierce has just about a second in hand over that number 148. It was a little bit less than that as they came down to the Le Mans chicane it'll be 2 to go now as they come back to the start-finish line. But this is the best battle we've got on track for the moment.
Yeah, we saw Al Pierce made the mistake earlier, but was able to really put things together, run a couple good laps, and get right back into the mix, and a couple good moves. Here we are, running right out in front in that either first or second gen RX-7. I can never tell them apart, but
watching to turn number 3 here, Nick. Al Pierce opens it up just a little bit, headed into the braking zone. Seguis kind of shows the nose to the inside, will compromise the entry just a little bit, but they're really even as they get back on the throttle, headed towards turn number 4, just like we've seen all through the race. Pierce gets a really good launch out of the slower corners and is able to extend that margin just a touch. Lifts on the way through the kick where Seguis looks like he's kept it mostly flat. Does Seguis show the nose again at turn number 5? No, he does not. Tries to square the corner off just a touch and get a run in a short shoot towards turn number 6. There's a knock-on effect there where maybe Pierce goes defensive and it just hampers his exit a touch, but I don't think that's the case. Getting back on the throttle, pointed right at our camera for a moment as they work towards the west banking again. Pierce with about 3 car lengths in hand will just begin to stretch the margin.
yeah, a little further back, the battle for third still going on between Steve Saney and John Bell. NEP, that BMW.
Yeah, there you see it.
RX-7. They are starting to get pretty close, and we'll see if maybe make a move into the Le Mans chicane on the backstretch. And no, it looks like they're going to stay 3 and 4. Keep running orders the same. There is a lapped car coming up, so could throw a wrench into anyone's plan as they make their way. But catching them on the banking is best case scenario. Lots of room, so hopefully won't interrupt this race that we have at the front of the EP field.
I think my question mark in this battle for third in eProd would be, is Bell holding back, just waiting for the right opportunity? Does he have the legs to get by Steve Saney without having to make a desperation move? It wasn't very close to the Le Mans chicane, but here comes Bell up to the back and now the outside of Steve Saney, headed towards start-finish, gets up into top gear, and they draw very, very even side by side as they take the white flag to begin the final lap. 3.5 miles to go from the World Center of Racing, and it's anybody's game in the battle for third overall. Third in E production, Pearson, Seguis go nose to tail as well ahead of this group. We'll get them all in one shot, I think, headed towards, Saney is slow. Saney is slow coming out of turn number 2, and it's going to allow John Bell to not walk to a third place. Still got a full lap to go here, but Saney looks like he's down to maybe a high gear, or, oh no, the car's got no drive.
Yeah,
car's got no drive. He's going to take the hard left-hand turn into the back door at turn number 3.
Oh, what a shame.
That is a shame. It was a really, really good race there, and you thought maybe there was a chance, even without the top end, that Steve Saney was going to hang on, or at least give it a good old fight right to the checkered flag in that battle for third. It's not going to be the case, but let's head towards the front of the field where Sean Seguis takes the lead on the last lap, headed through the infield for the final time. They'll work up onto the banking where we know Al Pierce has been so good. That car really launches out of these slow corners well before they draw even as they hit 5th gear. I don't know, man. I mean, 10 car lengths is quite a bit to close in. We've seen Pierce do it before. He got to the lead once, but without some help or a mistake from Sean Seguis in the 148 here, I don't know that Pierce is going to have enough coming out of the Le Mans chicane for the final time to draw even.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to make up that much ground, but a mistake from Sean Seguis would be a huge help for Al Pierce, but it looks like he is through there very cleanly. A very good run. And no drama to be had. I think it is Sean Seguis' race to lose. I think even if he ran out of fuel at this point, he might be able to coast to the finish line and hold on to it as he puts together a great move on the final lap. And as he passes some of the lapped cars in slower classes, he is going to easily win E-Production and overall. And that is the checkered flag for Sean Seguis, who is going to win overall in this group and E-Production as well. So congratulations to him. Followed closely by Al Pierce, who we talked about, who had a great run. And Yeah, what a show. EP putting on a pretty good race. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's tremendous. Drama right at the end. I mean, Steve Saney, excuse me, in that number 48 BMW. You say, it just came up a couple of corners short. You don't get a podium. Don't forget, we still have championships to come tomorrow, and Steve Saney is right in the thick of that SARRC E production points chase. So let's see where things land at the end of today. In any case, great result for Sean Seguis. I think Steve Saney is going to need to have the kind of day tomorrow that Sean Seguis just had in order to take this title fight right down to the wire. Anyway, Al Pierce comes home in second at 80 years young, his 50th season of SCCA racing. In that number 78, John Bell hangs on for third after Steve Saney failed to finish. Mark Carpenter wins in F production ahead of David Bowles. It's a almost 25-second margin between the two of them, rounding out the top 5 overall. Pedro Rivera will round out the F production podium as well. Patrick McGovern in the number 8 finishes P7. Steve Saney looks like we'll wind up, well, for now, 8th overall, but let's see once everybody's come across the line where the 7 laps gets Steve there. A little bit further back, Ken Blackburn, Russ McBride come through. Those are your GTL and H production winners, respectively, after completing their 8th lap. Mickey Merwald is going to take home the ITC victory. Scott Larson did not start, unfortunately, so that 47 will take the win. Their H production, we said Russ McBride, the number 140 in second. Donald Placeres finishes third ahead of John Mark Gray in fourth. ITB, Mike McCormick from Brad Ross, those are your only 2 starters in that class. Josh Schmidt hangs on to win B-Spec, Babyface Fabrications, ahead of Gary McCormick in the number 07 by 5 seconds. They're in B-Spec. And I think that's going to do it as far as group number 6 goes. Nick Soriano, 1 to go.
1 to go. And it's an exciting one. This is the big bore cars, as we call them. These are, we've got some American muscle, we've got some race cars, we've got some Trans Am cars, we've got a little bit of everything for everyone. But my most favorite in this group is Spec Corvette. I spent some time down in the paddock during lunch, and I managed to talk to a couple of teams in Spec Corvette and got some great insight in the class, so I can't wait to share it with you in the next race.
We're going to have to hustle through it. I'm sure it's going to be fast and frantic. Almost half the field made up out of that Spec Corvette gang, and it's everything we love about SCCA Club Racing, community, fast cars, loud noises, all good things. We're going to step aside here at DriversEye Live. Again, thank our partners and sponsors who are making this all possible. It's the 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge from Daytona International Speedway with DriversEye Live. We'll be back in just a moment.
Utilizing advanced CNC machinery and software, the team at Silverhorse Racing and Space Coast Precision proudly manufacture products in the USA, right on Florida's Space Coast. They take pride in supplying companies such as Shelby American, Magnuson Superchargers, SpaceX, and more, producing components for some of the world's fastest and most recognizable vehicles. From deep-sea water testing to parts for America's space program and everything in between, they are ready to tackle your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Babyface Fabrication is the product of years of NASCAR and road racing fabrication experience by SCCA B-Spec driver Josh Schmidt. Our website has dozens of existing products and custom solutions for your current or next race car build. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to learn more.
At SpeedTech Automotive, our mission is to deliver unmatched performance, innovation, and reliability to every vehicle we service and modify. With over 20 years of experience in the automotive industry and 15 years of racing expertise, we're driven by a passion for precision engineering and cutting-edge technology. Our goal is to push the boundaries of automotive excellence, offering our clients high-performance solutions that enhance both the speed and safety of their vehicles. Whether on the track or on the road, we are committed to exceeding expectations, fostering lasting relationships, and setting the standard for performance and service in the automotive world. For more, find us on Facebook at SpeedTech Automotive and SpeedTech Motorsport.
From
Kart to Car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by Willie and Abel Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists, teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com. And a big thank you to all the volunteers who make this weekend's SARRC Invitational Challenge possible.
PM Racing is a proven powerhouse, two-time national champions in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 with 25 Southeast Division titles and multiple SCCA runoffs poles. Based in Lakeland, Florida, and serving racers all across the Southeast, they specialize in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 with over 30 cars in the shop and also support prototype and GTX competitors. PM Racing, become part of a winning team. Contact Brian Schofield or stop by the PM Racing tent in the paddock.
Back at Daytona International Speedway, the World Center of Racing, one sprint group to go. I'm Brendan Kaczmarek with Nick Soriano, group number 7. It's big bore, it's loud cars, fast cars at their spiritual home, the high banks of the Daytona International Speedway. See the class listing there. I don't need to read that all off to you, but we do love the big bore group here at DriversEye Live. Spec Corvette is going to bring up the second half of this field, which is something of a treat for us here at DriversEye Live. Really, really deep field, some onboard cameras, and just really good action and camaraderie, all the good things about SCCA Club Racing. Nick Soriano, you're going to take the grid for group number 7 here. Let's get us started for our last sprint race of the day.
Absolutely. Your pole sitter today in GT2, Russell Wittenberg, in the number 113 Porsche GT3. Next to him is going to be Mickey Carter. Behind them in the number 10, Michael Shea. 35 of Bob Monette is going to be right next door to him. Row number 3, Chip Bozeman and Steven Sowers. The 49 and 46. And in 7th and 8th, we've got the 72 of Bobby Gonzalez and the 30 of Dana Blackhurst. 9th and 10th, 93 of Rob Partello and the 23 of Jose Garcia. Next row, the 88 of James Prater and the 147 of Jared Smith. Behind them, the 31 of Dayton Brooks and 91 of Michael Attaway. And rounding out that first group that you're going to see is the 29 of Sherman Singh and the 112 of Stephen Ryder. Now, this is not an official split start, but behind them, a distance back, is going to be your Spec Corvettes. Your pole for Spec Corvette is Spencer Conrad, number 77. We've got the 86 next to him of Marino Reyes. The 04 of Ken Mantovani, next to the 54 of Cecil Stevens. Next row, the 87 of Joseph Stoddard and the 53 of Frank Reinhardt. Next up, the 65 of Cameron McGee and the 62 of Kenneth Koslows. Directly behind the 65 is the 66 of Joel McGee. That's going to be Cameron's dad, another father-son duo that we have out here. Next to Joel is Rick Woodley in the number 15. And rounding out your Group 7 field, the number 57, James Davidson. So there you go. We've got a good lineup. Another father-son duo like we saw in Spec Racer Ford. Great to see family in the sport. And like I was talking about earlier, I was able to go to the paddock during lunch and talk to some of the drivers. And Spec Corvette was one of the kind of focuses. I wanted to go talk to as many drivers as I could. The coolest thing that I heard from them was their favorite part of the class was not the racing, it was the community. They said they love working on the cars together. They love going to dinner together out at the track. It was very cool to hear that that was their favorite part. And it is a very young spec class, so they all shared the same sentiment that their least favorite was kind of the growing rule book. Yeah. You know, everyone's finding those gray areas and kind of learning the cars out. So it'll be interesting to watch them. But we've got a whole other group in front of them. And yeah, they are coming to the line now.
Yep. Two by two by about 7 in this first group, headed towards Tri-Oval to begin 20 minutes, or final 20 minutes of sprint racing action on this fine Saturday afternoon from the World Center of Racing. Porsche and tube frame on the front row. Let's call it. The green flag waves to Monte Carlo, I suppose, and the 08. Mickey Carter gets the early jump, headed down towards turn number 1. Porsche on the brakes, however, of Russell Wittenberg. Looks like he's going to get the overall lead back away from that GTA car of Mickey Carter. Yes, he does. And then as they funnel in behind, a little bit of smoke hanging in the air down there at turn number 1, maybe some dust just from being out of line. Back to the start-finish line. There go the Spec Corvettes, about 9 or 10 cars deep. They go underneath the starter stand there and into turn number 1, 120 miles an hour just in that short burst. These C5 Corvettes moving around, under braking, cold tires, cold brakes. A little bit of a slide there is the car just ahead of our camera car, which is the Cecil Stevens entry, really moving around at the apex at turn 2. Gets it all gathered up before the 86 of Marino Reyes slots back in to second place, headed into the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, great start for the Spec Corvettes. A lot of good side-by-side action, and everyone made it through nice and clean. So be interesting to see how the field groups up. And as the rest of the front pack takes the bankings for the first time, going through NASCAR 2 now.
Yeah, this is where you look at this 3 wide almost headed around the banking. This is Rolex 24 type stuff, proper multi-class racing where different cars make speed in different ways. We knew those big V8s, those stock car chassis, were going to have a big punch as they grab 3rd and 4th gear around the banking. Again, spiritual home for cars like that, able to kind of hold their own right through the Le Mans chicane there on the backstretch, through the infield, through the first time of asking up behind that Porsche 911 GT3 Cup of Russell Wittenberg, and kind of makes a fight of it headed through the chicane. Now they come onto the tri-oval. The Porsche goes high. Mickey Carter in the 08 is going to have to go low. He's actually going to have something of a drafting partner here with the, which car was that? Was it Michael Say or Michael Shea in the number 10? 10. Yep, Russell Wittenberg goes back through into the lead on the brakes. Is there contact headed towards one? No, but Shea on the outside gets the car really sideways on the outside of that crown, able to hang it out, to kind of dirt track it around the outside turn number 2 there, and gets the position back. Now, none of these cars are in the same class. Carter's in GTA, Shea's in SPO, Wittenberg is in GT2. They're kind of making their escape at the front, but anyway, it's just as entertaining as it otherwise would be right at the front of the field overall. Spec Corvette comes back to start-finish line to start their second lap of racing. That is Marino Reyes in the 86. Excuse me, no, it's Cecil Stevens in the 54 who's got the class lead. We can pick that onboard up. Really being hounded through. We have a rear view. Kind of, but not really. This is...
Yeah, it looks like...
sorry.
On my timing, I see the 04 of Ken Mantovani
You know what?
in the lead. Is yours updated now?
It is now,
Okay.
yes. So there we go. We've got it now. It's Mantovani from Reyes, from Stevens in kind of the lead 3 positions there, and then Joseph Stoddart's Kenneth Kozlowski rounding out the top 5 way wide in the braking zone at turn number 5 out into the concrete pad. Was that our Spec Corvette leader? Ken Mantovani? Really good start from Ken in that number 04.
Yeah, big jump and running really well as the Spec Corvette field continues to be nose to tail as we watch them exiting through turn 6 onto the bankings.
Let's see if... so who is this on board with, Jordan? I think this is going to be Marino Reyes in the number 86. Yeah, by context clues here. Some of these onboards took a minute to come back up. Once we got them loaded into our production software after they came off the grid, though, we are right with it in the middle of the Spec Corvette fight. This is your lead battle in class through the Le Mans chicane. Right, left, left, over these really, really harsh curbs that are bolted in on the back straightaway there. It really kind of changed the way you approach that corner, and that's where you can see it, is in these onboard shots, just how much slower and how much more deliberate you have to be with your line. It kind of flows less as a corner is kind of the sense I've gotten back there.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is a steeper turn-in as you get to turn 1. It used to be a little more shallow and, like you said, flowing is a great way to put it. But now it's a little bit more deliberate of a corner. You've got to make that hard left and then a hard right. And it's definitely changed things. And the new curbs are quite large and quite intimidating. So you definitely don't want to be on the wrong side of one of those if you lose control or going a little too hot.
Leaders work through, I believe that's the American Sedan class car, the number 31, Dayton Brooks, on the 1995 Ford Mustang, slipping back off the tail end of the, a lot of smoke out of one of the cars headed, it's a Mustang actually, under acceleration coming out of the International Horseshoe. Just slipping back off the tail end of that first group, allowing the leaders in Spec Corvette to kind of launch up into that, well, at least past that Mustang and carry on with the SC class fight lead. If you're not used to seeing Spec Corvette, those cars are eligible in GT2 for what it's worth as a Super Tour class. There's a spec line in there for the Spec Corvette cars. Obviously, when we come back to regional racing, like we've got here at the divisional level, the SARRC Invitational Challenge, they go back into their own class as SC. And what a class it is. Worth also just keeping an eye on the front of the field. Shea from Wittenberg from Carter. Again, none of those cars in the same class, but they've really broken away at the front. 3 seconds apart between them, and then it's probably 20 seconds further back as we go towards the east banking. Some sliding around there. This is back on board with Marino Reyes in the 86. Mantovani gets held up by, is that 45? It's not the 45. That James Prater may be in the number 88. We'll see who it is. But anyway, we're going to go side by side around 3 and 4. Does this box Mantovani in on the low side? Is there a draft to be gotten here by Marino Reyes in the 86? It is the 88 they've just come up onto the back of. Pulls them all the way back around to start finish, breathes out of the throttle, and lets that SC battle continue. Really sporting stuff there from James Prater in the number 88 to allow Mantovani and Reyes to go through.
Yeah, great battle going on there. And we thought that originally it was going to hold up the 0-4 of Mantovani, but it ended up holding up Marino Reyes. The 88 moved to the other side and picked him up. So no change at the front of Spec Corvette because of lap traffic. But the race continues. They are still nose to tail, and you can see them exiting turn 3 right now. Absolutely getting after it, as they would say, and it's great to watch.
A little bit of cloud cover comes over the Daytona International Speedway just in time for these big bore cars. Sliding these cars around a little bit more, well, a lot actually if you're in these Spec Corvette cars. Not a whole lot of downforce being made. Anything you can do to bring that track temperature down as we have basked in the sunlight for most of the afternoon is, I'm sure, something welcome. Just increase that grip level a little bit. Are we going to go 3 wide here exiting 6? No, the 147 moves back to the inside as they all come back into the throttle. This is Reyes around the outside of Mantovani. Up through the gears we go around the west banking. Interesting. Mantovani kind of has, maybe just on the shift there, is able to pull back ahead of Reyes. They go single file down the back straightaway and towards the Le Mans chicane. 12 minutes left on the clock. I'll tell you what here, while we're in a mode of relative stability here, we're going to stick with the Spec Corvette battle trackside. Let's get our break done now. Straddled at the midpoint of this race. Remember, just 20 minutes. We've got one more break to take here during these sprint races on our fine Saturday afternoon here at the Speedway. Let's step aside on DriversEye Live, come back, and we'll take you through to the checkered flag for group number 7, 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge. Rolls on with DriversEye Live. We'll be back in a moment.
At SpeedTech Automotive, our mission is to deliver unmatched performance, innovation, and reliability to every vehicle we service and modify. With over 20 years of experience in the automotive industry and 15 years of racing expertise, we're driven by a passion for precision engineering and cutting-edge technology. Our goal is to push the boundaries of automotive excellence, offering our clients high-performance solutions that enhance both the speed and safety of their vehicles. Whether on the track or on the road, we are committed to exceeding expectations, fostering lasting relationships, and setting the standard for performance and service in the automotive world. For more, find us on Facebook at SpeedTech Automotive and SpeedTech Motorsport.
Babyface Fabrication is the product of years of NASCAR and road racing fabrication experience by SCCA B-Spec driver Josh Schmidt. Our website has dozens of existing products and custom solutions for your current or next race car build. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to learn more.
When speed meets precision, only the best survive on track. That's why champions trust Triax Precision Manufacturing, where high-performance CNC machining meets aerospace-grade reliability. From pit lane to production line, Triax delivers parts that don't flinch under pressure. AS9100D and ISO 9001:2015 certified, built in Sarasota. Fast, flawless, and fiercely dependable. Visit triaxpm.com and shift your project into high gear.
When it comes to getting race cars ready, PM Racing does it all. Welding, fabrication, composites, paint, race car prep, setup, and data services. With decades of experience and championship results to prove that their Florida-based team supports drivers at events all across the Southeast, keeping cars fast, reliable, and race ready. PM Racing, we are driven. Contact Brian Schofield or visit the PM Racing tent in the paddock.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by Willie and Able Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists, teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or LowKeyRacing.com. And a big thank you to all the volunteers who make this weekend's SARRC Invitational Challenge possible.
Silverhorse Racing and Space Coast Precision, proudly manufacturing in the USA for over 20 years, right here on Florida's Space Coast. Using advanced CNC machinery and software, they deliver precision components for companies like Shelby American, Magnuson Superchargers, and even SpaceX. From deep sea testing to the racetrack, their commitment to performance runs deep. Sponsoring the father-daughter Spec Miata team of Marcelo and Alyssa Canetano. Whether you need one part or a full production run, Silverhorse Racing and Space Coast Precision are ready to tackle your manufacturing needs.
Back at the Daytona International Speedway. Group 7, we're just reaching the end of our Saturday sprint racing here at the SARRC Invitational Challenge. Thanks for being with us. I'm Brendan Kaczmarek. Nick Soriano is in the booth. I am told that there is a champion on his way to the booth to join us for the Enduro. More on that in a moment, because we are going to roll right into some Enduro coverage here on DriversEye Live. But before that, we've got some sprint racing to settle. And at least at the moment, things have kind of started to settle in a direction I don't know that we really expected. Spec Corvette, the move was done during the break. Marina Reyes in the number 86 got past Ken Montavani in the 04 and immediately stretched the margin out to 6.5 seconds.
Yeah.
So for a battle that was really, really even, I mean, right the way through the first half or so of this 20-minute race, it's immediately now just, settled right into Reyes kind of taking control.
Yeah, he really
Spec Corvette.
He got some clean air and no stopping him. I mean, he started hitting his marks, no mistakes. Just kind of a textbook drive that you want when you're making your way to the front of a field. And there could have been some traffic in there that helped out, but for the most part, lap times have been consistently better, and he's just driving really well. So very cool to see a driver driving well, and it's great stuff. Not a lot of change at the other end of the group. The Michael Shea still leads by 6.5 seconds over Russell Wittenberg, and Mickey Carter in that GTA car hanging on about 7 seconds behind that. So stability, I think, is exactly what this race has turned into.
Wittenberg still kind of has his hands full with Mickey Carter in the 08, just like it's been from quite literally the green flag about 15 minutes ago. There they go, out of turn number 6. Carter lights up the rear tires just a little bit with more smoke pouring out of that 95 Mustang. Wittenberg is able to really get good traction up through turn number 6. Very bumpy corner in its modern form is that turn number 6. As the 57 pulls into the pit lane. We're kind of waiting on an idea of that car. That is James Davidson, who I am surprised we didn't have an onboard for. We've had one in the past for James. Short afternoon, unfortunately, for James.
Yeah, the silver Corvette there is, at least we know it still has oil in it. When the smoke stops, that's when you know you're in trouble. But until then, you see our leader crossing start-finish line. Oh, there they go. And, working through some lap traffic of the Corvettes, and following right behind them, Russell Wittenberg and Mickey Carter going at it side by side. Just about 6-7 seconds behind, and their battle is continuing. They may be in different class cars, but I think they are thoroughly enjoying the competitive spirit of racing, regardless of the build or intention of the build of both those cars.
Yeah, not really much to choose between SPO and GTA. I'm sure we can be further educated on that. I remember seeing a ton of GTA cars, a really healthy contingent of them down here in Central Florida region specifically, back when I started flagging, 17 years ago now. They actually had their own, I think it was the V8 Road Racing Series, the V8 RRS that campaigned for quite a while. Cars are a little less common now. Not the cheapest to run or maintain, but they are fun to watch.
Yeah, at the time it was a great stepping stone into that platform.
Yeah.
There was a lot of chassis available as NASCAR was rolling through different generations of cars, and the lower levels of it were basically liquidating chassis. And you could slap a pretty spec motor into it, and it would be race-ready GTA car in the V8 Road Racing Series, which was a pretty cool operation they had.
And another slow car through the Le Mans chicane, and now on the banking, low and slow. At the east end of the speedway, it looked like another Corvette, although I didn't quite get a number on it. Maybe it was a Mustang, Jordan.
There sure is. That is a blue
Mustangs.
Mustang with white stripes coming through.
Nailed it. Yep. All right. Fair enough. Just to recap, in Spec Corvette here, Mantovani leads, Reyes leads Mantovani, 86 from 0-4. Cecil Stevens in second, about 7.5 seconds further back. Cameron McGee, another 7 seconds back before you get to James Prater in GTA. And then your Spec Corvettes are Kenneth Kozlowski, quite a ways further back, actually defending pretty well here from Joel McGee. Just a second to choose between them. Rick Woodley is another second further back. So I think they've just been lapped, actually. 1, 2, and 3 Spec Corvettes right in a row. Headed down into turn number 3 right here. Blue, and then silver, and then black and red at the tail end. If we can pick that up here, Jordan, I've got to find what positions they are exactly. It is battle for 5th. Kozlowski, Woodley.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a gap has opened up between Wittenberg and Carter as well, that second and third place. Maybe some traffic involved, as I see cars around both of them at the moment. So we'll see. Maybe Mickey Carter in this last lap or two is going to be able to get around traffic, close the gap. But yeah, other than that, it's sticking to the status quo. Everyone's having a good time.
You know what I love about this group, and this isn't a knock on any other group or any mindset in particular. I love that every class here is very clearly defined in terms of how it makes its speed relative to other classes. We just saw a race where the E production cars were mixed up with the F production cars, and you get H prod mixed up with some of the IT cars, and that happens all over the SCCA. The driver ability and confidence goes into that as well. But here, the fast cars are allowed to just go be fast somewhere else.
Yeah.
Right? And the Spec Corvettes aren't getting mixed up with anybody else. Your GTA cars are all kind of doing the same pace because they're making their speed in similar kind of ways, but in different ways to the GT2 Porsche and the SC and GT2 type Spec Corvettes. It really allows for the classes to just be battles on their own, and where you have depth, like we have in the Spec Corvette class this weekend, where there's 8, 9, 10, 12 cars, it really creates a compelling afternoon of racing.
Yeah, we've got a waving yellow in turn 1.
So we do.
A car is pulled off near the exit of turn 1 towards the turn 2 barrier there. They're going to try to make a safe entry back onto the track, and well, not too bad.
They did all right.
They made it back onto track, and everyone made it. I don't know.
Is that maybe the 91 of Michael Attaway on GT2? Yeah, okay.
It is,
yeah. Looked like a TA2 type car. It was off down there at the exit of turn number 2, and yeah, so it is. Easy to do there at turn 1 and turn 2, Nick. I'm sure in heavy cars like this, where your braking zones are already crazy long, it doesn't take being off your mark by very much, or locking up even just a little bit, to where you've got to come out of the brake pedal, let the car out into the runoff, get yourself straightened out, and carry on.
Yeah, I have to imagine it is tough. I've never had the joy of driving a car quite as heavy or fast as one of these, but
literally the exact opposite, actually.
Yeah, it's definitely a world a little unknown to me, but when you apply kind of physics to it, you can mentally picture, a small car is going to be able to recover a little bit quicker than, 3,500 pounds of American muscle go barreling in. And they're probably not that heavy. They're probably more around 28, 29, 3,000 pounds. Yep. But
it's basically a BMW.
Yeah, but the speeds they carry are astronomical. And yeah, they're just massive machines. Did we see the white flag waving?
Yep, we are on the last lap and working back towards the Le Mans chicane for the final time. Wittenberg's gotten the overall lead back from these two stock cars, Shea and Carter. They're actually going to go side by side now through the east banking. Wittenberg's way out in front. Forget that. He's going to come home with the overall race win in his GT2 class Porsche 911 Cup. But further back, it looks like it's going to be Mickey Carter in the 08, who kind of was able to get a punch away from Michael Shea as they rose up into the turn 3 banking. Checkered flag waves. A little bit of dust being kicked up there in the tri-oval. It's Russell Wittenberg. Wins Group 7 overall and in GT2. Then we... Oh, no, Michael Shea's way out.
Yeah, he is way out there. That was a different red stock car.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? That will have been the 88, I think. Aha.
Yeah.
So this is what you get for reading timing, Brendan. The checkered flag has already waved. Yeah. It's Michael Shea. We'll cut this in post. Michael Shea wins overall and in SP2. Russell Wittenberg takes the class win in GT2. Mickey Carter in GTA is class winner there. Steven Sowers is your T1 class winner. Those are all your top 4 overall. Bobby Gonzalez will come home second in GTA, but 5th overall. And then Spec Corvette, as I look to the left, how many fights left to be decided there in our Spec Corvette class? I don't think so. It's all, once that separation kind of developed, Nick, between Marino Reyes and Ken Montavani there about halfway through the race, that was pretty much all she wrote. Reyes is just kind of cruising home to take the checker.
Yeah, Reyes really was able to extend that lead. Ran a great race, and congratulations to them. Ken Montavani also ran very well, just didn't quite have enough to keep up with Reyes, and like we talked about, traffic could have been an option there that caused some of it. But overall, very fun to watch as well. Seeing these cars and the speeds, over 150 miles an hour is really cool. It's great, like you said, having a class where these cars can just get let loose, have fun. That's the best way to do it. Shoehorning them into somewhere else would definitely be a hindrance to them.
One of my favorite things about big bore groups like this at a track like the Daytona International Speedway, it's easy to say, well, it's all about horsepower. It's all about how fast you can go in a straight line. But eventually, you're going to have to get that thing stopped down at turn number 1, and slowing it down from 155 takes commitment, I think is the word, and some skill and some precision and confidence. And it can still very, very much be a driver's track when that's the kind of thing you're dealing with, those big deceleration zones, big passing opportunities. And, we saw some separation all up and down this big bore field, but fast cars going fast and drivers kind of pushing the limits here is what we love to see anyway. Nick Soriano, we are going to take the world's shortest break, say hello to our partners and sponsors, and we're going to come back for what was scheduled to be a 4-hour Enduro. We ended up just a little bit behind schedule, so we're racing to 9 o'clock. That is the end line on that. So we'll take that quick break here on DriversEye Live. We're going to let somebody in the door here, as I understand it, eventually, and return as a trio with a champion, anyway, and cover, racing into dusk and under the lights here at Daytona International Speedway. Doesn't get much better than that. Stay with us here on DriversEye Live.
Winning starts long before the green flag, and that's why Comprint offers race car preparation, transportation repair, and fabrication services so you and your car are ready to win. Need custom composites? Their CNC router prototyping facility builds molds, patterns, and composite parts up to 10 feet long and is authorized dealers for SCCA Enterprises, AIM, Lifeline, and Penske, as well as being a major supplier for the Elan DPO2. They'll get you the quality parts you need. Preparation, parts, precision, Comprint Motorsports. Visit comprint.net today.
Want to race Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s with speed, style, and unbeatable support? At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's official customer service representative for SCCA Enterprises, we make it happen. Race-ready SRF3 rentals, full arrive and drive packages, expert prep and top-tier trackside support, and a crew that treats you like family. From your first lap to the checkered flag, we've got your back every step of the way. Whether you're chasing the podium or the pure rush of racing, Apex delivers performance with a personal touch. Come for the competition, stay for the camaraderie. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
Your home deserves more than ordinary. Mansion Windows and Doors delivers striking designs and energy-saving innovation that makes every view exceptional. Their professionals help you choose windows and doors that reflect your style and enhance comfort. This season, Mansion Windows and Doors is proud to support the SCCA and Central Florida racing community because great design is all about performance. Explore the possibilities at mansionwd.com and bring your vision to life. Mansion Windows and Doors, dream, create, inspire.
Every great race needs more horsepower. It needs volunteers. At every SCCA event, stewards keep competition safe and equal, judging the action and guiding drivers towards their best. CDIV's stewarding team, the Stewards of the Southeast, invite you to join their ranks at your next SCCA event. Committed to racing, you can race and serve as a steward on the same weekend. Whether you're a veteran racer or an experienced volunteer, your insight can shape the future of motorsports. Step up, give back, become a steward, and help the next generation drive faster and fairer. Learn more at scca.com.
In need of a specialty tune for your American V8? Brace Kumis Racing is Central Florida's solution. Our speed shop, conveniently just 3 miles from I-95 in Palm Bay, houses the professional tech you need to succeed. We tune most domestic OEM ECUs as well as Holley, Haltech, and Megasquirt, and maintain an in-house dyno jet with load cell. No tuning or dynoing your domestic muscle? PKR offers other race-related services including pre-purchase inspections, suspension and brake work, scaling and corner balancing, and much, much more. To learn more, find us on social media by searching Brace Kumis Racing or call 321-848-2280 today.
Looking for precision that performs under pressure? At Tri-X Precision Manufacturing, we don't just machine parts, we engineer confidence. From aerospace to defense, our AS9100D and ISO 9001-2015 certified team deliver high-quality custom CNC components built to exacting standards. Fast turnaround, flawless execution. When your mission demands reliability, Tri-X delivers. On time, every time. Based in Sarasota, Florida, discover the power of precision at trixpm.com.
Ready to live the thrill of motorsports? The Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA has it all, and that's why we were named the 2024 SCCA Jumbo Region of the Year. Wheel-to-wheel road racing, precision autocross, high-speed HPDE, heart-pounding time trials, dirt-slinging rallycross, or feel the rush of road rally, virtual racing, or karting. Whatever you drive, there's a place for you in the SCCA and the Washington, D.C. region with over 50 events year-round so you can have fun with cars. And don't forget, it's our incredible volunteers who keep the action alive. Want to be a part of it? Step up and join the team. Get started today at wdcr-scca.org. Don't just watch racing, live it with WDCR.
back at the World Center of Racing. We've completed our sprint races for the afternoon at the 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge, and I'm happy to say it is Enduro time. We head under the lights at the Daytona International Speedway, one of the great treats, one of the great joys in motorsports, certainly here in North America, and thrilled to have it be a part of the 2025 SIC weekend. I'm Brendan Kaczmarek, joined this evening, I guess, by Nick Soriano, as it has been all the way through the day. John Davison joins us.
Hello.
Hello. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Beautiful weather here we're having today.
Yeah.
I had a good race earlier. Finished 4th in Spec Miata.
Yeah.
Lost the draft there.
Say it was like three-quarters of a good race.
Yeah. The last couple laps I wish went a different way. But, it was still fun. We're back in one piece. And I'm in the booth with you guys.
We had fun watching it anyway, and we're going to have time to catch up on all that, obviously. We've got what is nominally a 2 and 4 hour Enduro. They're kind of crammed into one here. We're going to throw the A flag at 2 hours, and that'll cut the scoring off for those that have entered that 2 hour Enduro, and then obviously we head under the lights. The shadow's already beginning to lengthen here around the tri-oval at the grandstands underneath us here, and then we finish under full. It's not really full flood lighting. It's a Rolex flood lighting, right around 20-25%. But anyway, it's a spectacle, like it always is here at Daytona. Let's run through some of our starting grid here. We've got 43 cars listed from top to bottom across a number of different classes, some in 2, some in 4 hours. So we'll run down what you're likely to see, and then we'll get into the racing, the strategy, the storytelling, the nonsense. Kind of let John and Nick guide the show. Racing people talking racing is what we love here at DriversEye Live. On the pole, number 16 in a BMW M2 Club Sport, it's Radin Unessi out of Wellington, Florida. Rod Clifton in the number 33 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 to start alongside with Arvid Albanese in the number 77 starting in third. Another Spec Racer 4 alongside, it's 51 Andrew Adler in that 51 to round out second row. Sean DeCold in the number 56 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 starting P5. Will Franklin will start P6 in the number 34. More Spec Racers. Ryan Stark, the number 19. Jean-Luc Liverato, who I don't think we called that at all this weekend. We haven't called Jean-Luc's name at all. Will start there in P8. Adam Fetterman, Kyle Jantz to round out the top 10. Bobby Gossett, barely your SM winner from earlier. Now entered in an SMX here, the number 144 NC 2007 Mazda MX-5. Sergio Sangenis, the number 156 Touring 3 BMW to start 13th. Celine Roland to start 14th. You will see names that you recognize. You will see cars that you may or may not recognize. Some quick turnarounds here. Cars entered in Group 6. Mickey Merwald is down towards the bottom. Kalen and Mark Kinley are behind the wheel of the number 117 a little bit further down. Eyes on timing over at Race Monitor. Eyes on the cameras here on DriversEye Live. Join us for the next 4 hours as we settle into some nighttime endurance racing action from Daytona International Speedway. Brendan Kaczmarek, John Davison, Nick Soriano with you here in the booth. Jordan Worth on production. The green flag waves, and we are racing as we head under the lights at Daytona. BMW M2 Club Sport gets a really good jump. Radin Unessi way out in front of that pack of Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s. Got to be honest, guys, it is weird with a capital W seeing Spec Racer Fords defending from other cars, like properly other class cars, headed down into turn 1 and 2.
It is interesting to see that, and just like we saw earlier today in their sprint race, they are already nose to tail. They went 3 wide in turn number 1, sorted things out. Seeing some shuffling already as the car that started in third moving his way back. Small mistake on the exit of turn 3. Going all the way back. I want to say that might be Ethan Reeves, or because I don't believe it's the blue with the yellow stripe of Arvin Albanese.
34. Yeah, it's listed on the entry list as Will Franklin, so they'll be sharing that car. I think, Ethan Reeves and Will Franklin. No, that's very interesting actually, because they're completely different class cars. Anyway, we'll see what that is when they come back by start finish, and we can begin to correlate some of these names, numbers, drivers, and cars a little bit better. Spec Racer 4 drivers, particularly up at the front of the field, they're not normally used to dealing with other classes of cars working their way through. faster, slower cars, maybe they're the ones doing the passing or being passed. Really interesting to see how the drafting battles that we normally see in a spec-type class begin to pan themselves out when you throw, multi-class racing into the mix.
Yeah, it definitely shakes things up a little bit when you have what typically is a pretty straightforward race. You're looking for a buddy, you're trying to go as fast as you can right away. But here in an endurance race, you got to kind of settle into a groove. You got to make sure the car makes it a full 2 hours, and you still got to go as fast as you can, though. So it's a challenge physically and mentally to stay focused for your whole stint, and we will see if these drivers are up to the task, and I think they are.
Picking up kind of right where they left off there. That number 77, Arvin Albany, centered in that car, at least to start, goes around the outside of the 33 of Rob Clifton. Picks up a spot he didn't really have for a good portion of the sprint race earlier on, but nose to tail they go. That's the 34 car. Green colored car is Ethan Reeves, who slots there into second in the, what you'll see on your timing screen is 2 SRF3. 2 hour SRF Gen 3. Makes perfect sense. Any of the 4 classes are obviously entered in the 4-hour Enduro, so we'll thin the field out pretty well by the time we get to that 7 o'clock hour, 7:10 hour-ish before we head under the lights.
Yeah, I believe the SRFs are restricted to the 2 hour because they do not have headlights.
Right, okay.
They only have taillights on them, so I believe all of them have to run the 2 hour. And I could be right. They may have the option, but I believe that's the case. So more of a sprint of an Enduro than an actual endurance race for that group. And they are not disappointing yet. Still nose to tail as they come through turn number 5 into number 6, making their way back onto the banking, being led by the, was that the 77?
It sure is, Arvin Albanese.
Arvin Albanese, yep, a familiar name. We talked about him very much during the sprint race.
It's just weird seeing it out on its own. Normally it was 2 very long yellow lines front to back. 7 and 77 right together, perfectly in line around the banking. Here it's just that 77. But you wonder if he'll be sharing the car with Trey Ayers in the number 7.
It was, yeah.
In sprint racing trim. Maybe they split this hour and hour.
We've got a spin and the exit of turn 3.
So
it looks like a silver BMW, maybe. Yeah, that is the 123.
Very well done. Binoculars have paid off already.
They're worth their weight in gold. You can't put a price on that. So
we have a 123 in the entry. Oh, Kyle Janch.
Oh, that's
interesting.
Well.
Yeah, that would have been in the T3 lead.
Yeah,
which is not. I mean, certainly not a mistake we saw him make in the sprint race. I don't know. Are you guys? You guys do much endurance racing? I know you do, Nick.
I do. Yeah, me and John were actually on an endurance team together for 8+ years, probably.
Is that right?
Yeah, and also back in the day, we had a big Spec Miata crew that would do the endurance races, like the group you see here with the Spec Racer Fords. And make no mistake, it is a 2-hour race for them, but it is a 2-hour sprint race.
Sure.
And it is going to be exciting from start to finish. I would expect at least 4 of them together at the end, and I think it'll be exciting the whole way through.
So, as a driver, as you kind of settle into one of these longer races, are you having to actively tell yourself, all right, it's a long race, I'm not going to do anything dumb, no dive bombs, no, I'm not going to get wild in a braking zone or anything like that, or is it just, kind of business as normal?
I think a lot of people say that, but then they put the helmet on and, some people get a little aggressive, especially at the start of a 2-hour race.
Sure.
But what's important is you do not want to lose the draft, right? So the draft here is 2 seconds, for example, at least in the Miatas. I'm not sure with the Spec Racer Fords. So if you lose that draft, you're just going to be losing time for the rest of the 2 hours.
Yeah.
So you almost need to stay aggressive and not get dropped like I did earlier in the sprint race.
Yeah, sure.
Right? As soon as you get dropped, it's 2 seconds a lap that you are going to be losing for the rest of time.
Yeah.
So you really need to get up on the wheel and keep on pace with them.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost like an elimination game, right? If somebody loses the draft, it's like, all right, well, you're out now, and now we just funnel it down to last man standing until we get into this, whatever this scrap happens to be at the end.
Yeah, the worst place you want to be is the odd man out. So if there's 7 cars out there, you need to be a little bit more aggressive as the 7th car, get in front of the 6, so that way you're not left, right? So there will be some more aggressive moves towards the back of that pack, I would assume. But we'll see how it plays out. So far, they're playing nice.
I think that's kind of what we saw with you earlier, right? For the first half or so of your race, it was 5 cars at the front. and you were just kind of the one that was there, like, all right, well, I'm going to have to go with somebody eventually. And
right, I had to split up. I had to get rid of one of them in that race, so I could be the fourth car.
Exactly. Yep.
And then I could get to decide with who I wanted to go with.
Yeah, sure. Here we go again, down the front straightaway towards the tri-oval. 2 cars pop to the outside. It's 33 and 34. They're going to drop the 77 of Albany's to the inside and swing around into the braking zone. Actually, another car going with them. Did we decide who? It's Adler in the 51.
It is.
Yeah. Okay. Not one of the names we called earlier in the sprint race, I believe.
Yeah. Another thing we haven't even talked about yet that's going to come into play, especially when we talk about drafting partners and things like that. All these cars are going to have to make pit stops.
Yeah.
They are going to have to refuel. So I think we're going to see some coordination between people who are working together to come to pit road at the same time, make their 5-minute pit stop, and then continue. Because, yeah, all of these cars, as far as I can tell, can't make it 4 hours. And many of them won't make it 2 hours.
Yeah.
So we could see 2, maybe 3 pit stops, depending on the class, to get some gas and keep moving.
So up at the front here, the number I was told, and we were just happened to be talking about Spec Racer Ford when we had this discussion, the number I was told was about 45 minutes. Those SRF cars, I mean, they weren't designed to go really any longer than 35 minutes at Road America, right, at a full throttle type track. Now maybe they can really go further than that, but there's a lot of full throttle running around Daytona here. And if that's a true number, and we really are targeted to about 45 minutes there, let's do the math on 2 hours there. You're kind of cutting a 3-stint, 2-stop race there pretty close.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's real. I think it's going to come into play with how the drivers work with each other. If their pit stalls are close to each other, maybe you talk and you say, hey, go find the 34's pit stall and tell them I want to come in soon. And okay, cool. Yeah, we're good for it. Our crew's ready. We'll do a little fuel top off and get back out there. But yeah, if you come in by yourself, you are on your own. But yeah, we do have a spin in turn 3. Another one.
It's an Audi, I believe.
Yeah, he pulled off. He was going slow coming out of turn 1, so he just pulled off there.
Is that Greg Ely maybe in the 2015 Audi S3?
That is it. Yeah.
Yeah, number 14 there, one of the STU entered cars. Interestingly, doesn't have a time attached to it.
Curious.
I'm not sure if it's a 2 or a 4-hour car, but anyway.
Yeah, being in the middle there is a little bit tricky because that could bring out an early double yellow if he's not able to get that refired.
Which, and we were just talking about pit stops, right? So if there is a full course caution, then maybe there will only be 1 stop for those cars.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can save some time there. Now, as far as I know, when a full course caution comes out, the last time I ran an Enduro, the pit lane closes. The entry closes.
Yes.
So there will be possibly some lucky breaks where a car will already be on pit road, the double yellow comes out, and they are able to sneak a little pit stop in while everyone else is moving a little bit slower. So
yeah, I mean, you call it lucky break. There is some real anticipation to that, right?
Yeah.
Where if you can get yourself onto pit lane, if you really believe a full course yellow is coming, and I would hard to see one not happening here. You would duck in, get your pit stop started, so that instead of having to make the whole thing under green, you kind of get some of that time back as the rest of the field slows down to catch the pace car and begin pacing under the double yellow. That's not the case here for the 44, which did duck into the pit lane, by the way. Also made the hard left turn into the paddock.
Yeah, some context with the 44 in the Spec Miata race had a hub.
Oh wow.
I believe explode. So
Oh wow.
it broke. Gotcha. So this may have just been a test session.
Sure.
To make sure it was all back together.
Yeah, I mean 4 hour open track, right?
Yeah.
Go get your time, test some things out, make sure everything works tomorrow, especially if you're in the middle of a championship points fight. Yeah, you want to make sure everything's ready to go for double points tomorrow. I believe we are headed to full course yellow.
We are. A side note, we've got some special knowledge coming to us from a familiar name, TJ Preble, the SRF race from earlier. Let us know the SRFs can go an hour, so they're anticipating 1 stop for the SRFs with a 5-minute break. So thank you, TJ, for the update.
I was giving bad knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, blame that guy.
That's
whoever
okay.
that was.
Honestly, the Gen 2s might be a little less fuel efficient, so it's possible that the Gen 3s have a little better fuel mileage with that newer motor, a little more updated. And who wouldn't want more fuel efficiency with more power? I mean, it's kind of the best of both worlds, right?
I would just prefer the power.
I think. As true racers, we just, we want to burn fossil fuels.
Absolutely.
That's kind of the dream. So
Yeah, I mean, let me figure it out with strategy. Fuel mileage and fuel efficiency is great, but, if it's less fuel efficient, maybe there's some advantage to be gained there by being clever instead of just being fast.
Yeah, but either way, good to know that it's a one-stop strategy for the SRFs now, and that will certainly make things very contentious because they'll pretty much have to pit right at the halfway point. Yep. They don't really have an option.
Yeah.
So you'll probably see 1 or 2 laps where you get everyone in, and that's going to be it. That's their pit window, and they've got to make it work.
I mean, halfway point of the 2 hour.
Of the 2 hour,
yeah, right.
A quarter of the way for the 4 hour race.
I'm going to have to find a cleaner way to work through those references.
Yeah.
No, it's... I think once we get up to that 2 hour mark and we've got everything sorted out by class, we'll have a better understanding of how the race is kind of panning out, and then launch ourselves into that run to darkness underneath the lights here.
Yeah.
You guys run under the lights here before?
I have.
Oh,
yeah,
we both
2015.
have.
We both have.
Go figure.
I didn't make that race, unfortunately.
As in, you didn't qualify for that race?
No. Well, technically, I did not because I had some issues with the car and ended up selling it and building a new one.
Gotcha.
So I was not able to make the field for that weekend.
Tough.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that. But you've run under the lights here before?
Yes.
Endurance racing?
Yep.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, we do our fair share of endurance racing coverage here at DriversEye Live. And see, literally the only other time I've been here is races that end up, running into or finishing in the darkness, and it's cool stuff.
And even though it's the 24-hour lights, you can see pretty well for the majority of the track.
Yep.
Whereas if you go to somewhere like Sebring, there's parts of the track that are a little bit darker, than other parts. So you have a lot of good visibility here.
From down on track, I'm sure that's true. From up here in the booth, I got to tell you guys, it gets really tough to start making cars out. One of the series we do cover here at DEL, the entrants are kind enough to put LED light strips in various patterns up over the top of the roof, and you get to learn them pretty quickly, figure out who's who, and then you track them as they go around and base everything off those few, key cars. I don't think we're getting LED strips here. I don't think that's happening for us.
Yeah, I don't think there's a ton of that. There may be a couple because I know ITEZ is in this class. And that is
Tell me more about ITEZ.
ITEZ is a catch-all class for other endurance series to come and race in SCCA.
Okay.
So it gives cars an opportunity that maybe have built to a different rule set, and they're able to come and enjoy SCCA endurance racing at a regional level. Obviously, I don't think there's really a national level for endurance racing with the SCCA. Maybe we should think about that. But
I heard somebody did once.
Oh, well, never too late. But so there may be 1 or 2 cars that we see that do have some lighting available for us to help us out, and we'll be able to spot them pretty well. They'll be getting a lot of attention in the later hours of this race.
We do have a couple of entrants in this field, actually, that are regular participants in some of the other series that we cover. Cars 63 and 64, both listed with wrong transponder number on timing. So our boy Mike Gorman down there has gone 0 for 2 with transponder numbers. Mike.
No, Mike. Come on. He's pretty new to the game, though, so we'll give him a pass.
Mike is new to the game?
Yeah, very new. It's his first couple of times ever being at a racetrack.
Sure.
Yeah.
He definitely didn't just sell all his old cars and build a whole new fleet. Yeah, classic.
Classic Mike.
Worth noting here as we kind of settle ourselves into the afternoon, 15 minutes are gone. It does say 3 hours, 45 minutes on the clock, but we want to clarify, we are racing to 9. We are racing to 9 p.m. That is our cutoff for racing action tonight, so it won't quite be a 4-hour Enduro. I believe the 2 hours still goes to 2, or do they go to 7? We know.
Great question. We may have to
that's important.
Ask some of the higher ups when we have the opportunity. But Either way, it's there will be that separation at least. So we'll know how that works out. I would imagine they still get the full 2 hours, but then again, with the lighting restrictions of the SRFs, maybe they don't. Maybe they pull them in at 7 no matter what.
Does say the 2-hour Enduro will end at approximately 7 p.m., while the 4-hour Enduro will end 4 hours after the initial race start, however, not later than 9 p.m.
Okay.
Chief Steward or his designee may shorten the 2-hour segment if the onset of darkness proves to be a safety concern. Be signified with an open black flag, signage to indicate the end of the 2-hour Enduro. So that's what we're going for.
All right.
We're going to assume it's 2 hours until it gets too dark to safely run Spec Racer Fords without headlights.
Okay.
That's fundamentally where we're at.
That's
Also,
a good place to designate it, as looks like we're clear in turn 3 now, so we may be going back to racing pretty soon, as it looks like most of the field has also caught the Classic Mazda of Orlando. Is that the
That's it.
Classic
Nailed
Mazda
it.
Orlando CX50 pace car. And they are working their way down the super stretch to the Le Mans chicane. We'll see if those lights come off.
All the branding nailed. I got one more for you, and that is that our Enduro coverage tonight, very specifically the endurance racing coverage presented by Triax Precision Manufacturing. It's kind of stepped up, in addition to sponsoring some of the sprint races this afternoon. I'm sure you've seen the ads and heard the ads. Stepped up and offered to sponsor and provide the presenting sponsorship of the 4-hour Under the Lights Enduro tonight. So thank you to Triax, everybody over there. And, been fantastic working for them, or with them. It gives us the opportunity to come hang out and watch some racing under the lights, man.
Yeah, it's great. It's a special treat. People don't get to see the nighttime portion of Daytona that often. So for a club organization like this to be able to offer you to not only see it but race on it is just awesome. It's a really cool experience. So if you're out there, if you have a SCCA car and you've ever wanted to race under the lights at Daytona, look for a CFR event that has an Enduro under the lights, and that's your opportunity. Bring some friends, come hang out. I see tents set up, probably some food down there. I might use the binoculars to see what the spread's like on some of these teams. And but we'll wait, because we're green again as the number 16 takes the green flag, leads the field down into turn 1 with a train of Spec Racer Fords following right behind.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting because you have some lap cars at the very front of the field in this restart. So as we see there, White Miata, they're going around the outside. I think that's Celine Royan in his dad's car. And ITS went around the outside of the lap cars. So it's going to be a bit dicey for these few corners, especially if you're one of the ones being lapped.
Yeah, and that's Captain Celine Royan. He is or is he first officer still? He might.
Is he a pilot?
He is a pilot.
Oh,
yeah.
With American Airlines.
Is that right?
Yeah. Sure is. So,
DriversEye Live airline of choice.
But yep, him and his dad are out there racing. They are CFR regulars for a long time, and they are a great father-son duo, as we've seen at least 2 others already today, and I'm sure there's more that we've missed. But great to see families coming out and enjoying some club racing.
Yeah, so I know that this is part of a broader endurance championship within the Southeast Division. It's TES, right? Tropical Endurance Series?
I believe it's the ECR now.
ECR.
Yeah.
I might be 15 years or so behind, because I think it was TES.
It was TES at one point. It was
a long time ago.
And I feel like ECR and TES ran concurrently as well. So I don't know.
That's not Eagles Canyon Raceway, obviously.
No, I don't know what ECR is, but I know that there was a point sheet for it. So,
have you looked at that point sheet?
I have not yet, but I think we have enough time to find some points battles that may be bubbling over here as we have time to this race. We do. We absolutely do.
Also, be intrigued to know, and maybe somebody can enlighten us in the chat, or I don't know, send a text message up here or whatever. Curious as to how the 2 hours and the 4 hours fits into the point structure. You know,
that is a good question.
Yeah.
I would assume the 2 hour and the 4 hours just an additional
just
option.
for fun. Come race under the lights. That makes sense. I buy that.
Yeah.
Man, this SRF3 drafting battle down towards the tri-oval here is really something.
Yeah, they have not let up. They are top 6, still nose to tail. So they go 2 wide, maybe 3 wide into turn 1.
Yeah, I think we're doing 3. We've already moved one of those cones out of the way, so we've opened up the entry to 1 even further.
As if the bonus pavement wasn't enough already.
I mean, it's already pretty well rubbered in out there. It's not really even like you need to go clean it off. You just needed to get the solids out of the way and get after it.
Yeah, and there was one driver that benefited a lot from the caution. Was the number 1 of Jean-Luc Liverato. Was a solid, probably 3-4 seconds had lost the draft. I don't know if it was due to like a qualifying time or just lost in the first few laps, but now is up into the 4th position as he goes into turn 5.
Yeah, the cautions can definitely be an advantage for drivers in that situation. But if you're a driver who ends up in the lead and you've broken away from your pack, it's the opposite. You know, it's the pendulum swings both ways. So the fun of endurance racing is, you know, catching lucky breaks and just trying to be there to make it to the end. We have a friend that says to finish first you must finish. That is their favorite saying.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Who would that be?
That is a man named Mark Dana. He is another Central Florida, I don't know if you call him a legend, but
did he create that phrase? Is that his
probably
phrase?
Not. He probably stole it from someone.
Yeah.
But he was the first one who told me, so I'm going to give him
I got you.
It's the old The Office quote, you know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Of course. Michael Scott. I got you.
Yeah.
So how does that jive with Spec Miata racing just in general? Because like it looks pretty frantic from the outside.
It sure can be.
Yeah.
And here as well, you are frantically trying to stay in the draft and stay with somebody. So the first few laps, you're doing a lot of jostling in positions to make sure that when it starts to open up, you're in a good position. And then it becomes, at least here, it's a chess game. And you're really just playing. You know, you're really not driving too hard. It's just keeping everyone together, really, because a car can't break away.
Yeah.
So you're almost trying to just stay in the draft until the end, and hopefully you're in a position like either second or third or fourth, and not leading the race on the last lap. So it's kind of this chess game of just moving around, and it's very common to go from first to eighth, and eighth to first with one lap, and we're probably going to see that with the Spec Racer Fords right now. The black and yellow car was leading at one point, is now back in seventh.
Is that something you're thinking about behind the wheel, that jostling as we go full course yellow again? Is that something you're actively thinking about as you're, you know, in that pack, or is it just that, all right, they go here, I go here, and we do the dance and carry on?
Yeah, of course, and a lot of it is due to, I'm not seeing where the car actually is.
Turn 6? Oh, yeah, just peeking out. Is that a white?
It's a white Miata. I believe there was a couple. There was either Celine Royan or Todd Burris, and Andrew Carmody is also in a white.
Todd Burris here?
Todd Burris is here. He's sharing the car with Andrew Carmody in Spec Miata.
That's the 128, right?
That is the 128.
That's a special car, which I think I see still coming. So I don't believe it is the 128. It looks like the 128 is about to go through turn 6.
Also listed as a wrong transponder number, by the way. Get that ironed out.
No, that is the one. That's a different white Miata. So that could be the 128 in the tires there. We'll keep an eye on that and see if we can get confirmation of the car.
Yeah, the 128 is a special car, and especially the two of us in the booth as well. Was originally owned by the late John Wilding, who was also a Central Florida region member and raced Spec Miata for years and years, and was always running up front. Nicest guy in the world. Unfortunately, his time just came too early, and his best friend, Andrew Carmody, was out of racing at the time and then bought his car, and he's like, I would never sell this car unless I wreck it. And unfortunately, if that's him, then, well, he did it pretty quickly. So
yeah.
Is that Carmody of the Carmody Formula V family?
That is not.
Okay,
no.
Gotcha.
Well, that is Carmody.
That's very cool, though. That 128 is a very cool story.
Yeah, very cool. John was on our endurance team with us as well for a number of years, so got to spend a lot of time with him at events, and it's cool to see his car back out on the track. Fortunately, it's not looking great, but
yeah, I'm not seeing him around the rest of the track, so it may be him.
It might be. I'm double checking. I don't see that 128 near it. Where? Yeah, that white one was the one I thought. That's Celine and...
Oh, no.
Oh, no, here it is. Okay.
So I'm not sure exactly which car it is.
So you said Celine came through. There goes the
And
128.
There's the 128.
So I'm not
yeah,
sure.
They're both still running, so I don't know which white Miata this is anymore. Maybe it's not a white Miata at all. Maybe it's a...
It did look like different.
What if the white Miata was in the room with us all along? Yeah, unfortunately our grid sheet here doesn't give us car colors this time around.
Oh, okay.
Some of them did earlier, but that was a change later. If I see any other white Mazda Miatas here from earlier. 84 no. Did watch that earlier. I don't remember that car being white. It was blue. Well, we'll wait till it pulls away from the tire barrier there at turn number 6. It is actually now on a flat toe, headed back to turn number 2, and my guess is they'll bring it in the back door over here at the exit of the pit lane.
Oh, I believe that is Mac. What is this?
Got eyes on the number there, Nick?
Not,
binos out?
Not quite focused. It is an MB Miata, a white MB Miata. Maybe a 70 or a... Yeah. Could have gone for the the upgrade on these. As they pull it into the back door there, right at the end.
Oh, it is Mac Brown, 147.
Oh, yeah. Surely not that Mac Brown.
It is Mac Brown with a CK on the end.
But not a North Carolina, Texas Longhorns, etc. fan. Yeah.
No, so Mac not, yeah.
Unless he lives in Naples now. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, number 147 is the number we got there, right?
All right. That is correct.
Okay. Well, it took us the entirety of the incident recovery to get that, but we did get there in the end.
I'd say that's pretty good detective work.
I think so. This is some vintage. So we started our life as mostly an endurance audio commentary team doing radio commentary from a well-known 25-hour event in California. And we didn't have cameras or anything, so it was a lot of that, where you're just like using a telephoto lens to try and catch numbers from way, way out in the distance, or just process of elimination from cars that didn't come through a race monitor.
Yeah.
And it would take exactly like 4 or 5 minutes, just like that, try and pick out who the number is, and then just at about the time it didn't matter anymore, we finally figured it out. But we did get there.
It looks like we might go green again here.
It does look like it. The lights are out. So
and again, another opportunity to catch up if you lost a competitor further ahead of you.
Yeah, we were starting to see a little separation of the Spec Racer Ford, so they're all right back, nose to tail.
Safety car peels off. The classic Mazda of Orlando safety car. And green flag waves once again. World Center of Racing for the 3rd time now. The 16 rockets away out the front of the field and leaves an octet of Spec Racer Fords behind.
It sure does. The 34 of, it says Ethan Reeves at the moment. Maybe the other driver.
Oh, there's a car spun in turn 1 and contact.
Oh, boy.
By
They
a
got
red
together
BMW.
there.
I believe that is the number 1 of
It is.
Jean-Luc Liverato.
It absolutely
had spun.
is. I didn't catch the number on the BMW before it went through. It looks like just an E46. Yeah, they've definitely come together there at the apex. It's tough. I mean, we saw it in the Rolex 24 earlier this year. One car goes around from the apex out, and in a gaggle of cars, it is really, really difficult to pick out the one that's blindside, daytime or nighttime. Oh, there's another one there, actually. Oh, no. One and then, yeah, okay. Yeah, I got it now.
So it looks like we're going to go full course caution again here.
I think you have to at this point. And
2
you're going to
cars
have to do it
one.
before the field comes back around.
Yeah.
Yeah, to the credit of that BMW driver, they did try and pull away.
The BMW is pulling away right now.
Okay, so tried pulling away once, came to a stop. Obviously, we're going to do this again. Carry on, gets to a point where maybe Nick can get the number out the window.
Yeah, let's see here. We've got a white Spec Racer Ford. Or are we looking for the BMW?
We're looking for the BMW at
turn
3.
In turn 3. Yeah, so unfortunately, Jean-Luc Liverato is actually getting out of the car right now.
Oh, that's
which is
spicy.
He's getting out of the car, which is not something I would recommend on a hot track.
No.
But he is up and over the wall, it appears.
Double yellow now. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was coming either way, whether he stayed in the car or not. I think they were going to have to, throw the double yellow, get the field under control before they came back down to turn 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would do that option of getting out of the car, though.
I would not, no. In fact, usually the rules in club racing in general, not just specifically the SCCA, are stay strapped in the car, do not undo your belts until the safety crew gets to you, right? You know the course is neutralized, and you're protected by something more than just the car.
Yeah. The car was the 156
Okay.
of Sergio Sangenis.
Oh,
Another
wow.
familiar name from T3.
So, I mean, you and I kind of talked about this earlier, Nick. Some of these cars and drivers are running sprint races and the Enduro tonight, obviously. Sangenis was in the thick of a fight in Touring 3 earlier. I don't know what his championship position is like on the sprint side, but damage done tonight can really kind of set you on the back foot going into a double points race tomorrow.
It certainly can. It's a risky spot to be, but track time's the name of the game for a lot of these guys. They want to maximize their time here, so sometimes it's worth it. He was running well in T3 during the sprint race, but points-wise, he is quite a ways back. So I don't think it's going to have any championship implications if the car is not 100% tomorrow. But certainly, you hate to see it happen anytime.
Yep. We're going to step aside here very briefly on DriversEye Live. I know the commercials came pretty quickly, kind of rapid fire at you during the sprint races. Tri-X Precision Manufacturing, as we said, stepped up and is presenting sponsorship of tonight's 4-hour Under the Lights Enduro from the Daytona International Speedway. We'll take a quick break, a deep breath, collect our thoughts, and rejoin you on the other side from the 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge weekend at the World Center of Racing. Back in a moment.
Looking for precision that performs under pressure? At Tri-X Precision Manufacturing, we don't just machine parts, we engineer confidence. From aerospace to defense, our AS9100D and ISO 9001-2015 certified team deliver high-quality custom CNC components built to exacting standards. Fast turnaround, flawless execution. When your mission demands reliability, Tri-X delivers. On time, every time. Based in Sarasota, Florida, discover the power of precision at trixpm.com.
Back live at the Daytona International Speedway. Thanks for being with us, everybody, on this fine Saturday evening. Something of a C. div flavored appetizer before we all head up to the runoffs here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. I know lots of coverage is coming from not next weekend, but the weekend after. We're about 10 days out from the timed sessions as such getting underway up at America's National Park of Speed. Is that right? John, you're looking at me like I've got multiple heads.
I actually don't know the name of the nickname of the track there.
You didn't know Road America was called the America's National Park of Speed?
No.
Oh. Well, it is. They actually put it up on a
you know.
sign recently. I don't know when the last time you were there was.
I've never been.
You've never been to Road America?
No.
Are you going this time?
No.
Explain it.
I would like to.
Yeah, sure. It's a great venue, man. I love it.
Lately, I've been putting one race at a time.
Gotcha.
So
locally, mostly?
Mostly, yeah. But I would like to start traveling a little bit more next year.
All right.
So maybe, who knows? Maybe we'll be there.
What's your like number one gotta go bucket list type place that you haven't been?
Watkins Glen.
Ah, damn. So we're gonna say Hallett.
No.
Ah. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, Watkins Glen is awesome. I do love Watkins Glen. Home track for he's number 3. There you go. Home track for me. It's a cool place. Fun. I'm sure it's fun to inspect as well. No drafting, high speed, long high low corners.
Yeah, we want to go up for the regional where they I can double dip.
The fun one.
Yeah. I believe.
Wait, when you say you double dip, is
so
it?
I could run 2 classes.
Oh.
You can get a lot of track time.
What's the other class?
STL.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Could you not run that on a national level weekend?
I could, but
Paying national level prices.
Got it. I'm picking up what you're putting
Yeah.
down. I got it. Sure. The fun one, I think they actually do 2 courses. I think they run the long course on the Saturday and the short course on the Sunday, or vice versa.
Yeah, that's fun.
What I would also think if I was doing the national or the majors Super Tour, I would only want to focus on Spec Miata anyways and not risk the car and run another class. But if I were to do a regional, then it would be a lot easier to do both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there much you do to the car between the 2 classes? Or you're just tires is absolutely the same thing every time.
Correct.
Awesome. Yeah, that does make it easy.
Similar to the way we talked about Spec Corvette slotting into, was it
GT2?
GT2,
yeah. No, T2. I did say GT2 earlier. It's T2.
T2.
Yep, my bad.
The way there's a line written in for Spec Corvettes to go into T2, there's a line for Spec Miatas allowed to run in STL.
Oh, okay.
Under their SM spec.
Got it.
So,
okay.
Well,
been fiddling with a mayonnaise packet here for the last 5 minutes. I just threw it at the floor. A peek behind the curtains of DriversEye Live. We let our hair down a little bit here. Thanks.
we sure do.
Let our hair down a little bit here for endurance racing coverage. And, it's more vibes-based coverage, I would say.
Yeah,
I don't know what your experience is like back in February during the Cabin Fever regional coverage with old Mr. Ginsburg.
Yeah, we had a great time. It was good vibes, and it actually...
You're the first person to have a great time with Greg Ginsburg.
Oh, come on.
No, you can't hear me. It's okay.
The exciting part about that race was it was a 4-hour enduro as well, I believe.
Yeah.
And the leader of the race, it came down to the very last lap. And they
Oh, wow.
Somebody, there was one Spec Racer Ford was pulling in another one and passed him on the last lap for the win after 4 hours.
They throw light bars on the Spec Racers?
They did.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. That's very cool.
So it was a fun finish.
That's cool.
For sure.
Yeah. How'd you guys spend the rest of the 2 to 4 hour window? I don't know how long that race was.
Just vibing.
Yeah, we were hanging out. Yep. We had a lot of guests come in.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we had some friends, some champions.
We had Noah Harmon join us.
Yep,
Noah Harmon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he finished second at the runoffs, I believe, last year.
SMX driver?
Well, runs MX-5 Cup now.
Yeah, MX-5. Yeah, okay. Yep.
But also still runs Spec Miata.
Oh, cool. Okay.
As well. And the last time I rode America was second overall.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
Or was it VIR? I don't know. It was one of them.
And he was he the scholarship winner as well?
He was the Mazda scholarship winner.
Yes, yeah.
So he's in his rookie season right now in the MX-5 Cup.
He ran that. He would have done the scholarship challenge last year, right? Yeah, 24. Yeah.
Right.
Very cool.
So, yeah, it's cool getting his insight on kind of the moving into that world and what it takes to kind of move from Spec Miata to the next level. And so we appreciate him coming up, hanging out with us.
I would very happily welcome guests to the booth here. We're just very far away, and that door locks.
Yeah.
Which creates a logistical challenge, I think, for a lot of people.
Yeah. And one cool thing about the Mazda Motorsports program is if you're someone that wants to get into pro racing, coming and racing in the SCCA, proving yourself in a Mazda. It doesn't just have to be a Miata. It could be, you're racing ITS in an RX-7 or some other class, STL, for example, and you perform well at the amateur level, you get selected to compete for that Mazda Motorsports program. And it's just a really good way to get to that level, and Noah is the perfect example. And we mentioned Celine Royan earlier, also was a longtime Spec Miata driver, also ended up winning the Mazda shootouts, I believe in the second year or the first year.
It was very early on.
It was very early on
for him.
Yeah.
I've been hearing Celine Roland's name for the last couple of years in the MX-5 Cup
right.
coverage. Yeah, for sure. Actually, I had no idea. Technically, I'm registered in Central Florida region, but I live in Pennsylvania, so I don't really know most of the names. But when we came down to do the Homestead Majors coverage in January, talking with our friend Herbert Gomez, mentioned Celine was stepping up to provide some sponsorship for that coverage as well. I was like, oh, I know the name Celine Roland.
Yeah.
Apparently, the family's been around SCCA for eons.
Yeah.
Right.
But I had no idea until it's the younger Celine started running MX-5 Cup.
Yeah, and did well. I think he finished second in the championship one year.
Yeah.
And maybe third another. unfortunately wasn't able to get the championship win, but it was always in contention, and it just shows he came from Spec Miata, right? So it just shows how much talent is actually here at the grassroots level, right? To be able to run the grassroots level cars for a good amount of time and then be able to be competitive in professional racing right away just shows how competitive drivers here in the SCCA are.
Yeah, I think anything that has a Mazda association, right? Any of the classes, whether it's by parts provider or whether it's by having the name actually front and center, right? Is Spec Miata, SMX, Spec MX-5, FE2 is Mazda powered, right? I mean, these are all super, super competitive classes. Mazda's had this long-running commitment to grassroots motorsports and providing that platform for drivers. Okay, yeah, they're out of top-flight IMSA racing, top-flight endurance racing, at least for the moment, but that doesn't mean that anything at the lower ranks has changed there. There's still that long-running commitment.
Right, and we were back green again.
Things.
Yeah, here they go. Spec Racer Ford's continuing.
It's interesting how gapped they are right now. They are not very close in that restart.
Yeah, and I can't imagine it caught anybody off guard either there.
It seems to be they bunched up.
Yeah.
What I was also looking to see is how fast they would be compared to the BMW out front, because it would punch such a big hole in the air that if you could stay in the draft of that BMW and be able to suck into it, you could potentially drive away from your other spec racers, as we see the green car doing right now coming out of turn 3. But I think the BMW just has a little bit too much power.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, even if you were able to stick with it through the infield, which it doesn't seem like they're really quite able to do. It's kind of like 7 or 8 car lengths by the time they get out of turn number 6. As they go up through the gears, the BMW pulls away. Not much you can do there to stay in the draft.
No, very difficult on a car of that level.
Yeah.
That's a very purpose-built race car.
Yeah, I mean, there's electronic aids going on there too, right? Where you can really start to push the limits and get away with a lot more than you can in a Spec Racer Ford on a hot day.
Yeah, but no, I think, John, you're absolutely right. It looked like as they came out before the BMW started to pull away, your front runner in Spec Racer Ford 2, the 2-hour group, Ethan Reeves, the number 34 car, did get a little bit of a gap on his competitors. So Ethan Reeves or his co-driver at the moment, using that to their advantage very wisely.
Let's see if we've got any onboards for ourselves for this evening.
Okay. Yeah, as they exit the bus stop, they are making their way through and still nose to tail from 2nd through 5th in Spec Racer Ford. A little bit of a gap before the next one. But you're seeing some pairing between the 2nd and 3rd place cars. And they are making their way through, maybe trying to hunt down the 34 now that the 34 doesn't have that draft from the overall leader.
Yeah, I think it played a part to create that gap. But you can see here with the draft just how quickly the gap closes when you don't have a partner. And so they're already on the tail of the 34 car in just one straightaway.
I'd be interested to see how the pit strategy aspect of this plays out. Obviously, having those 3 quick full course yellows back to back doesn't suggest that this is likely to go green the rest of the way. But for argument's sake, let's say it does. I mean, do you as a group of Spec Racer Fords just agree all to come in at the same time on the same lap and get your 5-minute pit stop out of the way? Or do you play roulette with maybe being the only one to come in, which leaves you without a drafting partner on your out lap?
See, I would much rather be in the pits going in with someone, so maybe they're going to see whenever the leader pits to follow in. Or if they're all on team radios as it is, then maybe they're going to coordinate that way.
Yeah.
That could be. I'm not familiar with how those teams, if there's multiple teams or if they're all under the same tent.
Of course, yeah.
Because if they're all under the same tent, then it might be pretty difficult to refuel all 5-6 cars in one go. So you'd have to make some decisions there. But I would personally want to be at the same time.
Yeah, I think the only gamble you can make is to try and catch a double yellow. Because if you made up a lap, that's more than a draft's going to do.
Yeah,
almost any. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they can work as hard as they want together, but you're not making up laps. You know, seconds, sure, but if you catch that double yellow and you say, I'll come in 3 minutes early because there's a car parked on the side of the banking there.
And now we're hitting that window where, the Spec Reports could go over an hour because of those cautions. But now they're going to start thinking about, all right, is a car spun off in the wall somewhere?
And that's why I'm asking now.
Right.
Because we are now coming up to that time where they're going to be able to make it to the checkered flag, on just that one stop. Obviously, they can push this quite a bit further into the race. But as you say, unless you catch that full course yellow when you come in, almost any other outcome pitting on your own is going to be a disadvantage.
Absolutely. A couple of other classes that are keeping it close. The battle for ITR between the 169 and the 80, separated by just 1.5 seconds. Not sure where they are on track at the moment, but certainly staying competitive there. The Spec Miatas, you've got the 48 of is that Frankie Barroso and his co-driver?
Sure is.
As well as Tucker Martin in the 73 and Reagan Thomas. 53. They are all within 7 seconds of each other, so the Spec Miata battle still pretty close. That's for the 4-hour. There may be a 2-hour class that I haven't seen yet, but they're doing well. On our bio sheet here, or our survey sheet, I should say, Reagan Thomas is from South Carolina. It's her first time racing here, or his first time racing here. I'm not sure. But their first time here at Daytona. So welcome to Daytona. I hope you're having a great time. Lots of track time in 4 hours, so make the most of it. Enjoy.
It's like 4 hours.
It's yeah.
We had our first few pit stops here. The 91 car of Charles Habis Rutenginger. I don't know if I butchered that name.
We were going with Habis Reutinger.
And also an ITA car who's currently in second place in that category. Let me get the name for you. John Paulese are our first two competitors to come into the pits and refuel. I think it is going to be interesting to see. You have some battles, 2 cars in ITA, like Kinley and Spencer. It'd be interesting to see how those pits shake up that battle. Also in Spec Miata, you have Andrew Carmody and Todd Burris in one car, and Jillian Fichter in second place there, 13 seconds behind. But again, one pit stop could, at the right time, could really give you an opportunity to one, catch up or overtake by a lap if you time it correctly.
We have some interference on the camera here. What I think is a drink tube? Maybe?
That is. Yeah,
or is that a cool tube?
That is a drink tube.
All right. Yeah, I don't know my tubes, clearly. Not call myself a tube expert, but we do ride on board the number 169 of Michael McKee. From Michael standing in class, obviously running for ITR. Class lead.
Yeah.
7 seconds in hand over that 80 of Brian Collier. It was a 1.5 seconds, like you just mentioned, John.
Yeah.
It's come out a little bit. Good pace from Michael here. Sets a PB 2:15.950.
Wow.
I think some of that is probably temperature coming out of the track now as the sun gets a little bit
I was
lower.
going to say that it's, with the sun starting to set, we're going to start seeing some fast times. Ethan Reeves and Spec Racer 4 just ran a 2:12.
Yeah.
You're seeing a lot of, at least on Race Monitor, it goes green instead of purple.
Sure.
A lot of green.
Purple.
A lot of green lap times across all classes, ITS, R2, etc. So I think you're going to start to see the lap times fall quite a bit as it cools down.
Michael McKee also associated with Triax Precision Manufacturing, so in some ways we have a title sponsor of the event carrying our onboard camera for this weekend as well. I say our onboard camera, it's theirs. we don't have them despite the name DriversEye Live. But no, appreciative to everything they're doing down there and letting us ride on board for a little bit. That vision is going to become pretty spectacular here in about, I actually don't know, what is our official sunset time here in Daytona Beach?
Let's find out for you. 7:22.
Okay.
So we still got about an hour and 20 minutes till we get there. And that's when we'll start getting special. We'll start seeing the sunset on this side of the track.
Yeah, indeed. The west side.
Yes. And get that nice glow. But it'll be very cool to see the beach very dark, much earlier than the west side of the track as the sun slowly goes down.
So when we do our 14-hour endurance race coverage here on DriversEye Live, we're here the first weekend in June. which obviously carries its own experience with it, never mind the heat. It usually means by about this point in the day, we're either dodging lightning strikes or recovering from a lightning delay. And it kind of becomes this, this chance of, well, I wonder if we're going to get, clouds and rain through to the end of the day where it just stays damp and we get kind of a rain race right through to the checkered flag, or whether it dries out and you get this spectacular sunset over the west side of the speedway. Last couple times I've been here, mostly the rain.
Okay, that sounds about right for Florida in June.
Yeah, but we've gotten away with it here. Really actually turned out to be a pretty nice day, all things considered.
Today was
John,
very
you were
nice.
out in it, right?
Yeah, it was quite warm.
Also here, to be fair, I think. It's fair to say.
An update for you.
Yeah.
The 1:33 of Matthew Fritz in third place in ITR just set his best lap time, but is now in the pits with his hood up. They don't seem to be rushing to really swap drivers, so hopefully there's not a huge issue going on there, but they came in and popped the hood and not really rushing to get back in.
Yeah, and so it's only required to be, as I understand the rules, only required to be a 5-minute stop if you're refueling. Exactly. Yep.
And I don't see them refueling.
I do not. So, I mean, at this point, already dropped 2 laps. There's 4 hours to go. Iron out whatever the issues with the car are. Use your time wisely to try and get whatever the issue is repaired and ready to go if you're going to run the sprint races tomorrow. But other than that, there's really not a whole lot of pressure. We get our first spec racer into the pits.
There we go.
30? That's the 33? No.
It is the 99. It was not in that car was not in the front group, as the front group is coming around NASCAR Turn 4 now. But they are the first spec racer Ford to come into pits.
It is a spec racer Ford. It's the Gen 2
It is a Gen
running
2.
the running. It's entered in the 4-hour anyway.
And maybe time for a light bar. Get it snapped on. And
Would you? I mean, if you were in that position, are you guys competitive to the point that you would leave the light bar off until it's time?
Well, I would think so, but also you don't want to pit too early just to put the light bar back on.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, you gotta weigh it out.
You are going to lose time in with the extra drag on the car. It's not aerodynamic. But I think you're going to waste more time by coming in the pits just to put that on.
This does appear to be a fuel stop.
Yep.
Bring one of the fuel.
And we are just over that hour mark.
Yeah.
So it is about time where we start to see some of those spec racer Fords come in and refuel.
Yeah, the great chess game with the pit stops is going to be a little bit exciting, I think, when they all make their way down pit road. But right now they're all running along, and I'm sure they're trying to run for as long as possible because not only is the temperature coming out of the track, they're burning fuel off the car.
Yeah.
That's weight savings.
Yep.
If you're starting with a full tank of gas, you could add 30, 40 pounds, maybe more. I don't know how big a fuel tank is on them, but it's 6 pounds a gallon. Put quite a lot of weight into a fuel tank, and now that it's getting empty, cool track, warm tires, light car, it's the perfect combination.
Yeah, we have a good gaggle of cars coming to turn 3 here on your screen of all different classes. ITEZ, Spec Miata, looks like the R1 category as well. And they've been together for several laps now. Look to be they're all jostling for position.
Yeah, making their way into turn 5. Ooh, a little wide at the exit of 4. Some tire locking up going on as well.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, they're sorting themselves out slowly but surely, it looks like. But
there's only a good flat spot for 4 hours.
Yeah, there's nothing like it, huh? Yeah, that is certainly a...
the Spec Racer Fords, the first one comes in and everyone else bails. So now the leader, Ethan Reeves, came in alone. It looked like they were going to follow him in and decided not to.
Yeah.
So it'll be really interesting to see how that plays out in the long run, if they'll all end up back together.
I wonder if this is a pitting because he has to or pitting because, well, now I can make it to the end. Right? Because based on all of the full course yellow running we had earlier, those 3 back-to-back double yellows, you'd think they'd be able to push past that hour target.
Yeah.
And if you can run later, your best bet is to try and hope to catch a yellow.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And maybe you, I mean, if I were in the box there, I think I would be pushing that pit stop as late as possible. Let it ride until maybe something happens out on track and I can duck into the pits before an FCY. You know, maybe in the end this means very little, but nope. Oh, what's happened there?
Why?
Has that car lost the tire on the oval?
Would have had to. It looks like there's a bumper cover hanging off.
Yeah, I think that is a puncture gone wrong over in NASCAR 1 and 2. They're in the grass, it looks like, up against that wall, maybe right behind the scoring pylon from us. So a little tough to see. See if we got anything here. Nope, they're moving. But I don't. There they are.
I'm holding out for a car number here. I think we're about to get an answer here shortly. Yeah, it's done a lot of damage to the, looks like the left rear corner of that car. Able to pull itself out of the grass, which is a good sign. I just don't see a way.
That is the 16. That was our overall leader. That's the BMW. Yeah.
Fascinating.
It is. It's a little surprising to see. Something I've heard from the tire manufacturers is that they the banking, when you get to a certain speed, really does a number on the tires. You wouldn't think it, but because of the amount of banking and just the amount of load that the right side is able to take because you've got gravity helping you out, it's far more than the right tire would ever take under normal flat conditions. So, you know, if they run a spec tire and the tire isn't built for bank tracks like this, you know, the manufacturer doesn't see it on the schedule, doesn't build it for that kind of abuse. The bankings may have claimed a victim on that one and taken the right rear.
So a couple years ago, we were down here for 14 hours of racing, and it's a DOT tire series, so 200 tread wear, but it's an open format, right? So the manufacturers aren't giving any guidance. Tire manufacturers aren't giving any guidance on camber or pressures or, you know, target temperatures or hot, you know, anything like that. It's just, you know, go get after it. Buy your tires and get after it. And consistently, cars were losing right side tires, right front, right rear, either delaminating or just straight up, you know, failing. And I do wonder here if that's a DOT tire, and that car didn't run any of the sprint races earlier either.
Right.
So if they're short on track time here, they haven't done a whole lot of laps either on the test day or this morning in practice. I could see easily where got a little aggressive on the cambers or, you know, pressures, and yeah, you're in uncharted waters here with the tire and setup combo.
Yeah, absolutely. And luckily, it looks like they didn't make any impact, which is great for the team. I mean, the tire coming apart probably messed up the bumper a little bit, but seems like that is a far better outcome than if the car had gone the other direction and caught something solid. So,
yeah, we're thinking about also as they go through the tri-oval too. You know, it's better to happen when you're coming out of turn 6 at a slower speed rather than that happening, say, at 160 miles an hour going around the tri-oval. So, unfortunate, but it could have been worse.
Could have been much worse. So
we're starting to see a lot of cars come in pit road, and I will say some good news. Mac Brown, who was collected into this turn 6 wall, appears to have rejoined.
Yeah, looks like we got the 29 Dodge Neon, maybe an ITA car.
And Jillian Fichter had just come in.
Yep, that is the 12 in Spec Miata. I believe that's a 2-hour entry. Who else do we have? We've got a Spec Racer Ford, the 33. I believe that's part of our Gen 3 2-hour group that we were following. It is. That is the Rob Clifton car. I believe co-piloting with someone else, but heard that name earlier during the sprint race. They are on pit lane.
Set a PB just before the in-lap there, 212.250.
All right.
I think, no, not best lap for the Spec Racers. But anyway, waving yellow there at 6. Is that... They not make it back around?
Yeah, there is a waving yellow, which means the car's on the track somewhere.
I wonder if it got to the cutout there down by the pump house. on the exit of oval turn 2.
But you think there'd be a standing yellow?
Maybe if the workers had to go physically respond to it. Boots on the ground there technically does. I mean, it's a mile away from turn 6, but
it does look like a flat toe is going over to assist, so that you may be correct there. But it looks like they pulled down the waving
did
yellow.
now. Yep.
Yeah, I don't.
All clear there.
I'm not sure I can see the car off track, but it must be if they've pulled down the flag. So the 47 is also in the pits, Mickey Morwald, and we just had a Spec Miata exit the pits. That's the 116.
Our first pit caller in the SRF Gen 3 class, Ethan Reeves in that green number 34, also done with the stop there.
Okay, so they're back out on track. We will pay attention to that as all of these pit stops shuffle through. Where does everyone end up? Will they end up right back together? Who knows?
I think it's going to be interesting. I wouldn't want to be by myself after, because I'd want to have the draft, right, while everyone else is in the pits.
Yep.
So I think we'll see Reeves be a bit behind the other competitors when everything shakes out.
Theoretically, it should go first to last, right? First car in should be the furthest behind,
right?
Because they will have run the longest without the draft until you whittle that top down to just 1 or 2 cars that aren't running together.
Yeah, the 128 in Spec Miata is in as well. They're doing a full fuel stop, and I see 2 drivers ready, so probably a driver change.
Yep, Todd Burst is coming out, and Andrew Carmody is going in.
The 73 as well in Spec Miata. 73, I believe, is one of the 4-hour Spec Miata entrants. It is. That's Tucker Martin. He's running second in the 4-hour Spec Miata category. So lots of pit stops unfolding. You see all the teams popping some hoods, maybe checking oil, some basic maintenance. Yeah, I see a jack for the 12 of Victor machine. So maybe a tire issue or a alignment issue. They can straighten out a little bit before they get back on track.
I mean, to some degree, if you're not fully invested in the result of the Enduro, right, you have the opportunity to do a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Maybe test some setup changes, or you don't need a jack to take pressures or anything. But things of that nature are useful here.
Yeah.
Useful here.
And also too, with the new bus stop and the big sausage curbs on the entrance and the exit, I mean, I'm guilty of it. Hitting it straight on doesn't do too well for your alignment.
But you're talking about the yellow horizontal curves
That is
on the
correct.
back side of the bolt hinge.
That is
right?
correct.
Okay. I mean, is it?
It's not pleasant to hit
bet.
one of those.
Yeah.
They're put there by design.
Sure. How aggressive do you get, and what are the returns there? Because around the country, there are very naturally limiting curbs, right? Where it's obvious that, okay, it's there if you run wide, but you're not gaining any time by using it. There, it kind of seems like it's designed to be the same thing. Like, theoretically, you shouldn't be gaining any time there. They're very, very aggressive, and yet we see cars getting after it back there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I get through there pretty well. I try to thread the needle between the rumble and the sausage
Of
curve.
course, yep.
To try to make that as straight of a line as possible. Unfortunately, with that small margin of error, it can be a little interesting on the exit, more so than the entrance, as the car washes out. And
On
you're
this-
headed straight towards the sausage curve on the exit. Yeah.
On that last apex there, on the left-hand
Correct.
side? Yeah, okay.
Correct.
I mean, I used to be, so those flat yellow curbs had the bolt-in gator teeth, I think they called them, that they would run for IMSA. But when it came to club racing weekends, it was just that flat, kind of countersunk rumble strip.
Mm.
And I mean, you get 4 wheels over the white line there, right?
Yeah, well, we would go 2 in the grass on entrance and exit in the Miatas, which we didn't get a lot of love for. So they, I don't know why, but it's also one that when you're really close, it can be hard because you're only really looking at the car in front of you. And if the car that's first in line makes a mistake or goes in too hot, then everyone else does too.
Yeah.
And you're not intentionally trying to cut the course, but it just so happens that sometimes it's easier and safer to bail and go left. So I actually like it now. There's no grass on the exit, because if you do make a mistake, you can just go on the left side of the sausage curbs, and you're really not gaining any time from what I've seen.
Right.
And nobody really gets upset about it because it happens every once in a while.
Blend back in the line.
Right, you just blend back in the line. You really don't gain any advantage. So I like the way it is now because you have a safe exit.
Yeah. So that first stage of, let's say, bailout, or let's say you get it wrong, right? That first stage, the consequences are significantly worse than they used to be if you were to hit those sausage curbs.
Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, you certainly can, but it can, mess up your alignment, and, or if you hit the oil pan, right, that could be a little more destructive.
But the bailout plan, like the proper bailout where you're just out over the pavement, backside of the curb, backside of the sausage, is way safer than just having all that grass.
In my opinion, that's 100% the safe option. If you try to be a hero and bring it back, it's a lot easier to overcorrect and either mess up someone else or turn right into the wall there at a high speed. So I always think that it's safer to go on the left because you're really not gaining an advantage.
Yeah.
Obviously, we want to keep it on the racing surface and not have track limits issues.
Yeah.
But I do like how there's concrete on the exit for that reason.
Have you compared data from the old bus stop to the new bus stop?
The new bus stop is definitely slower.
How much? Because I've heard it's about 10 miles an hour. At the apex.
I don't know if I looked at the numbers, but our lap times are about a second to 2 seconds slower than they were.
And that's mostly just coming from there to here.
Yeah.
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 That makes sense.
A lot of times in the draft, we would hit the rev limiter in fifth gear coming around the start-finish line, and I have yet to hit it.
Oh, wow.
I've yet to hit it. I was very close today, but I have not hit the rev limiter one time since the bus stop change.
Yeah, it used to be a fairly common occurrence.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like the 12 is pulling back into the garages of Julian and Jason Fichter. They are moving in. I was taking a little scan around the track, guys, and I believe there is still some debris on track, quite possibly, in the bottom of NASCAR 1.
I wonder if that's left over from Rudine and Essie.
I would have to imagine. So we'll see if it's enough to cause something like a full course caution if they deem that they want to go out and clean that up, or if it gives them a debris flag for 2 laps and stays there. So never really know how those work out depending on where it is on track and what they deem safe or unsafe, but just something to note that it is a possibility, and I'm sure drivers are aware of it and letting their teams know.
Also have the rest of the SRF Gen 3 class into the pit lane. I don't think there's anybody left that hasn't been in.
Yeah,
yes.
Looks like it. Yeah, Ryan Stark in the 19. Ethan Reeves has been in the 34. Rob Clifton in the 33, just got back out. And those are our 5 still running. The 51 and the 77 are on pit road right now. They're the last 2 to pit.
Yeah, be interesting to see when everybody cycles back through what the gaps are like in SRF 3.
It looks like there's 5 still in contention out of the 7 that started.
Okay.
We had John-Luc Liverato spawning got hit in turn 1.
Too, yep.
And then Adam Fetterman also pulled out that same lap. I'm not sure what happened there.
So here is our first car that pitted. As I scroll back through,
Ethan Reeves.
Ethan Reeves in the 34 comes through
in 4th.
Yet to complete lap number 25. So he'll have passed Albanese in the 77 here. The 51 is the car, I think, further up. Where's the 19?
And the 77 is on pit road right now.
Exactly, right. So, hasn't taken the position yet. It's just completing. That was to complete 25. They're about to complete 26. So here comes the number 50.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty close. If it looks like the 77
the 56
and the
is a 4-hour.
Oh, of course. Yep. Got it.
Yeah, the 77 and the 51 are buttoning things up, and depending on this lap time, the 19, who is
going to turn 5
we're
right
anticipating
now
to be the leader, could be very close. Could be very close. We'll see where they end up after the shuffle.
Well, say Ethan Reeves had a 15-second gap to Ryan Stark in third. And remember, Reeves was the first one to pitch.
And Stark's already been in and out, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, so that's at best the margin. Yeah, 15 seconds. Clifton's even further back. Clifton's another 6 seconds behind Reeves, and he stayed out way longer. Just as interesting to me.
Yeah, it's going to be when they release these cars. I think the 77 may get released before the 51. They look like they're more ready to go, just kind of waiting on that timer to tick down. For those of you who don't know, it's a 5-minute stationary pit stop, and the way they judge that is, I believe it's 5 minutes plus your best lap time. You have to have one lap that equals that. So
the 19 of Stark is coming around NASCAR 3 and 4 right now. And they're definitely going to take the lead over the 77.
Yeah.
They're coming around the tri-oval.
I think at this point, Reeves is going to almost certainly get. Well, actually, that's a little quicker than I thought, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, 19 is going to have a very healthy lead.
Yeah, it sure is.
Over the 77, the 54, and also has, we're about to find out right now, 34 car has...
They're actually going to all end up just about together
a
here.
13.8 second lead. Cut 1 to 2 seconds there on that lap, though, out of the lead.
They did, and we're anticipating that they will be the overall leaders at the end of the 2-hour Enduro.
Certainly now that Unessi is gone. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so this is not just for a class win anymore, but for an overall win. The 16 that was leading had a tire blowout in between NASCAR 1 and 2. And they've unfortunately probably retired. I don't know. Maybe they will put a tire back on, take the bumper on, and get back out there, or call it a night, head out to dinner, and live to see another day. Who knows?
Reeves and Albanese came out about 6 car lengths apart.
Right.
Okay.
So, I mean, that was the widest split I think we had in terms of pit stop timing.
Right. So they were alone more when.
Well, Reeves was first. Right. Albanese was basically last.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So the biggest gap in between where theoretically Reeves is out running around with no drafting partner.
Correct.
And it made fundamentally no difference.
Yeah. However, we see Stark.
Right.
Was possibly in that group for longer, is going to have a very healthy lead.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you'll see on timing it says 0.3 of a second. Obviously, that was when Albanese was still in the pit lane. This, upwards of 10, 15 seconds here. That wouldn't surprise me.
But I'd be curious if Albanese and Adler and Reeves, if they can work together in the draft to be able to catch Stark.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep. It's the draft will take off so much time a lap.
Yeah.
So if they do it well and they're patient, I could really see that time really come down. We're gonna find out right here. For reference, Ethan Reeves was 13.8 seconds back the last lap.
Here comes Stark. Stark does a solo lap at a 2:16.
Yeah, it is a bit slow considering his best time was a 2:11. It could have been due to some traffic.
There goes Reeves, 2:12.8. That's also without a draft.
Reeves is catching 10.4 seconds back, 13.8 the lap before, and then 14.5 the lap before that. So maybe there was some traffic involved since Stark has a 2:11, or it could also be that there's a second driver in there that's maybe not at the same pace as the first driver.
Clifton's catching as well. He's fundamentally about 2 or 3 car lengths behind the back of Albanese, headed out of turn 3 up towards the kink now. So that is likely to be kind of the first drafting duo, let's say, out of this group. And then obviously they'll go catch Reeves. If the 3 of them can hook up, then now you go down and chase Stark. Stark must have been caught in traffic there. For being the quickest car on track through most of this race, it's difficult to see, even without a draft, just being stuck at a 2:16, while Clifton, also without a draft, was doing 2:11.
Either traffic or a driver change, and one driver.
Also a very good point.
One driver's a little bit off the pace from the first.
And it does take time, right? I mean, if you haven't been in at all during the course of the day, or even if you were in earlier and it was 86 degrees outside, most of the track is now in shade or cloud cover. It's cooler. The breeze is still pretty healthy out there. I'm sure you can speak to how different 10, 20 degrees of track temperature is, but I'm sure it's not nothing.
Yeah, the track definitely gets greasy when it's warm, and also the car is just so much hotter, right? So if it can run cooler, then it'll run better, and you'll run better lap times just with the cool air. But also the track surface will probably be a lot more pleasant to drive on.
Yeah, and with the end result of all that is if you do change drivers, sometimes even if you had a stint earlier on in a sprint race, it takes time to feel out the track. Where is the grip? How is it changing? What is, any feedback from your co-driver? Trying to implement all of that while also working traffic for the first time. Again, these spec racer cars, spec racer drivers in particular, did not have any multi-class traffic to deal with in their sprint.
Stark and Reeves ran almost identical times, just 1/10 off. So maybe, the second driver came in and just needed to get some rhythm before going to 213, or had some traffic there for a lap or two.
Albanese and Adler, who are now, they were together. Clifton and Albanese.
Pass.
Yeah, actually
he was able to
drove
catch
right by
and pass Albanese rather than draft. So interesting strategy.
It looks like Clifton's catching Reeves as well. Ran a 2:11, so 2 seconds faster than Reeves in the 34 car that lap. And so catching him pretty quick.
Yeah, only 3 seconds back that last time by.
A little bit of debris just off the exit of oval turn 4, kind of right across from where our camera is there on the double yellow line between the apron and the racing surface, more or less out of the way there. Gotta be a little heads up.
However, when you come in pit road, you might run that over.
Yeah,
that's an interesting spot. It looks like a little bit of body work through the binoculars, so I'm not sure what it could be. It looks green to me rather than all black for a tire. Though, not sure who could have shed some body work at that point.
Could it be the rear bumper missing off the green number 64 that's stationary in the pit lane here?
Very good possibility, yeah.
Great detective work.
So, Mike, your transponder number is wrong, and you're littering. Cool. That's when you get throttle racing entries down there. I believe it's V8 powered.
That does look like an old M3, doesn't it?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah, I think so. Man, cool car.
All right, we're going to see here what kind of work can be done by Reeves and Clifton. Clifton is catching Reeves at a very quick pace. So it may not be Reeves the one to catch the lead of Ryan Stark, but it could be Clifton.
I mean, Clifton is fastest car on track.
Clifton just ran the best lap time of the session, at least in the Spec Racer Fords, at a 2:11 flat. Again, 1 second faster than the two cars ahead of him.
Yeah, he is the fastest car on track right now. The only car that was faster was the 16 that had to bow out earlier. So, yeah, a 2:11 flat is flying.
That's moving. But, I mean, sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, but now we think, there's 30 minutes left in the race. Does he have enough time to catch up 12 seconds of gap? I mean, I don't know if there's going to be 12 laps. I guess there's about 12 laps left, so he keeps the same pace.
In some ways, it depends here. If we're running to 2 hours of racing time, then there's 40 minutes left, which may just be enough time. I did manually update our timer there in the upper left to show countdown to 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
So
fantastic.
That doesn't quite jive with our, because we didn't start right at 5 o'clock. The 2 and 4 hour timers are a little bit off. But it is also at the direction of race control there when they decide to throw the checkered on the 2 hour if theoretically light becomes an issue.
It really is really nice weather today. Very, very thankful for that.
It may be the nicest weather I've ever had at a race weekend here in Daytona. I've had some really lousy weekends here.
.44 coming back out. One of the Spec Miatas.
Yep, that was the one that had the hub failure in the Spec Miata race.
Okay. So, yeah, definitely using the time to shake the car down.
It looks like Frankie Barroso is coming in. Frankie's using this session as a engine break-in session.
Oh, is that right?
Oh.
Yeah, so did not run Spec Miatas, getting the car ready for the runoffs in a few weeks. So decided to do test day and also the endurance race here to get some time on the motor.
I really enjoyed watching Frankie race. Well, back to the paddock, and that made the break-in job done.
Yeah.
There for Frankie. I've really enjoyed watching Frankie race. He's done some Spec Miata Cup racing in South Florida with another organization, and he and Todd Burris, just toe-to-toe, and regularly taking the fight to Todd, frequently beating Todd, frankly. But Frankie's a really, really talented driver.
I was giving Frankie some flack, though, because I haven't lost to him in several races.
Oh.
And he did not enter into this race only the Enduro, so I thought he was being scared of it.
Oh, is he not running tomorrow's sprint race either?
No.
Oh.
So he's only doing the Enduro. So I think he's, he didn't want to lose to me again. I think that's the real reason, not the engine. Just my biased opinion.
Yeah.
But we do have an update. Rob Clifton just ran another fastest time with a 2:10.4 and is 0.8 behind Ethan Reeves. And I believe they are going coming out of the bus stop.
So Reeves and Albanese have both picked their paces up. They're now down into the 211s, mid 211s. But it doesn't matter because every time they start to go faster, Clifton just finds more and more lap time. Down into the 210, the mid 210s. I mean, it sounds ridiculous. A lot of it is track conditions.
Yep.
But you as a driver have got to keep up with the track conditions, right? If the grip's going to be there, you've got to, take advantage of it.
I think Reeves, Clifton, and potentially Albanese might catch Ryan Stark. They're, like you mentioned, 3 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah.
And so now the gap dwindled from 12 to 9 in just one lap. So we could see another photo finish here, Nick, like the last time we did endurance race together with DriversEye and Sebring.
I would love nothing more than to have that,
He's making a move in NASCAR floor right now.
He sure is.
Clifton's going around the outside. There you can see on the screen, Clifton around the outside of Reeves, and Reeves tucks in behind.
Yeah, Reeves actually had to dab the brakes there, headed down towards the tri-oval to pop out from behind that number one?
The 128 of Andrew Carmody.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
He does, of course, yep.
Yeah, and then also it looks like the leaders also, the gap here is now 6 seconds, so they're definitely going to catch Ryan Stark as Stark comes out of the first horseshoe and has more traffic ahead of him as well.
I wonder if Stark is not very... that car has very little punch between 3 and 4. It decided to just sit in behind what appeared to be a Mazda Miata all the way in that run down to the kink. I do kind of wonder if they're just letting this race come back together and they say, we'll fight it out.
I don't believe so.
No?
No.
That theory's out?
I think so. I don't show up to lose.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
He could be bored.
But does Ryan Stark show up to lose?
I don't know. I hope not.
Probably not.
No.
As they make their way out of turn 6 onto the banking. Wonder if Reeves is going to be close enough to use the draft, but I think Clifton has just found an extra gear, almost literally, and been able to put a gap since the pass into turn 3, into turn 1. That he has been untouchable.
I see what you did there, Nick. It was a nice pun.
I missed the whole thing.
He found another gear.
Yeah.
I've been listening to Nick talk for the last 6 and some change-outs.
Yeah. How brutal has it been?
That's been fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's been fine.
Appreciate that. That's high praise.
Yeah, man. Easier than listening to Greg Ginsburg.
A win's a win.
For sure.
Yeah.
And Reeves is tucked in right behind Clifton. What if they're going to switch here?
Oh, we've got a car. High-sided, I think, down at the bus stop. That is right at the location of one of those sausage curbs you were just talking about, talking about earlier, John. That is... Oh, we just pulling away there as we cut away.
All right.
Done.
Yeah, that was not a good place to be sitting.
My suspicion is he didn't choose to be there, but you've got to hustle it out of there. Like, that's where you come to rest because you lock the brakes down. absolutely get out of there as quick as you can, because you're right, it's a terrible spot. I mean, look at how ragged that NC is on the way into the interlude. Jeez, been talking for a long time. The bus stop.
Yeah, it is a wild ride getting into that bus stop. Even in the old format, it was, I mean, when you got it right, it was so much fun.
Yeah.
It may not have a lot of elevation to it, but it certainly feels like a roller coaster the way it throws you around.
There is like the world's smallest little hill.
Oh, look, we got a wave here into the camera as,
Hey!
As we had a live stream out of the McKee Mobile.
That's correct. Race coverage presented by Triax Precision Manufacturing. And is also the Mike McKee entry, number 169.
Yep. Clifton and Reeves together, just 5 seconds behind Stark. I think they're going to have enough time. I think we're going to have a photo finish.
I think so.
I mean, it feels inevitable at this point, right?
And also, it appears to be that they're working together, which will certainly help track a car down with no help.
Yeah, Stark's picked the pace back up a little bit here, down into low 212s. Reeves has definitely found the pace now that he's in Clifton's draft.
Yeah, Clifton has gapped him a little bit now, coming around NASCAR 3 and 4. Probably about a second gap back to Reeves.
Traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there they go. Clifton a little bit ahead now, like you said. Make their way in turn one.
Reeves gets a little bit back on the brakes now that he's cleared the production cars.
Yeah, Clifton now just 3.9 seconds back.
Yeah, on the same straightaway. You can see him. He's got the taillights in sight as they go through turn number 3.
We're almost measuring this in car lengths now rather than seconds.
Yeah, we are about to that point.
Be interesting to see what happens when he does get there, whether decides to just continue to press on with the pace that he's got down in the 210s, high 210s, low 211s, or if he just says, all right, well, I'm not breaking the draft anyway, so maybe we just we let this ride here. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a strategy question for sure, and maybe having a rabbit to chase will be good for Stark. If Clifton's able to get by with a couple laps to go, it could be the motivation he needs to put a little more mustard on that lap and wait a second to hit those brakes, try and find a little more time. So I know a lot of times being in front is extremely hard because you've got no marker of what your speed is, how fast you're going, if you're hitting your marks well or not. Even if you have a lap timer in your car, a lot of times it doesn't affect you when you hit the brakes or when you get back to the gas.
Yeah.
You just see the impacts of those afterwards, and it's hard to be out front. Second place, following someone around and reading off of their brake lights and where they you can hear the car get back to it can be a huge advantage.
It's kind of interesting to hear you say that, and it does sound like a spec Miata driver, a spec class driver, right? Like you're just more comfortable in the pack, right?
Yeah.
It's easier to roll out of the throttle early, you hit your marks relative to the car ahead of you, come back in and close up on the straights than it is to really try and maximize your corner entry, corner exit, and set the pace out there on your own. I think there are certainly other classes of drivers that would be much happier to just hot lap. Right, get out there and try and hit the marks, be consistent, and do it that way instead.
Yeah, no, and from my perspective at least, I absolutely think that having a rabbit to chase is very effective for me. I run a little bit better, and if I'm looking for time, if it's a track maybe I've never been to before, I don't have a lot of experience at. If I'm out by myself, I'm in a lot of trouble. But if you have someone in front of you who's doing pretty well and you match up with well, skill-wise, car-wise, it's great. Great little measuring stick.
Does that help when you get into, multi-class endurance racing formats to have other cars that you're kind of constantly basing your performance off of as you're setting up passes or kind of trying to plan for, rather than if you were just out there circulating for 30 or 40 minutes on your own?
Yes and no. I think it's less effective than when you're in a spec class, but it's still nice to have a yardstick of how far I am from that car in front of me.
Yeah.
The closer you get, the probably less effective it is, especially if it's a different type of car. You know, endurance racing, if we go out there and we've got our Miata, we end up racing against a BMW. We make our lap times in very different ways.
Yeah, sure.
So as we get closer, less of a help. But if they're 10, 15 seconds ahead, enough for me to see them a corner or two ahead, yeah, absolutely. Huge help.
Shifting the focus away from the Spec Racer Fords, the next closest race in class is the 4-hour ITEZ category between second and third. The 46 car is in first, has a difference of a lap. That could be a pit strategy difference. But Fred Hutchinson in the 148 is ahead of Chris Marsh for second. But the gap is closing between them about a second a lap. So we could see a close battle between the two ITEZ cars in the 4-hour category here pretty shortly. And be interested to see, you know, as the 2-hour race ends, we might have a close battle for the 4 hours.
Yeah.
Especially when they have the caution at the end of the 2 hours, they'll be put back together.
I don't think there is a caution.
Yeah, is there not? I don't remember.
No, I think it's just an
it's the
open black
green and
flag.
checker or something. Yeah.
I don't know that they have the NASCAR stage.
I
flag
know exactly
either.
what you're saying. Yes.
I think it's just an open black flag. This is what we're told to expect anyway. If it goes different than that.
I believe there's a green flag as well, so it indicates,
got it.
It indicates that it's not like a real, you know,
that makes sense.
everybody comes in.
That makes sense.
Very helpful to have.
Yeah, so that will be an interesting battle to watch as the 2-hour race ends and the Spec Racers, you know, call it a night. We have another close battle there between those two.
I'm seeing a couple of cars here that are running around with either one headlight, fairly dim headlights. I mean, I know we've got the Speedway lighting that'll be up here, but you know, some car lights are going to help.
Yes.
Especially down around maybe the bus stop or the run into turn 1 and 2 there.
And you don't need to see the track with your eyes. You need to feel it with your heart.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, but
what would you say that means? I don't think I get it.
Yeah, I think, you know, seeing the track has a pretty big part to do with it, but, you know, spiritually I understand where you're coming from. Physically, I'm not sure.
I mean, I've always heard that there is a, and I do a fair amount of sim racing, so there's something that comes with it too, without all the G-forces and external kind of environmental factors of being in a race car. But there is a certain rhythm and zen that comes with just doing long endurance stints where you get into a rhythm and you kind of stop thinking almost. You're just clicking off laps and, yeah, hitting marks.
Sometimes that could work against me because I have a very short attention span trouble. So I find myself making mistakes. Like, oh, I forgot I'm racing here, you know. I almost, when I've been in the same car as Nick before, I always have Nick on the radio with me telling me the gap of the car ahead or the car behind.
Yeah.
And so that way I can focus the entire time.
That was just the leaders coming through. Rob Clifton in the 33, or his co-driver, has made the pass.
Yeah.
They are in the lead now, in front of Ryan Stark, with Ethan Reeves
kind of hanging
quite
on.
way back. Yeah.
Clifton did it with the exclamation mark as well. 2:10.129.
Wow.
Personal best and best lap out of the SRF3 class.
Yeah.
By a significant margin.
Yeah.
About a full second over Albanese, who also just set his fastest time with 2:11.1.
Yeah, it's becoming more difficult, even with that pace out of Albanese, to see that car catching the 19 or the 34 before we get to that 2-hour mark. That margin is
11 seconds.
14 up to Reeves. From Albanese up to Reeves. Reeves, in turn, is 4 seconds, behind Stark, and that's not much to choose between them either.
No.
Additionally, if Stark can hang with Clifton here, like if that's possible, I think Clifton could pull Stark along and make it even harder for Reeves to, make up that difference.
Yeah.
Traffic can go a long way.
It can. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm thinking.
Stark is hanging on to Clifton there as we go into the backstretch down into the bus stop. And they're coming up on some slower cars here in the bus stop, in the middle of it right now. So hopefully they're able to get through that before they catch them on the exit. And it does appear that they got through there just fine.
Yeah, it looks good. But I think Clifton just carries a couple mile an hour more. You know, the gap, making it tougher for Stark to get back to that back bumper in the 19. It's tricky as they come around. They've got the lap traffic. Let's see which way they go. They're both gonna stay low.
Stark's hanging in the draft.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it's been fun to watch Rob Clifton in that number 33. Really is maximizing traffic, drafting, trying to get the most out of whatever the cars around him are going to offer him. Inevitably, every now and then they'll hold him up at an apex, but if he can get a couple of miles an hour at the top end by sitting in somebody's drafts a little longer, he's absolutely taking advantage of that.
Oh, and how about this? Ryan Stark with the best time of the session with a 2:09.9 in the draft of Clifton, right?
Yeah.
So that's where I was talking about with the draft. It makes such a huge difference to have that hole punched in the air for you.
Well, and on top of that, you guys were talking about having that carrot kind of dangled out in front of you.
Right.
Now you're following the fastest car on track.
Yeah.
Yep. Follow his lead, and all of a sudden your lap times get better too.
It helps. And I will say Clifton did a great job of getting around traffic and almost creating a gap to Stark in turn one, is passing two cars before the apex, where Stark had to pass another car after the apex, right? So a good job of really sending it in there and creating a gap.
Good battle in the 4-hour ITEZ class as well. You guys were talking about it earlier. You were talking about it earlier, John. Hutchison and Marsh, that's number 148 and number 190. That margin's down to 3.5 seconds. And Marsh able to pull in a second and a half just on the last lap alone. Pair of Mazda Miatas at play there.
Yeah, Fred Hutchinson's in an NA Miata and a 90 with a 99. And I believe the 190 has a big wing on it, too.
It does. That is a familiar car.
I was going to say, I'm certain I've seen that car
Mihai
before.
Kostin, I believe.
That is his team. And we have raced with them for years. And we talked about earlier the community you get when you come to these races, especially racing within the same class. They're one of the teams that, we love to trash talk each other when we win and lose. But if something happens mid-race, they're the first team we go to looking for part, and they're the first one that come to us, and we're always ready to go. As much as we love to win, we don't want to win without them there, right? You want to have competition. You want it to feel like you earned it, not just it was handed to you. So, as we talked about many of the classes.
Yeah, they're right behind the overall leaders.
They are.
A little bit of trouble developing here. I don't think that 190 has brake lights.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I kept waiting for them to pop up on the way down into turn one. Like, wow, he's really driving it in deep. No.
If I'm Fred Hutchinson's team on the pit road, maybe I'm filing some paperwork.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm running over to an official. Have them come in and plug those in.
I mean, I think you can make a case here at a night enduro more than most others. Okay, yes, we have the trackside lights, but in some races it's annoying and it's non-compliant, but okay, everybody kind of knows what the deal is. Here, I mean, it's a legitimate safety concern.
Absolutely,
So we'll see how that one pans out. Did close in another 2+ seconds that last time.
Yeah, they really are making their moves. Let's see, where are we at? There's still one car ahead in the overall lead, it looks like. Brian Collier in the ITR. But they are a 4-hour contestant. I was thinking that the Spec Racer Fords may make it to the overall lead before the end of their 2-hour, but I'm not sure at this rate they're going to.
Yeah, it would require Collier needing another stop before that 2-hour mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most likely that car is bigger, has a larger fuel tank, a little more fuel range. So over the course of a 4-hour, maybe they're also stopping.
I'm actually not sure that car's been in yet. I mean, it's 10, 11 seconds a lap slower than the SRF3 guys are running. I think that's just come down over time. Eventually, it's going to need a stop, but...
yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't see a full stop on their lap times. So,
do you pay for Race Monitor Plus to be able to see past lap times?
Absolutely. I got money like that.
Oh. We're paid well here at DriversEye.
Yeah.
I bet you are. Invoice me later.
You got
you
it.
will never hear from me again. You know, I think for me, I just don't want to let go of the hope that Race Hero will come back someday, so I'm not going to spend my money with Race Monitor. Also, I already pay a decent amount of money to Race Monitor for API access, so we can pull in all the timing for our graphics, and I just feel like that 99 cents or whatever it is a step too far.
It's not about the money. It's about sending a message.
That's right.
Yeah. I know that phrase all too well as of recently.
It's actually just laziness, I think. We do have a pretty good timing alternative that we've been using.
Okay.
Are you familiar with Big Mission Motorsport out in Colorado? They do a lot of endurance racing.
I am not.
Okay, they run BMWs out of Colorado. Anyway, it doesn't matter. One of their drivers is developing an alternative to Race Hero.
Oh, okay.
Kind of in the same vein as what Race Hero did, called Red Mist timing.
Interesting.
The website is redmist.racing, and one of our partner series has been participating in that development, and we've got a lot of the old Race Hero functionality back.
Interesting.
It's
Very
really nice.
cool.
A lot of the graphical outputs and missing cars and everything, which is really nice.
Yeah.
I do like seeing when I get the hard charger and a little bunny rabbit.
That matters to you? Yeah. I can see that. It's the consolation for not actually getting on a podium or setting fastest lap, right?
Well, no, I'm still on the podium.
Oh, got it.
But I had a bad qualifying.
Sure.
Ah,
I got
right.
Yeah.
So then I get the little bunny rabbit as well.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
Yeah, we.
Jordan. Hey, why don't we step aside very briefly here at DriversEye Lab? We'll say hello to Triax Performance Precision Manufacturing, excuse me, and just take a quick break, reset ourselves here. We're nearly halfway through, just about to 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Lights have come ablaze here at Daytona. So let's step aside, pay the quick bill, and be back for more endurance racing action. A 4-hour under the lights Enduro from the SARRC Invitational Challenge weekend, Daytona International Speedway.
With speed meets precision, only the best survive on track. That's why champions trust Triax Precision Manufacturing, where high-performance CNC machining meets aerospace-grade reliability. From pit lane to production line, Triax delivers parts that don't flinch under pressure. AS9100D and ISO 9001-2015 certified, built in Sarasota. Fast, flawless, and fiercely dependable. Visit triaxpm.com and shift your project into high gear.
Welcome back to the Daytona International Speedway coverage of the 4-hour under the lights Enduro. I think I've got that all in the right order. John took, I think it was on the T-shirt. John walked away.
Using that, you were using that as a cue card.
Yeah, because I don't think it's on the logo. I don't think it's on the event logo. It's just on the event T-shirt. And I needed some help there. Anyway, yeah, coverage of the Enduro tonight presented by Triax Precision Manufacturing. Really appreciate them being with us throughout the weekend here, also being a part of our sprint racing coverage for the SARRC, South Atlantic Road Racing Championship divisional season finale here. This race weekend traditionally had its home up at Roebling Road, up outside of Savannah, a track I have yet to visit for whatever reason. But I've heard that this is now an event in the future that's going to continually rotate around the events of the tracks of the Southeast Division.
I've heard that as well, and I think that's a pretty novel idea, just to allow drivers from all over the South Atlantic to attend the championship, and maybe it comes to your home track. You got a better chance that year. And, it's like, hey, let's put a little effort into this year.
Yeah.
Let's go to a couple more events. Let's try to get some extra points and enjoy it.
I believe they're calling around a car here. They're holding a tech board at the start-finish line.
Oh, let's keep an eye out for that number 190.
Oh, the
where
brake
my
light.
yes, that is where my mind goes first.
So Fred Hutchinson may have heard us, maybe, and put a...
We are going out over the PA and allegedly down in the pit lane as well.
Oh.
Listen, I'm not. I don't tattle.
There
but
goes the 190,
yeah,
and they did
it
not hold
wasn't-
out the
it wasn't
board.
the 190.
Oh, well, there's lights on it now.
Are they brake lights, though, or are they just tail lights? Because they're really dim.
looks
Watch,
like
watch the 148. Yeah, see? Those definitely pick up in intensity.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
on
there's that faint blue glow around the back of the number one. There's actually a lot of blue glow on the number 190.
One of those cars we talked about that comes from another endurance series,
Yeah.
and they've got those lights for us, which is
Yeah.
really nice to be
It does
able to follow them around the track.
This is kind of one of those brief periods where you have both the car lights and enough ambient lights to be able to tell who they are, and now you've got like 30 minutes to figure out what every car looks like in the dark before you better have it right or you're going to have no clue who anybody is.
I believe we're working the last lap here, potentially for the 2 hour.
Interesting.
I'm hearing some rumblings.
There is a black flag in hand here at start, which is the appropriate flag in this case. And that would be for the Rob Clifton car, we would think. The 33 is the first of the 2 hour only cars. Interesting that they're running this basically to 7 o'clock rather than to the 2 hour mark.
Oh, they're holding the board out for this driver here.
Oh, no headlights.
Nope. Oh, so here's the checker flag right here for the
It is
33
for the
car.
33. Yeah, so Rob Clifton, just before we get to 7 o'clock Eastern time, comes through, takes the open black flag on the 2 hour Enduro. I only paused there because they're not continuing to wave the black.
Unless they're only doing it for... That is a good question.
Oh no, they're calling for the black flag at turn 6 as well. Did the 33 short pit? Give me a second. Now, let me go walk next door and see what the story is here. I think it's important to kind of close this loop. I'm also confused.
All right, so as he steps out, it appears to be the finish of the 2 hour, but only one car got the black flag, so maybe not just yet. However, it was given to the leader, Rob Clifton, in the 33 Spec Racer Ford, or Ryan Stark in the 19. I believe they might have actually been holding the number board as 19 and not the 190 that we initially expected. I believe it's the 19 car of Ryan Stark potentially got a black flag very late in this 2 hours.
That was the second place car, right?
Right. It was the 19, not the 190 that we thought we saw on the board.
Interesting.
So the 2 hour is not yet over. I mean, it is just about to be 7 o'clock yet.
All right, so we have answers.
Okay.
Calling around the 19 of Ryan Stark, not the 33 of Rob Clifton.
Right.
And it's because Ryan Stark was 19 seconds short, 13 seconds short, excuse me, in the pit stop.
Wow.
So
well, that explains the gap that he had in the very, as Clifton was hunting him down.
Yeah.
So that explains quite a bit.
It does. And it wasn't quite exactly 13 seconds, but it was pretty close to 13 seconds.
Yeah.
And so what they're trying to do is to get him into the pits to serve a stop-go, because if he doesn't serve a stop-go by the end of 2 hours, it becomes a 2-lap penalty.
Oof.
Right. So here, I mean, theoretically,
there he is in pit road right now.
Yep, headed to the black flag station, gets pointed with the air traffic control launch, comes to a stop, and is released.
Did he come to a complete stop?
They're waving him on, but he can't get the car restarted. Here comes Albanese in the 77.
Oh, wow. This is going to be, I think Albanese is going to take it.
I think so. Yeah, for sure. And you know what? It would have been really close had he been able to get going right off the black flag station, but because he stalled and had to get the car restarted, I think that was the difference maker in allowing the 77 of Albanese to get through. The other problem here is he waited so long to take to actually serve the penalty.
Right.
I don't know that there's going to be enough time, even at 209, 210, whatever he's capable of running, to go and chase down that number 77.
Well, so the 77 now has a large gap too, because Ryan Stark got stuck behind the BMW coming out of the pit road, and couldn't pass him.
Yeah, he hustled it down through the pit lane exit and really tried to get,
So there is
maximize some time there.
So how about that for Albanese? That's why you never give up.
Yeah.
Was about 15 seconds behind third place and is now in a position very late in the 2-hour race to be on the podium.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also, 13 seconds is kind of a lot when it comes to, the pit lane time, but it could have been, maybe anticipating 5 minutes from pit in to pit out rather than 5 minutes stationary.
Right.
And not knowing just the exact specifics of the way the rules are worded. It sounds like a very small thing, but in the end, we've created this level and kind of safe playing field across a pit stop environment, and little errors can have big consequences.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. That's an unfortunate break for the 19 team, but great for the 77, who is going to benefit from that one.
Yeah, actually puts that 77 up onto the SRF3 podium now as a result.
Yeah, that'll be the overall podium for the 2-hour.
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've had that pit stop from, was it Collier in the 80?
Yes, they are on pit lane right now.
I think they're getting ready to calling somebody around.
This could be it. This could be our...
we're at an hour and 51 elapsed time. And if we're targeting the 33 here, I think... Oh, no. That's start coming up to the line here.
Let's see. Where is the 33? They've just gone by, so... little ways to go. Somewhere in the infield as they make their way through. But the green one, right? Just exiting turn 3?
Yeah, it's Reeves in the 34.
Oh, that's the 34. Yep, he's the blue one. So a little bit ahead. Exiting turn 5, maybe towards turn 6.
Should be out by
there. It is.
6,
Turn 6. Yep. Great catch by Jordan there on the camera.
Dude, Jordan's so good at this.
He is.
It's unbelievable.
Thank you very much, Jordan, for all your help today. Couldn't do it without you.
I was waiting for him to pipe in and say you're welcome, but he left us hanging there. Yeah, we noticed.
Hey, there he is. Yeah, I think we're coming close to the end of this 2-hour, and I have to say, this lighting at this time is just really special. I know during the Rolex 24s when I come here, I love being up in the grandstands at sunset because it gives you go up to the top row even higher than we are now, and you get such a cool view of the way the sky just goes dark on one side. It's still a little bit lit on that side. It's a pretty cool time as the lights really start to take their effect. One of the things that a lot of people may not know is there are 2 very special lights on the track. Those are your turn-in arrows at turn 1 and turn 7. They are flashing arrows that point to tell you when to leave the banking and to head off the track.
Are they legitimately a turn-in point for you?
No, they serve no reference. They're actually pretty late in the corner, but it's one of those things that if you ever do sim racing, you do a night race, you'll see it, and you're like, oh, I wonder if that's really there. And the first time you see it in real life, it's almost surreal. You're like, wow, they do have just little arrows there that remind you not to go straight.
I probably need that in the daylight sometimes.
I can tell you they left it on all night yesterday.
Oh.
I had to come back to the Speedway at about 7:45 because I left some charging cables here. That was still very much on. I got here at 6:15 this morning, still on.
I did notice them on my run this morning. Actually.
Did?
Yeah. I ran 12 miles this morning.
4 laps.
No, I don't want to run on the track and get in trouble.
That does make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, so I ran around it. I ran around it.
All right. Oh, around it.
Yeah.
You take Midway over to
by the airport
and back to Williamson.
Yeah. Bellevue, wherever the roads are.
Bellevue Extension. Jordan, how you feel about the Bellevue Extension? It's a great road. One of my favorites.
All right, we've got.
It is pretty tremendous.
Yeah.
So I will say when we're here in June annually, we've got to be a little different with our camera positionings because we've got to be able to go service them during the day, and there's just no lunch break or dinner break or anything like that.
Right.
So we tend not to go on the outside of the banking. and we tend not to go in the island over there at turn 1/6, 2/6. And so that's not an angle that we typically get. Anything facing like west out over there with the banking, it's tremendous vision.
It is.
It's really cool.
It is a great view. You can see it inside the car.
Yeah.
You'll see as the BMW, sponsored by Tri-X Precision Engineering, or Manufacturing, excuse me, is going to make that turn to 6. Look at that sun right in your eyes as it starts to set.
Fortunately, it gets in your eyes after you've already committed to the turn-in, so you kind of on your trajectory by the time you get to the point where it's just, full blast in your eyes. You got to put up with it through the exit of 6, and then by the time you're back in the bank, you're clear again.
Yeah, not too much of a problem, thankfully.
I remember in years past, before they built the bigger grandstands here at Daytona that go all the way down to turn 1, you'd have footage from the Rolex 24 where it's just full sunlight in your face all the way down to turn 1. I mean, it's bad coming out of here. Of course, the sun's a little bit further south as it sets in January versus September. But, I mean, impossible to spot breaking points and turning points for one. From 4 in the afternoon until 5:30 or whenever it gets dark.
Yeah, it's a challenge to manage, and that's part of the into the night fun that you have. You get to race in these unusual conditions. You don't have the sun directly ahead and perfect lighting. You've got a little adversity, but I think it adds some beauty to it. So I never complain about being able to race when there's a sunset going on.
You're not much of a sunrise guy, are you?
I am not a sunrise guy.
I love a sunrise.
No.
Mostly by force. Like, either if I'm going to be setting cameras up at 6 o'clock in the morning for, a year. Every second or third weekend for an entire year. Like, either you've got to learn to love that time of day or just be miserable all the time. I love watching a racetrack wake up. The light does start to kind of bask over the circuit. This morning, tremendous. Put the first 2 or 3 cameras up while it was still dark. By the time I got around to turn 3, turn 5, it was just pink. Really, really nice.
A little bit of tire lockup, or is that maybe dropping some fluids on that car that just came through turn 5? We'll keep an eye on it as it goes to turn 6. But, still lots of racing to go. I mean, for some of these cars, we're about halfway through. Some of them nearing the end, but the race really just getting into its adolescence for some of these
That's a really
teams.
good point. I appreciate the fact that it's been allowed to settle in as well. We had those 3 full course yellows back to back right at the beginning of the race, and it was kind of awkward. You wondered if it was ever really going to find its footing. But as the track has thinned out a little bit and everybody's settled in, it's turned into a nice evening.
It sure has. And I appreciate them giving the 2-hour cars what appears to be the full 2 hours.
Yeah.
Luckily, the sun stayed up just long enough for track officials to deem it safe. So getting the full 2 hour in for that 2-hour group is always appreciated. Any track time is good track time.
It looks like they're getting the board ready for the finish, and I do hear someone, the radio, calling around the track. So we might be getting the finish here for the 2-hour portion.
Very good.
Keep an eye out for that 33 of Rob Clifton, which is both your current overall leader and the leader of the 2-hour subclasses, obviously.
Yep, he has a full 27 seconds to second place. So,
he checked out, huh?
He really did.
Well, I guess there was the
penalty for Stark.
penalty.
Really did it. Yeah, because Stark was hanging with him there in the draft once they kind of caught each other after the pit stop shook themselves out. But yeah, that penalty kind of did it in as far as the lead battle goes. Albany's picked up some time on Reeves there, but I think we're pretty fundamentally out of time.
Still 7 seconds to go there. That's tough to close if we're talking about the last 2 laps.
Yeah.
If Stark wants any tips on how to take some time off the pit stop, come find me.
He tried, man. Oh, you've got tips.
Oh, I've got tips.
Trouble.
I've got tips. All right, and it looks like we are getting something here. Yep, and there's the checker at the start-finish line for the 2-hour as Rob Clifton takes the overall win for the 2-hour portion of this endurance race into the night.
And does it emphatically. Fastest lap of the race on the last lap.
Yeah.
2:09.572. I mean, it's the golden hour, right? Conditions are as good as they're going to be. Might as well have some fun while you still can.
Absolutely.
Put the time in. Now, what is that? How does that compare to our earlier SRF3 sprint race? I'd be interested to find out.
I could probably find something for you on that.
Believe it or not, I am, even though I don't pay, I am allowed to look at past race results.
Let's see. That would be, was that a 2:09.5 on the last lap?
Yeah.
That would have been the fastest lap in the sprint race.
Yeah, it is a lot cooler now.
Yeah.
So that would
Sure, but that cooling off is enough to make up for the complete lack of slipstream.
Yeah.
And draft, right?
True. Yeah, he did that all alone, whereas the fastest lap in the race was absolutely Albanese and Aries drafting together. So very interesting to see how much track temperatures affect it. And, man, what a view.
That's such a nice view, isn't it?
It's, as good as it gets. Be a little happy if I could get the camera up higher and it wasn't so full of safer.
Yeah.
But it is a safer shot.
I think you did a great job.
I do my best, man. I put a lot of time and effort into getting the cameras right.
Well, congratulations to that 33 team out there.
Yeah,
well done.
Absolutely. Albany's puts in a PB on the last lap as well. It's 2:11 flat, so a little off of the Clifton time, but still getting after it in the cooler weather.
Yeah. Brought that gap down to 4.5 too. A couple more laps, and he would have been all over the back bumper of the 34. So, well done to all those teams. Unfortunate for the 19 team with that penalty.
Yeah.
Just a really close margin of error that unfortunately cost them, but that's all right. It's lessons learned for the next one.
So this will turn the race lead over to the number 63. It's open throttle racing on that 2008 BMW M3. It's an E92, right?
Yes.
92, yeah.
That'd be that V8 powered one. I think we
Correct,
saw
yes,
earlier.
I believe so. That'll be your overall M4R1 class leader.
Yep.
Sean DeColt in the 56 will take over second overall in your 4-hour SRF3 class. I think the only one of those.
I believe so. I'm going to have to take a look and see what that light bar looks like on that car. I forgot to take a peek.
You still have time.
Yeah, we've got a couple of hours to to figure out what that looks like. But very cool to see them strapping the light bar on and saying, hey, we're here. Let's run all 4 hours.
Oh, that is a stopped car on the inside of oval turn number 2. Looks to be without lights and power as well.
Put Old Faithful to work, see if we can get you any info. If the binoculars are giving a very different view than what the image is, as they start to roll again.
It looks maybe a little low at the left front, although that may just be the little bit of an incline there. Is that a Mazda 2?
I believe it is.
Yeah, it looks like it. How many Mazda 2? Carson Neal maybe in the 171? The only one I see on the 4-hour entry.
Yeah, I would have to imagine that is.
Let's see if we can get that timer in the upper left to not show checkered anymore. Oh, Josh Davis in the chat says Jordan Worth won this race. And I'm not sure if that's true. It sounds right, but proud of him. Yeah, we are too.
Yeah.
You know Josh Jordan? Yeah, I bet. Good.
Josh, check your PayPal. Jordan's sent over a little something for you. You know, it's he always appreciates getting a shout out. We know how that happened, but
timing update.
Yeah, there's the 56 that just went by start finish. I was finally able to get a look at that light bar. A little funny looking, but it does the job. Yeah, they're coming through 2 right now towards turn 3 with that light bar on the front. Very cool. There it is.
If you look in the upper left corner of your screen, just to kind of put this one to bed, the track status is correct. It is green. The time, obviously, is not. I'm not sure that's something I'm going to be able to recover. If I play around a little bit. do here.
Well, either way, those of you still watching with us, thank you so much. But just know the race ends at 9 o'clock. So if you need to set your own clock on how much is remaining, that's your metric there. 9 o'clock is when this second portion of the Enduro will end. And still a decent amount of cars out there. There is, it's certainly not empty out there as I look around the track and see a good amount of cars still racing, which is awesome. And it just keeps getting better and better, this view, as the sun continues to set. And we watch these cars. The lights on the top of them, those LED lights that we were talking about that line the A-pillars, the roof, and down the back, starting to become much more obvious to see from a distance, which is neat to follow cars around. You see, I want to say that's the Triax entry, the BMW, that has the blue lights coming into turn 3 right now. And I know we already talked about the 190 earlier, the Miata that has them. So, yeah, as we follow them around, you'll see these blue lights that run up the A-pillars right there, just kind of flash on your screen. And I believe the overall leader, that was the 63, is in the pits right now. Looks like they're doing a pretty standard stop, fuel and driver change.
Yep. That is the more complete of the 2 open throttle entries. We think the other one having dropped some of the rear bumper there at the exit of oval turn 4. You know, I had a conversation as we were, working out some of the details for our streaming coverage here for this weekend with Robin and Jack. Regaglia? I don't know what their preference is.
So it's Regalia. It's
Regalia.
Yeah, it's my mom and dad.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Huh. Learn something new every day.
So be careful. Be careful what you say.
I have nothing but nice things to say. Believe me. But we were talking about, well, if we do the Enduro, like, is it going to look okay on camera? Like, it's pretty dark. It was really dark in Sebring. I was like, no, it's going to look excellent on camera because it's obviously not Sebring. We've got the lights. We've got a sunset. Like, everything about this is going to be a tremendous experience.
The ambient lighting is significantly better here.
The only thing we don't have is, like, at Sebring, if you put the cameras in the right place, you can actually see the airport lighting out in the distance on the east side of the track, and it does kind of create a cool vibe that you don't really get here. Which for the av geek in me is a little bit of a bummer. I like the airport lighting, but it's still good.
Yeah, that is a cool effect to have. You get some of the lights and colors of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the taxiways, the runways, and everything in between. So
we did some Porsche sprint coverage earlier this year down at Sebring, and they did a Friday night sprint race. It was like 30 minutes. It wasn't much, but put all the cameras in all the right places. It made it look really, really nice.
No, very cool.
Very cool watching the headlights chase around through the darkness, come back into the light somewhere, like, that's who that is, before they just disappear. Almost like going out onto the Nordschleife, right? You just disappear into the forest, into the unknown, and they reappear 8 minutes later, and it's like, we got it.
There they are.
Is this Barroso back? Back out?
Yeah, it's Beers. He's been in and out.
Okay.
For the last hour or so.
The old extended test session here.
Yeah. On the screen here, we have Azan now in the McKee Mobile.
I like that.
Yeah.
You come up with that just now?
I said it once earlier, actually.
I missed it.
Yeah, it's okay.
You a big alliteration guy?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah. One thing I don't like is the shuffle steering, but that's a preference.
Just the technique.
Yes.
Yeah.
My problem with shuffle steering is say if the car is to step out on you, you don't know where the center is. So you don't know where your hands are.
Yeah.
So I always keep the hands relatively in the same position.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I've ever shuffled in.
As we can see on
racing.
the screen, that's shuffle steering when his hands are basically staying in the same position in front of him, but the wheel is grabbing the wheel and turning it and keeping his hands in the same position instead of holding the same part of the wheel and turning. You can do that, and Nick probably still does it.
No, not as much anymore. I've transitioned. But when I first started, I absolutely shuffle steer.
Yep. I did as well. And then I was coached not to for that reason. If the car is to step out, you don't exactly know where you are on the wheel.
Yeah, sure.
Right? So it's a bit later to catch it.
That makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one less
it's one less thing to think about.
One reflex you don't
Right.
have anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So here we can see if he goes to grab the wheel up higher. Oh, no. That's better.
Oh,
I can see it being a more comfortable position to drive for longer endurance stints,
Absolutely,
right? You're not pulling your way up over your shoulder or anything to arc into a corner. So I do get that.
So as we look here, we'll see how it grabs the wheel at the top
Yep.
and then turns it. But if it were to step out, now your hands are not in the right position to really catch the car.
I mean, you've got to pretty consistently underdrive the car then, especially from the apex out, right? To not have that that twitchiness on throttle. Yeah, that makes sense. Which, I mean, theoretically, you really shouldn't be driving a car on the ragged edge for a 2-hour endurance stint anyway.
I can tell you in past Spec Miata and other series endurance races too, we've had. I remember the great Preston Pardis, Celine Royan, myself.
Still around?
Myself, and I joke he's washed up.
I've heard this.
Yes, but he's in the NASCAR series a lot more now.
Yeah, I know.
Still does Spec Miata, but I remember we had a 2-hour enduro here, and myself, Nick Malatesta, Preston Pardis, and Celine Royan, sprint race, all four of us, right to the very end. All four of us less than a second apart, and there was there was zero chilling. Let's put it that way.
Really?
Yes, it was a race for 2 hours.
I mean, you couldn't, could you? Right? You got to prove yourself. If everybody else is going to go 100%, you got to go 100% too. I get it. Oh, Jordan, you've done it. Look at that. Got the timer back in the upper left.
Oh, thank you, Jordan.
That counting down to 9 o'clock. Tremendous. Look at that. Got future NBC producer written all over him.
Yeah, he does.
At least Fox. Can we get that in Exo 2 bold by chance? Okay.
Thanks for the 184 people tuning in.
It's been very consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. And hopefully, tomorrow, don't go away tomorrow, too. There's still plenty of action.
Championship Sunday, man.
Championship Sunday.
Yeah.
Prediction, Spec Miata winner is going to be John Davison. You heard it here first. The IFC Hard Rock sports betting ads all over this track. And if you were to put money on any driver, it should be John Davison to win tomorrow.
John, it's very important that you answer this question directly and honestly.
Okay.
What if I had put money on you today?
Well, that would be an unfortunate loss for you, but that, I will say it was not my fault.
Of course you would.
Yeah.
You're a racer.
It's never me.
Of course.
Right?
I get it. Huh. But tomorrow it'll be different.
Tomorrow's a lock.
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow's an absolute lock.
Stone cold lock, huh?
We'll see.
a
Lockup going into turn 5. Sorry to interrupt you guys.
Speaking of locks.
Yeah.
Messing up, but yeah.
Is that the BMW?
That is one of them, I believe.
Is that the McKee-mobile? Or no, the McKee-mobile is blue.
No, I do not think it is.
Yeah.
So
Well, we'll get a number here in a second.
white BMW running.
Is that an E30?
No. Oh, yeah. It is an E30.
Yeah.
Yep.
So let's match the year to the car. It's in the 133, maybe? Nope, that's a 1992. Oh, that's still an E30, right?
I think so.
Nope, I found it. It's not an E30, it's a 5 Series.
A 5 Series?
Yeah. It's Brian Collier in the number 80.
Ah, that was a
535.
That was a leader at one point.
It was, yeah. By virtue of having not pitted.
Yes.
Yeah.
But a leader nonetheless.
Just out there lapping in luxury.
That's got to be a cushy ride.
You'd think so.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, great for a place like Sebring. If you're doing 4 hours in Sebring, you want the 5 Series.
You wouldn't even know it's World War II.
Absolutely.
concrete. Yeah.
Yep. Here, you're probably not going to get the same amount of return.
Turn 6 is probably pretty nice, though. It tends to be the bumpiest spot.
Yeah. fair.
But
the curbs at turn 7. I mean, just hammer the buzz, right?
Wouldn't even know they're there. There's glides. 5 Series. That is cool. I love seeing, different cars out on track. And
Open Throttle was actually, I think, has one that they have campaigned in a different endurance series.
Ah.
Yeah. Bright Green 5 Series.
Yeah, there it is. Look at that thing go. Wow.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just thinking. I think for a future event of a 2 and 4 hour split, the 2 hours should be the second half.
Interesting.
So it's all racing into the night.
How do you start that?
I think the concern was headlights, though. And also people that maybe aren't comfortable driving at partial lighting,
I see.
What do you do for them?
I don't know. I'm just thinking of...
Then you have all the cars at the finish.
Sure.
Yeah, you have all the cars
I
at
see
the
what
finish.
you're saying.
Yeah.
Yep. So you throw a double yellow flag at the end of the 2 hour, and then you have split start between the 2 hour and the 4 hour, halfway around the track.
So competition caution.
Yep.
Yeah, see, I don't like that. That's
Yeah.
a little too... Gotta be careful with who
What if you
owns the
did
track here.
Into the
A little
into
too
the
other
sunrise.
sanctioning body for my blood.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'd love to see? You know what we should tack on to the runoffs?
What should we tack on?
We should have this whole week-long thing where we do the national championship winner-take-all sprint racing at the runoffs, and then at the end of it do a national endurance championship. Where
That would be cool.
Run what you run, whatever you want, 24 hours.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes. The last race finishes at 4 o'clock on Sunday, or Saturday, whatever, and then we do 24 and into Sunday.
All right.
Oh, my gosh. That's a...
You do, like, GT1 last, because they're not going to run 24 anyway.
Yeah.
And, you just do a winner-take-all national championship for endurance racing. I mean, 12 hours.
12 hour would probably get more entries.
12 hour, you're ending at 4 in the morning, though.
Yeah.
Started at 4 in the morning. You'd have to learn how to be a sunrise king.
I would. I had to do that a couple months
You guys
ago
ever
for
flag the
another
12
race.
hour at Sebring?
I've not flagged it.
You've been there?
I've been there.
Have you been there for Super Sebring?
No.
So the very first year they were going to do Super Sebring. It was the WEC and IMSA combined weekend. WEC was going to do their own 12 hour, right? And they were like, well, how do we fit another 12 hour into the weekend? Friday already has all this other support racing. Thursday we're already pretty taken up, and like Wednesday everybody's running support series or doing qualifying and some other stuff. So like, how do we work another 12 hour in? And one of the proposals on the table was to do the normal sprint support racing on Friday, run IMSA's 12-hour Saturday from 10 to 10, give everybody a 2-hour break, and then start WEC's 12-hour at midnight.
Oh,
I like it.
Wow. That would have been pretty cool. Oh, we do have a car stopped at the exit of turn 6.
Well, that's, yeah.
Just off the driver's right.
Yeah.
There could be a runoff from turn 1. I don't know how they ended
It
up
does
there.
look like it was the exit of 6.
Yeah, I think so. Car's pulling, well, did just briefly pull forward.
I wonder if we've got any...
It's just off the left of the camera here, unfortunately.
I mean, like, just off the left of the camera.
Yep. Who placed that camera there?
Well, it wasn't me. Jordan. Yep.
It does appear to be a Miata of some kind, from what I can see through the binoculars, but with light fading, so is the clarity. But then again, I think you could just say it's a Miata in 75% of the classes, and you'd have a pretty good shot at being right. The way sports car racing works here in the SCCA, you can't throw a rock without hitting a Miata anywhere here at Daytona this weekend.
Oh, the car's getting going and is in the middle of the track at the moment.
Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, it's an awkward cross there. He's
It
trying
might,
to get to
it
the
might be on the
inside.
screen now in turn 6. Nope.
And now it's gone.
Nope,
It's
just
gone
off
to
the other
far
side of the
left
camera.
side. Yeah, he's way out in the pad there, which is a safer spot.
Right.
But the getting there was a little less than safer, I would say. It's. I think it's going to end up parked up there on the inside, which I could see being a hot pole here, but I don't know that that's how it's going to go down.
No, Daytona doesn't quite have the same reputation as other tracks for their hot poles.
They've done a couple on the infield where if they're on the outside ring of the infield and they don't have to pull somebody out of a tire wall or something, generally they'll do it. But if they've got to cross the track and pull somebody in, it's a little awkward there. And on the banking, I don't think they want any parts of it.
Yeah, I don't blame them at all. For the sake of the safety crew and the driver involved, it's better that way. Just to if you need to go out and grab them, call it, slow everybody down.
Oh, we're seeing the victory celebrations now on.
Victory
Circle for the 2 hour.
I was told we weren't piped up enough in victory lane for people to hear us down there. So, actually, we've probably been shut off now for hours. Just better make sure it's still. Yeah, all right, we're still going.
Well, for any of you guys still out there watching with us,
they are.
Who are you rooting for? Are there any cars out there that are still running around in this 4 hour? Shoot that car number into the chat, and let's see who's got the most fans right now.
It appears to be the 169, at least for now. Beans Library.
Beans Library loves the 169.
Would love to know more about the Beans Library.
Let's see.
Celine Roland is in there, or was in the chat.
Hey, is he texting? Oh, so Michael Carter is about to get in the car, in the Royan car. Michael Carter, also a former Mazda Motorsports award winner.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, the stars are really out tonight.
And I just will say that I beat a Mazda factory driver, former factory driver.
Former factory driver.
Yes.
Who was that?
Michael Carter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Does being a scholarship winner mean you're also a factory driver?
I believe so.
In that you got money from the factory?
It makes sense to me.
Yeah.
It feels like a stretch, I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, I'm sticking with it.
That's fair.
It makes me look better.
All right.
Fair enough.
We've got a couple more responses here. The 56, some fans of the 56. That is that is our lone Spec Racer Ford number 3. That is running out there with the light bar. So it was Sean DeCold. I don't know if they have a co-driver. Probably.
I would imagine so.
For a 4 hour.
Yeah. I think you can only go 2 hours stint.
That's not true.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's not true.
There are no rules regarding stint length. This was confirmed to me yesterday.
You mentioned my mom. You mentioned my mom earlier, and she did ask me about a limit.
Yeah, I asked, I think I was talking to Brad up here yesterday, and I said, are there limits on stint length? He actually went out of his way to mention that there were some drivers doing a 4 hour solo. I was like, is that legal? He goes, there's no rule against it. So
there's a good race here with the 2 BMWs and the ITEZ car now going into, on the screen here, now going into turn 3. They're very close in the front straightaway. I'm curious to see if they will stay together.
So far, so good. But we'll see once they're able to put the power down. The M3s may have a little more in the tank for horsepower, but I would imagine that Miata pretty close to them in the corners, if not faster. That's a light car with a big wing on it. A couple more. We got the 73. That's a spec Miata.
This was
Tucker
the car.
Martin.
This was the car right here that was stuck initially. Now in the pits.
Oh, the Miata on its way in here?
Yep.
What's the number there?
There's a 49, I believe.
Cole Lucas.
The numbers
It's
are
an
very
ITS.
Yeah, the numbers are a little too close together.
Last lap was a 7:54, so that math does check out.
Yeah.
Hood goes right up.
Check on that one.
The hood and the trunk, which is interesting. I wonder if the battery, maybe, Nick. But then how would he have gotten started back up?
Yeah, battery, fuel pump.
No hills to coast down here.
Yeah, or fuel pressure regulator, usually in the back of the MBs. So, fuel delivery issue maybe, something along those lines. But yeah, I think battery is probably the easiest option to check. If that comes loose, it can short out against the tub of the Miata there.
You say that like you've found many ways for things to go wrong in a Miata.
Yes.
There are a lot of...
I bet there are.
Yeah.
There are, yeah. It's a long, complicated list of kind of what you chase, especially on Miatas, but everyone has had the problem before. I don't think there's any new problems being created for spec Miatas at this point.
Yeah.
So when you do have an issue, which is why I think cars that have a large following in sports car racing end up just growing larger and larger, is that wealth of information you can get from other people. So rather than bringing a brand new chassis to the track and saying, oh man, something's going weird on it, and everyone says, well, I've never even seen one at the track, let alone know where to start diagnosing it. Something like a Miata, you've got decades of racing knowledge to go on, and you give a problem to any guy who works on them, and they say, okay, here's the first 5 things to check, and 95% of the time, it's somewhere on that list.
It's so funny how different our perspectives are on some of that. I mean, as somebody who does not race and does not own a racing car, I would rather see the variability and the variation in what people bring to the track, right? I mean, one of the series that we work with, I think you can make a case that they're the highest level open rulebook series as far as endurance racing goes. And that encourages people to come out and try different things and do something new and test it and prove it in an endurance racing environment, which brings its own cost effectiveness and whatever. But it's also really cool to watch people develop new things in real time. Right? And it does create a lot of variation in what you get in the final results when people do new cool things. However, it can be really expensive to do that. And if you're going to be, the one out there that's, paying for the tires and the track time, or you're doing these things solo, like, you'd rather just be out there racing the car, not tracking down issues and, having it in the shop or in your trailer fixing it. And so I do also see that point, and certainly the Miatas at this point. People have got it pretty well figured out in both sprint and endurance environments.
They have. It's a tried and true platform at this point, and I completely understand what you say, and the series that I race in for endurance racing similarly has a fairly open rule book to allow creativity.
Yeah.
And it is very interesting to see the variety you get. It makes it much more enjoyable. It's not a spec race.
Yeah.
It is true. But I think a lot of it comes down to when you get into racing, where is your mindset?
Yeah.
There are some people who, when they start racing, like when I started, I wanted to drive. I wanted to be on the wheel as much as possible. And so having a platform that was consistent, reliable was important.
Yeah.
But there are other people who maybe grew up tinkering, working on cars in their garage. Maybe it was a family thing. They worked on it with their dad.
Yeah.
And they enjoy that garage aspect of tinkering, trying new things, experimenting. So going to a series that gives you the freedom to explore other opportunities and platforms.
Yeah.
If that's what you enjoy about it, more power to you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the beauty of the sport is if you want to be, in a more of a builder series where it's about the car, there's opportunities for you. If you want to be in a series where it's about the driver, there's opportunities for you. And, everyone has their own opinion. I don't think there's a wrong one. I think there's ones that we resonate with more than others as drivers or as fans or as crew members, family members who watch the sport. But having options is always the best outcome. If you're stuck with only one thing, it's never good. So, I enjoy that there's opportunities for everyone.
Racing offers something for everybody. I mean, unless you hate cars and also people, like you are kind of out of luck if that's the case. But if you enjoy either one of those things even a little bit, like there is, and motorsport in general, not just wheel-to-wheel racing, but the growth of time attack and time trials globally on a really highly competitive level. Drifting, I mean, you could say it's not racing, and that would be true, but it is motorsport by definition. It is a competitive sport that involves, automobiles. If that's something that you're into and that catches your imagination as a child or as somebody who's just kind of dabbling in racing or in motorsports, like it's there for you to, in a way that is accessible and that you can go instantly be a part of. And to the SCCA's credit, I mean, okay, endurance racing is still highly, highly regionalized in the SCCA. There really isn't a national platform for team endurance racing. But the SCCA's platform in general, nationally, is on accessibility. It's accessibility for young drivers and young racers, for teams, crew members, car builders, marshals and volunteers. Like, I went to Le Mans and the Nürburgring as a marshal specifically because the SCCA exists and because I lived a mile from here and had the opportunity to be here multiple times a year, to drive down to Sebring multiple times a year, to get better at something that allowed me to be a part of a sport that I would never, ever have had the opportunity to do otherwise. You know, if I was super into tennis, for example, or super into basketball the way I am into racing, there's no way I'm getting as close to those sports as I was able to get to racing through the SCCA. That just doesn't exist the way that it does here.
Yeah, it's very well put.
Yeah.
I think you kind of nailed it with, being able to be close to it. And, the platform the SCCA offers, something for everyone.
Yeah.
Really does allow the car culture to come to a competitive location and be able to be in a safe environment and have as much fun as you want.
Yeah.
It's
sometimes no fun at all. Yeah. Ask me about my trips to New Hampshire.
Hey, we've had those races where you show up and the first lap you turn, hey, belt fell off, water pump died, overheated the engine, done for the weekend. Yeah. The highest highs, the lowest the lows, but
that just becomes a good story later. Like, it might take years, but eventually it will get there.
Yep.
Add it to the list.
Yep. We had one of our endurance races. We had an engine builder putting together an engine. And he was like, "Oh, it's brand new. I want to take it out for a stint and, break it in my way, do all that." And we were like, "Yeah, absolutely, no problem." Goes out for 2 or 3 laps. Car's overheating, not sure what's going on. Next thing you know, he's stopped on the side of the road, gets towed back in, bolts on the water pump pulley. Just
classic.
Yeah, and we were just like, "Well,
are you supposed to tighten those?"
Usually, but it just happens that way. And he was like, "Oh shoot, my bad. We'll get it fixed." And, it was a story we laughed at because the next motor was a rocket ship, and it worked out fine. So, I think if you stay in the sport long enough, you're going to have the highs and the lows.
Yeah.
And it's all going to balance itself out. And dollar per smile. I don't know if there's I know. I don't know if there's a better sport, though.
Nick.
I don't know if there's a better sport for it.
I mean, the problem
is...
It's
a terrible metric, I know.
Dollars per smile. The problem is that the dollars number is still occasionally, frequently, very high. Like, the smiles number also very high. That's great. But also, the number of dollars required to get to that smile it's a lot. Right. I get it.
I think it's all perspective, though.
For sure. Yeah.
It depends on what you want out of the sport. If you come in here and your only goal is to go and win a runoffs championship.
Yeah,
your dollars per mile probably going to be lower than the guy who's with his buddies and they put together a car to come out Daytona to a regional race and, hang out. That's their dollars per mile is pretty dang high.
Yep.
So it is what you make of it, I think. But yeah, you're right. The dollars per mile can vary a lot. But,
so I Mike Gorman, the open throttle car, 63 and 64. We have something of a bit going. Are you guys familiar with the VW Fun Cup?
Volkswagen Fun Cup? The Super Beetle Cup?
Yeah.
It's in Spa?
Yeah, so it's called the VW Fun Cup, and they're those tube-frame Volkswagen Beetles that run on, like, 195 tires.
Yeah.
I mean, they have no grip. They have very, very little power, but they're tiny, and they weigh nothing, right? So it turns out that in a particular class, in a particular series, it's designed to run at 9-to-1 power to weight. These things run at 10-to-1. And they are dirt cheap. The problem is they're not very fast, even at 10-to-1, because they just have no grip, right?
Yeah.
On the 195 mil tires, like, there's no contact patch. And it doesn't matter. Like, I have decided in my head, like, if I am ever going to run a stint in an endurance race, it will be behind the wheel of a VW Fun Cup. Like, however that happens, whether somebody drags one into that series to run in their lightweight class, or somebody drags one into I think I saw one at Watkins Glen in like a GT3 field at a Super Tour a couple of years ago. The only one I've ever seen stateside. But I've decided like that's the way I'm going to have the most fun behind the wheel. It's not owning, it's not building, it's not tinkering. It's somebody brings something dumb that's probably not going to be competitive, but me and a couple of buddies are going to buy up the season. We're just going to go have way more fun than anybody else, just turning laps until the race is over. I think that's
pretty high dollar per smile.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, smiles. I mean, just that smiles number goes way up. And my goal is to just have more fun than everybody else. The result will take care of itself in the end if that's the way it goes. But you're just out there to have a good time and enjoy your weekend.
Yeah.
Until you start spending too many dollars, and then you start taking it too seriously, and then you end up with a problem.
Yeah, it can snowball very quickly.
It does, yeah.
As starts to roll down the hill. To answer our question, we've got Drew. Is it 2 required 5-minute pit stops? Drew, as far as we know, there is no requirement on the number of pit stops.
It's 2 in the 4 hours.
Oh, there is a 2. Okay,
it's 2 5-minute required stops, and if you have to make any additional fuel stops, they also have to be 5 minutes.
Okay.
Anytime you fuel, it's a 5-minute mandatory stop.
So 2 required stops for the 4 hour.
Yes.
Interesting.
Confirm that here with the information that was sent to me the other day. But,
I think I skipped some fans out there. We've got Alexis cheering for the 63. That's the open throttle cars. Couple of 169s. That's our Triax Precision Manufacturing car, or as John has called it, the McKee machine.
The McKee Mobile.
McKee Mobile. Sorry.
Here we go.
And there it is on screen. Perfect timing. The 91. That is a T4 car, Mazda Miata, 2007, so BNC, of Charles Habis
Reutinger.
Habis Reutinger. Fantastic.
Got to brush up on your German there, man.
I guess I do. It's time to find a new language app because the one I've got clearly isn't working.
There's a completely irrelevant, but we're at that time of night. Have you been to the pierogi and schnitzel house out by the beach?
I have.
Have you?
I have.
Worth going to?
Absolutely.
I think I got to go.
If you're a fan of it,
I love both of those things.
Then yes,
absolutely. As a Polak, I'm obliged to love pierogies, and I do. And I also happen to really, really like schnitzel.
Yeah, no, you will not be disappointed.
Yeah.
You will not be
Some people are calling Daytona Beach the Nürburgring area of the United States.
I'm going to need you to show your work on that.
There's a large racetrack with some schnitzel nearby, which I think are the only 2 requirements for the title. Listen, I've thought a lot of things about Daytona Beach over the last 17 years of my existence. Comparing it to the German mountains has never been one of them.
Okay, good. I'm glad that's on the back
burner.
Until
tonight, apparently.
On the back burner of your thoughts there.
Jordan, did this place ever strike you as being particularly German? Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
But wouldn't Road America, Elkhart Lake, be a little more close to that?
That would be much more appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I still wouldn't call it very Nürburgring-y.
Yeah,
but it is more German for sure.
They had like a sausage sponsorship at one point.
Johnsonville.
Yeah.
That's dead now. The Speedville Bridge is gone.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very. But yeah, I mean, Johnsonville sausage is right there nearby.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah.
Let's see. What other cars do we have? The 91, did we? Yep, we did. That was where I needed to brush up on my German. We're not going to try that one again, but much love to the 91 team out there. We've got a 116. Who are you cheering for in the 116? A Miata ITA car. And Spencer. Shout out to the 116 team. The 114 team, Celine Royan and friends.
It is Royan.
Dad.
It is Royan.
Okay. And
yeah. John Hindhaugh led me astray again. Yeah. Royan. That makes a lot of sense.
The 123 team. Let's see where you are. Kyle Jansch. Yes, a familiar name. In that T3 BMW 330. Very cool. Well, thank you guys. In the 169, preparing for their next pit stop. So we'll have some action on pit road to watch very soon, as they are currently our overall leader. there is still a race going on, guys. I know we've been chatting a little bit, but
it's kind of a podcast at this point.
Yeah.
It's very similar.
You guys are trying real hard to drag me back into the race. I'm going off my schnitzel tangents. And
I also really appreciate that I'm in the thumbnail.
Are you?
I am.
The 10 made it in there?
Yeah.
The war wagon.
And myself and the late, great John Carter front row. And Celine Royan right behind.
Hey.
Do you have any idea what year or event that would have been from?
That would have been 2016, I am thinking.
They're the current grandstands.
Oh, we do have a radar view.
I mean, it's Daytona. You can't get out at Daytona without a radar view.
Nothing on there. Well, all right then.
Well, I'm glad we brought that up.
I mean, for the 7 o'clock hour in Daytona Beach in what is still technically summer.
It wouldn't be out of question.
I mean, I've seen worse radars than that here, for sure. Yeah.
Hopefully the weather stays dry tomorrow, or else I'm going to have Nick drive my car and just be up here.
Not a big rain guy?
No, I blame my parents for not letting me race in the rain in the early years of racing. And it's never a good thing when Nick Soriano passes you on the track, but it always happens in the rain.
In the rain, it is.
He's fearless.
I mean,
one of my only good qualities in racing is my ability to race in the rain. I love it.
And I mean, you've never offered to coach John up?
No,
Get him up
that
to
is
pace,
my
save the
sponsor on
speed?
the survey.
It is.
Yeah,
what?
Nick Soriano driver coaching.
Yeah.
Was that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that a real thing that has happened?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people are just uncoachable, though. You know, it's not always the coach's fault.
I get it.
And there we go. The 169 is on pit road for their final pit stop.
Should be.
Yep, that is the your current leader. See the driver out of the car as they refuel.
I like how they changed their driver name on their graphic.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. This is
I
a.
believe this is My Races Live is the platform they're using here with the graphics.
It is. Yeah. It's a pretty cool platform. You can
Yeah.
you pipe in your live stream from the camera like you would to any of the streaming sites.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of going directly to the streaming site, you send it to their server first. They add in all of your driver data, time data.
Oh, nice.
It's very cool. It's very straightforward.
Do they provide the camera? Can you buy the camera from them, or do you have to provide your own?
I
solution?
don't believe they have a camera, but I think the standard is, a GoPro 8 or higher with a hotspot in the car. That's kind of the easiest method.
We did a. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, we've used it before for our endurance racing,
okay.
And that's the only reason I know its usability. And I thought it was pretty simple to set up. So, pretty cool platform and
You
nice
use
to
GoPro
see
with a
something.
hotspot?
Yep.
That's your solution.
Yep.
We did a single make series out on the West Coast a couple of weeks ago, and a lot of homemade live streaming solutions for in-car. Our friends over at Sentinel provided a few with on-site service, which is excellent. Got us 4 or 5 extra cameras. Some decided to do it their own way. They're just like, yeah, I have a GoPro. I'm just going to rent a live view for the weekend, a solo or something like that, or just buy a solo. And I'm going to do it that way. I was like, all right, cool, let me know what you need. I'm more than happy to get it supported. So we're out at Laguna, and one of the guys in a 991.2 Cup car, Porsche Cup car, was like, hey, we're trying to get this thing figured out. Can you come give me a hand here? I'd like to get it pointed to my YouTube as well. So we walked through. He's just got this GoPro laying around in the car. Like it's attached by cables, but not mounted to anything. I was like, you just working on it, or are you going to mount it somewhere? He goes, no, I'll mount it. It's, while we're working on it, leave it out where it is. And I was like, okay. So we get the whole thing up and running. The camera comes up. He's like, hey, do you mind taking a look at the feed when I go out on track? Sure. Goes out on track. Pull it up. Helmet cam. Strapped a GoPro to the side of his helmet, wired to the encoder in the back of the car.
Oh my gosh.
Like tethered to the middle point of the Porsche. It looked amazing.
I bet that was a cool
Really
view.
cool.
I bet that was a really cool view.
I'm not sure how many other series would be okay with the wires coming off the helmet to the encoder in the back of the car, but nobody said anything, so we took the camera and ran with it.
Speaking of helmet cam,
Yeah.
you guys might like this. So I have my GoPro on my helmet so I can get the driver's eye view, but I'm too tall, right? So I had it above the visor. So then I moved it to the very top of the visor,
On the visor.
On the
stuck
visor.
to the visor.
Because I like my visor at like a quarter crack open.
Okay.
So it's not in the field of vision.
Yeah.
However, in the race today, I did hit those yellow rumbles in the bus stop, which then shut my visor. And now I have a camera right in between my eyes.
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect. While I'm leading the race.
Is that why you finished fourth?
No.
No. Sorry.
It was one of those things where it's, the halo and the F1 car.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
you kind of just
you
go.
focus past it.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
But there's just a black, like, fuzz there.
Did it make you want to go drive a Halo open wheel car?
No.
You'd be like, you know what, this isn't so bad. I bet I could go race an F4 car.
Not really, but
yeah.
I actually hated the visor being shut more, but I couldn't open it.
Why?
I feel claustrophobic, I guess.
No, why couldn't you open it?
Why couldn't you open it?
It's, I don't know. It's like too tight.
It was the weight of the GoPro pushing down on the clamps.
The clamp, it doesn't clasp as easy as
Sounds
I'd
like user error.
Listen, I'm just a driver.
Yeah, see?
You know. Oh, we were
your own helmet.
We were talking earlier about the different flavors of racing.
For sure.
Where you want a driver's class or a class where you have to tinker on things. Nick can tell you, I would not do well in a class that I have to tinker on anything.
You just like to get in and go.
I just, I arrive and drive.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Do you own your car?
I do.
Do you build your car?
I have my last one.
Oh, okay.
Not this one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You just bought it and it's somebody service it for you?
Mhm.
You have like a prep shop?
Yeah.
Okay.
AAG Racing, shout out.
That's what I was going for. Well done.
Yeah.
Test
We tried to win today, and unfortunately we did not. So I blame.
We'll work on the media training with him.
It's fine. We'll get there.
I blame my mechanic.
Of course you do.
I hope he's listening in the garage right now.
There's that media training.
I mean, that one is actually kind of, you just blame literally everybody.
I blame
else.
everybody else.
It's never me. It's never. Come on now.
That sounds about right. Oh, boy.
We are very nearly to 8 o'clock, gentlemen.
We are.
Just about an hour left in this Saturday 4-hour Under the Lights Enduro, part of the 2025 SARRC Invitational Challenge weekend. This race coverage presented by Triax Precision Manufacturing. Actually, the team we're running on board with now. Michael McKee, big part of that organization, stepped up and helped make this all possible. I don't really know what we call this. It's just something podcast hour. We'll come up with a more clever name.
It looks like he's looking for something in the car. Not really focusing on the road, it seems.
I mean, those lights shining back in his face seem pretty bright.
Oh. What is he looking for?
Those are gauges.
The red, and blue?
Yeah. Yeah, I think those are digital
What could
gauges.
they possibly be telling him? Oh, you're absolutely right. Yeah, the digital, like, oil temp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. They still seem pretty annoying. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure you get used to it. Luckily,
Probably
Daytona.
right, yeah.
At Sebring, I'm sure it's much more distracting than here. The lights outside seem much brighter than the lights inside the car. So
We've got a little battle on here for the overall race lead.
Oh.
The Royan number 114 and the wrong transponder number 63. The open throttle car.
Oh, yeah.
0.2 of a second last time.
I love a good wrong transponder.
You do. I've noticed specifically CFR really loves wrong transponder.
Yeah.
Big fan. Yeah.
it's a CFR legend.
I would say so. Maybe
they've been around forever.
one of the best. CFR Hall of Fame. First inductee, wrong transponder number.
Tell you what, they do show up and they participate, and that's what's vitally important to a club like this. So
you know who might be inductee number 2 to the CFR Hall of Fame? Jim Hooker.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Jim was flag chief when I was living here. I left here 14 years ago. I don't know how long I would be able to put up with being a flag chief in any region, let alone a region that has at least 3 pro races a year in quick succession. But I know it wouldn't be 14 years. And every time I see him, Jim gets a little bit like, he's at work and he's just on a work weekend. And it's, eyes down, focus forward. But every now and then I do see him enjoying himself. And that's really nice.
That's good.
So shouts to Jim. Holly. He's up there in race control as well.
absolutely.
He does a great job as flag chief down
Absolutely. And not just to them, but to all the volunteers.
Absolutely.
All of you
Yeah.
guys who come out and make these weekends possible. Thank you so much for your work. I know it's not always easy to, attend these things. And as a driver, we appreciate it. And we hope the appreciation comes through, just whether you're watching at home, whether you can hear us over the PA for whatever reason. But yeah, thanks for the volunteers.
It's as a CFR, I mean, this is the only place I've really ever volunteered, right? I lived in the Northeast for a while, but I never changed regions. I would always come back down here for the pro stuff or Classic 24 to help where I could. I enjoyed flagging down here. I enjoyed the people. I enjoyed the hospitality. And as time has gone on, as I've come back to more Daytona events where clearly things are supported by SCCA marshals or SCCA events themselves, as time goes on, you see fewer and fewer names that you recognize on the list. And, I mean, the causes for that are obvious, but still difficult. But it's nice to see that even as the recognizable names have gotten fewer and fewer, the participation itself hasn't dropped, right?
Yeah.
There is still an interest in being a part of motorsports here specifically, supporting not just the pro events, but the regional events, the divisional events, the majors, Super Tour, and the travel. I mean, Homestead is not so very far away that you can't go down and help out, Florida region when they've got a big weekend, or Miami is another pro race down there. They've got it the F1 venue. I mean, there really is a good base and a good core of volunteers here that helps keep racing at the club and professional levels, frankly, operating the way that it does. It's just wonderful to see that level of involvement still at the club level here in CFR.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well said, and agree with you completely. It's so important to keep a region healthy, not just having a high driver count, but a high volunteer count. So.
I mean, you guys kind of straddle that line, right? You flagged.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Everybody likes big car count numbers, but when you're on the other side of the fence and you're one of two on station, you're like, man, this is kind of a long weekend,
Yeah, it's long, especially days like this. I mean, they're out there, 8 o'clock? It's probably 7:50 for course check.
Yeah.
And, they'll be out here till 9:15 by the time they get everything packed up. It's a full day. It's a full day.
Yep.
So much appreciated to all the volunteers out there.
Except for Grid.
Yeah.
They have too much fun. They have too much fun.
Is that true?
Oh yeah,
I've never worked Grid.
The Grid bunnies you have to wear the bunny ears.
You do.
I've seen their sign down at Sebring before.
Yeah.
Grid bunny parking only or whatever.
You
for their golf carts
have
there.
to wear bunny ears if you want to work Grid.
Do you have to be a specific gender in order to do that?
Absolutely.
Or is it a unisex experience?
It is. Yeah, no. If you're on Grid working, you have to
have the bunnies.
Yeah.
That's for visibility, presumably.
There's a picture of me floating around out there too.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Huh.
Hey, Brendan, can I tell you a secret?
Uh-oh.
You know, bunnies are male and female.
I do. I wasn't sure if this was a...
But they find a way to reproduce.
I
It's a
understand.
common phrase.
I do understand. That's a very good point. Maybe that's how we keep the volunteer population up. Is you have to go work Grid a couple of times.
There you go.
Yeah.
They do have a lot of fun there.
I believe that.
They do.
And sometimes they get mad at you because I'm late half the time. So
they're not mad. They're disappointed.
You as a driver are late to Grid.
Yeah.
sometimes.
Whose fault is that? Probably the mechanic.
Yeah, not me.
Kyle Jantz with a PB. How
about that?
Number 123, 216.713.
Hey, put him in. He said, I still got time. We can turn a couple.
He's got a 43-lap lead. I think that win will be secure with 55 minutes left to go.
Never give up.
Celine Royan and company, 3 laps ahead. Second place, Jared Douglas.
I think they are. Is that them down here in for their final stop?
I believe so. I believe so, yes.
Yeah, they haven't come through start finish here recently. Excuse me.
Yeah. Caitlin and Mark Inley in the ITA car, 5 laps ahead of Brennan Spencer. Maybe some pit time there as well to bridge that gap.
Yeah, there's a couple good battles. The ITEZ race we talked about earlier, front 2 cars still on the lead lap. The 190 and the 148 are 15 seconds apart, which is, after 3 hours, pretty close together. The 190 right now making its way. That's your leader in the 4-hour ITEZ is going to turn number 1. We'll see. It's got the blue lights on the top there as it goes around the outside, trying to make some moves. And yeah, they're holding on to that lead ever so slightly. Fred Hutcherson in the 148 chopped a couple seconds off on that last one. 4 seconds, 11 seconds apart now. So we may be later in the evening, but we are not done racing. That is for sure. There is still plenty of time for some action, and there are plenty of cars still out on track. So it's a great 4-hour as far as I'm concerned. The lights are on. Always a cool sight to see. A hood up on one of the cars. Did we determine this one over here was the 114?
I believe that is the Royan car.
Oh, yep, sure is. I see the yellow light. So hood is up. Hopefully just checking oil. Standard pit stop for them since they are leading their class, but never know what's going on. But we are continuing on. Soldiering on. Everyone's been clean. We haven't had a caution since the first hour. Knock on what appears to be synthetic wood here on the desk, but we'll knock on it anyway.
Looks like we're going to have another guest here shortly.
Ooh. Exciting. As we watch the bus stop here. Love watching the cars bop through there. They hit those rumbles on the entry.
We're going to get these levels all wrong here. Should just have a preset for you at this point. So, voices that you're hearing at the moment. We haven't reset the commentators here in a while. Brendan Kaczmarek. To my left is John Davison. To his left, Nick Soriano. Got all the names right?
Yeah.
Fourth Mike. Oh, you look at me, John, like I said something wrong.
No,
John Davison.
you're good. You almost forgot my name, so it's okay.
I did earlier. I think I said Dave or something. I don't know what happened, but I like blacked out very briefly and just got it completely wrong. Totally crossed up.
Seem bigger.
What's that?
You're trying to make the production seem bigger.
Exactly. Well, I mean, normally I'd rely on Greg Ginsburg to just get all the names at least half wrong, but you know, he's not here this weekend, so I had to pick up the mantle. Mike Gorman joins us on a fourth microphone, which I knew at some point in my life was going to come in handy. Apparently today is that day.
Here we are. How we doing?
Good. We were just talking about open throttle racing, Mike.
Oh, very good. Hopefully all good things. At least mostly.
We were talking about open throttle racing.
60-40 split, at least, for good?
63.
We were saying good things on this side of the table, but on that side of the table, maybe not so much.
Yeah. He is a bit of a sarcastic gentleman, but we do love him.
I mean, when you're regularly producing 15 hours of coverage a weekend, you have to find things to talk about. You do have to throw the occasional bomb and then find a way to reel it back in later to let things cook a little bit. But, Mike, anyway. Wrong transponder 63 and wrong transponder 64.
Yeah, that's our team name. No. We're just running under disguise this weekend. Our team name is actually wrong transponder.
Is it really?
It is.
For real?
No. Sorry.
I will believe anything you tell me.
Sorry.
I will believe anything you tell me. I was going to say, also, there's no team names.
So correct.
They're all
yeah,
driver names.
Sorry. I got thrown off from normal timing and score. We joke about that with Champ. Oftentimes there'll be like a 30 or 45-minute delay that it just says waiting for data. Yeah. So we were going to run entry under the team name waiting for data ... and just absolutely drive the timing and scoring people insane. Wondering why that wouldn't update, but now I let the secret out of the bag. So.
I think you would have the same effect here if you went with wrong transponder number.
Yeah.
But anyway.
So we were originally planning on running the other 63 car Hulk, the green one that we usually see in WRL, but we subbed it out for the 63X car, which is Open Throttle's new E92 M3 build that we actually still have at GTO power. It's a full power E92.
Is that right?
So,
wow.
Is
that running in ITEZ?
We're running in R1.
R1.
Yeah.
What is R1 for the uneducated? Not me.
I'm the wrong person to ask about that. I was looking at the
What a class.
So here's the interesting element. Here's why I think I'm the wrong person to ask that. Because I have two cars that are both E92 M3s here, as you know. And one of them we've run in R2 the entire time, and one is in R1. And I think it goes off of displacement, but I think the reason why they let us run Cherry, the 64 car, in R2 is because we have it detuned for WRL.
Okay.
So that car's about 100 horsepower down on the other E92 M3 that we're running in
Oh,
R1.
interesting. Okay.
So I'm not quite sure if that's the reasoning why, or if some paperwork got messed up our first time in several years ago. But we're just because I think it's displacement, but I think maybe they I don't know. But it's here we are. We're leading class of 1, so we're pretty excited about that.
Are they 2 classes of 1, or do you have a competitor in R2?
We have a competitor in our R1.
in R1,
that
okay.
M2CS that I believe retired. early.
Yeah.
The number 16 car. And then, we're so basically the reason why we're here in a car that's
I
fighting
was
for a
going to
champion-
ask you
it's
that
a great
exact
question.
question.
I'm glad you asked.
Why are you here, Mike Gorman?
Well, there was no engine in that car 3 days ago. And if you're familiar with our schedule, you know that we have Utah that we're leaving for on Monday for an important championship race. We did want to there wasn't really a whole lot of opportunity to do things on track between like Wednesday when we finished it or Thursday when we finished it and when we depart on Monday for a 40-hour round trip drive or 40-hour each way drive. So we brought it here to run it in a 4-hour.
Of course.
Make sure the engine's good. Yeah. And if we're good enough for 4, then we should be good enough for 16 is our theory.
Yeah, that math
Checks out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've done this math, yes. If you're new to open throttle, you understand this is how this goes. We shake down 24-hour races and stuff like that.
I mean, you will be good for 16 4 hours at a time. You'll go
No,
through 4 hours.
that's not how that works.
They're good.
Like if it blows up within the first hour and a half to 2 hours, you got a problem.
Or it'll be something else.
Right.
It won't be the end.
Now, theoretically, we probably could have stopped at the 2-hour mark, but that's not really like we're already here.
You're already here.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say.
So yeah, I'll obviously regret that if we have an issue in the second half of this race. But I mean we've got our season all-star in the car. I went out and managed to not destroy it earlier. I actually just got out of the car, had a great time. I don't often drive, but in an event like this, we're running the 2 cars. We're already planning on being here with the other E92 M3. We're part of our open throttle, as we've discussed on the other broadcasts, our open throttle driver development program.
Sure, yeah.
So we're introducing that into the SCCA as well.
Oh, cool.
So we've got
Sprint
a driver
racing?
coach, a little bit of both. Sprint.
Okay.
So I've got these 2 young kids, Zion and Tristan, and they're coming up. They drove F30, our GP2 cars, at Sebring a couple weeks ago, right before we left for Mid-Ohio at the last SCCA race. Like 2 days before we left for Mid-Ohio Champ Car. And then, they are doing fantastic. They're working with Christian Shawn, a driver coach. Okay. And, so
is Chris with you guys this weekend?
Yeah, Chris, well, he's doing his own thing in his E46 as well. Okay. And then he's racing in the 63 with Zion and Tristan.
Oh, very cool.
This weekend. So, phenomenal guy, giving them a great foundation to get started. And we're just here to help them get a tremendous amount of seat time to accomplish their goals of moving to the next levels in as short a period of time as possible.
Also going to Utah with you on for next year?
They just brought that up, and it's like we're leaving Monday. Like it's not necessarily a no. I know, you know how we are. It's not necessarily a no, but it does throw off my entire logistical plan, but not in a way that's impossible to accommodate. So we'll see. We've got a lot of other events coming up in the next couple of weeks that are just kind of bouncing us all over the country. So we've got Utah, and then fresh after Utah, I think, is Watkins.
It's like 3 weeks later.
Yeah, 3 weeks later we've got Watkins, and then we have Road America, Champ Car. I can't remember the order on those.
I think it's in that order.
So yeah, Watkins, then Road America. We got the 63 car coming into the pits here with Hulk's trunk on it. That's why the trunk is green.
Also noticed that.
So we got that, and then let's see. So we've got Watkins Glen, we've got Road America, Utah, and then we've got the HSR double WRL weekend. So we're going to be running.
You're running the shuttle, right?
Yeah, we're running the shuttle.
That's
awesome.
We
got 3 drivers that are going to be running both races. Or I'm sorry, 4 drivers that are going to be running both races.
Tremendous.
And we're going to be running the open throttle shuttle, which has been upgraded from a Cayenne to a older BMW M5. So we've got a nice black on black
green.
BMW. Not yet. We'll put a green hood on there or something so people recognize it. But we really like the stealth element of the black 200-mile-an-hour car. So it should make quick work of getting people back and forth between Sebring and Daytona for that weekend. And we'll have RVs set up on both locations so people can get some sleep. But we've got drivers that when we throw a challenge out there, they seem to not be able to say no. And we can't either, so it's a bad combo.
Open throttle seems very much like just figure it out racing?
What do you mean by that?
Like, the answer is very rarely no.
Oh,
the
well, that's
answer
the problem with having a
we're
sales
just going to
background.
figure it out.
Correct, yes,
Yeah.
Absolutely. So it works pretty well, and we have some multiple of our higher level crew people that we're able to split up and run multiple events
Sure,
at one time.
yep.
So that helps out obviously to be in more than one location at a time. But why wouldn't? I mean, there are 2 races in our home state. Like we're gonna drive to Utah, 80-hour round trip. That makes the Sebring HSR weekend seem doable. So yeah, we've got some people that are helping out with the shuttle service, running back and forth. But basically, the way that we have it structured is they're going to run the practice at Daytona on Thursday. Then they're going to go down to Sebring in the morning to do their WRL practice at Sebring. Come up here and do the night practice for HSR. Then go back to Sebring to start on Saturday. And then once they do their starting opening stints, they're done with Sebring until their closing stints on Sunday. So then they'll come up and run HSR through the night. And it's going to be a very, very, very fun weekend. We've got drivers that are going to be able to, like we have drivers that are not running both weekends to be able to do the opposing stints.
Understood.
So yeah, should be a very fun weekend, good logistics, and I can't see how it could go wrong.
The way it
any
goes
helicopter
wrong,
companies or like airplane companies that might want to.
I can just do that for you.
We'll have to talk after the broadcast.
I can't do that for you. I have to cover WRL and Sebring.
Well, it's the same headset, right? You just flip from channel 1 to channel 2?
Oh, sure. You know what I'll do is I'll just get a place in the middle of the 2 of them. So I'm going to do a weekend rental in Haines City. Perfect. Second time Haines City's come up this weekend, believe it or not.
I'm amazed by that, actually, having been to Haines City.
Yeah, I have too, and that's why it's come up.
What was the other reference?
Why were we talking? We were just talking about lousy places in Florida. Sorry.
I mean, I'm not from there, so it's quite all right.
It's fine. I've been once. I don't think
You could never say anything.
The way it goes wrong is people just get really sick of driving up and down US 27.
Yeah.
And they say enough is enough.
Yeah. Nah, I don't think that's gonna be the case. These people are crazy. You know. How
sure. And you're invested by that point, right?
Yep. So yeah, it should go nice and smooth, and be able to run a car on non-DOT slicks at full power here in HSR, and then go hop over to a detuned car on 200s.
Is Zach running with you guys this weekend?
Zach
Parkin?
No, he's not.
Is this the first race he hasn't done with you guys? I noticed him in the chat.
It was a very late decision to add this race. This was not something. And then we did Mid-Ohio a couple weeks ago with Champ Car. Neither one of those were on our schedule, and were added within the last 2 weeks.
Sure.
So it's kind of the benefit of having like 37 cars that are kind of always ready to go, to just be able to swap cars out on trailers and roll.
So I'm going to ask you this, and you can answer it however you want. There is no right answer. We are live on the SCCA official YouTube channel.
Okay.
You obviously spend a lot of time. I mean, Open Throttle is kind of built on endurance racing and the endurance racing mentality, and spreading those costs out across multiple drivers. End of sentence. SCCA still highly regionalized in terms of the way it deals with endurance racing, but weekends like their championships like the SARRC, which are very regional, do offer a pretty compelling, I think, sprint racing product.
Yep.
Is there a vision or a view, or is it a constant analysis sort of thing where you're like, well, we got a driver that wants to do it, we'll do it? Or is there a real driver development kind of platform available there for you guys to get into more consistent?
A little bit of both. So it depends from event to event, obviously, what they have on the schedule and how they're formatting the seed time. But the last couple of weekends, the Sebring weekend and the Daytona weekend, there's a good amount of drive time for 2 drivers to split a car. So that's what we're doing on these. It's I can't remember what the exact math was. I think it was about 6 hours if you add in like the test day time and then the 4 hour. I think it was a little over 6.5 hours of drive time split up between 2 drivers, renting out a car. And then Chris is jumping in, I think, to do a single stint. I'm not sure if he's going to get back in the car later or not in Piggy, but it looks like they just completed their stop and they're heading back out. So I have absolutely no idea what time it is, but I'm assuming that's going to be the last stop for us.
It should be, yeah. 3 hours and 9 gone.
Yeah, I think we're going to come up a little short on Cherry, on fuel. I think, based off of the competitive element of the class, we're just going to let Abby do whatever she wants to do, and we'll put gas in the car, and I think we should be secured in P1 regardless. So
yeah.
So yeah, it's I don't want to jinx it. Anything can happen, but I'm feeling pretty comfortable with our current position in class.
I gotcha.
So, but yeah, no, cars are running good, and SCCA does give us an opportunity to run the cars in a slightly different trim or format, tires, things like that we would traditionally run in a Champ or WRL weekend, especially with the spec tire. But yeah, it's what we want to do is we just want to make sure that there's a lot of options available for kind of whatever path of trajectory these drivers come to our program with.
Yeah, sure.
And then once they're in our program, we'll kind of steer them in the direction that has worked well for people that have come before them. So we're going to be looking at doing a lot more enduro with Tristan and Zion.
Yeah, sure.
It's just the best bang for buck way of getting a tremendous amount of seat time before moving on to their ultimate goals of the next step in pro racing.
Mike, I think a lot of us were around in the very earliest days of open throttle racing. And you've talked very openly about it on other broadcasts. Hearing you call it a program now.
Yes. Well, I like
is
to
a real marker of how far you've come.
Thank you. I do like to maintain a certain level of professionalism. Any client that will run with us will tell you. But
you do things enough times over and over, you get really, really good at them, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, no, we have this figured out.
Yeah. We've got the again, don't want to jinx it because there's still 40 minutes left, obviously, in this weekend, but we've got platforms that we've developed in a sense that we know what we're putting a driver into. Mm-hmm. We know how we have each individual car set up. They're not all set up, components are very similar, but setup is going to vary from driver experience level. And we just kind of want to have something for everybody from that first step in. So we've expanded our HPDE stuff quite a bit as well to get that first, introduction into performance driving. So we've got a track day fleet of all the cars that we run, the F30s, the E92s, all. We've added a couple of different cars in. We don't want to focus entirely on driver development. I do have a secret project that's not a Fun Cup. No! I'm sorry. It's, hey, their season's wrapping up now, so I do believe that, we might move some
What do you mean
around.
wrapping up? Fun Cup lives in your heart.
No. Their season.
Their season. I think you meant the Fun Cup season. What are you talking about?
No. So with the Fun Cup market, I've not that researched it at all.
Calling me and two of my buddies a market is really not.
No. The international, like where you acquire the cars from, right? So their season ends, I think, somewhere around October timeframe, September, October timeframe, and that's when cars become available.
Sure.
So we had a couple different options of how we could explore getting some Fun Cups here to the United States. And it's quite a bit more cost-effective waiting until the fourth quarter of the year.
I believe
as you're not buying a brand new car. So they take these cars in that have run all year. They do a full refresh on them and then sell them. And it's almost like buy one, get one free when you compare it to a brand new chassis. And
how compelling.
I know. You know we're all about volume. So if you're going to have one, they tend to get lonely.
It's
so
to
you
save on the paint, right?
Yeah.
You can buy the paint and
exactly. Yeah, that's why everything's that nice chartreuse green that we use. With that, we've got a couple new things that are coming to Champ Car also for our well-experienced drivers that are looking for some overall action. To get those cool welded trophies. It'll be a good season as we finish up our 2025 push of 35 or so race weekends that we did, and move into 2026. We're refreshing the fleet and getting some new faces in there that people haven't seen, and we're excited to start dropping some little hints on that as we progress into the off season. I 3 weeks in between races at the end.
Right, exactly.
The off season between December 30th and January 17th.
Our season ends on the 22nd and starts on the 1st.
Yeah.
So exactly. You know what I hear is it's the Fun Cup. Spoiler alert. Desperately uncompetitive in GT3 in the SCCA, but still technically legal.
We'll have to see about that.
Which just feels right.
A little bit of rain and the right driver can make a difference in any race.
Who's the right driver in is it Nick? Are you the right driver in the rain in a Fun Cup? You might be.
It could be.
Nick Soriano driver coaching.
That's
we
right.
We just had young Antonio Abram at the High Plains race. We were lapping the GTO field about 10 seconds lap to the
I heard.
Word like that travels fast. He's our little mmini Johan.
That's cool.
It's nice to be on the
world
other
can
side
only
of that.
handle one Johan.
I know, that's why I said mini Johan. We're looking to have fun and bring a couple of options that you don't necessarily see in every paddock. And I know what started out as a joke with that Fun Cup. When you start kind of crunching the numbers on it, it's actually a pretty compelling argument. So I know you said that in jest, and I've seen. I mean, you say that, but then we've also seen it turning laps at Mid Ohio and a couple other places.
Was it? We did. Yes, we absolutely did. In two dimensions. Yes, we absolutely
correct. Well, if you just use your imagination, you can fill in that third
I
dimension.
do frequently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and you had us leading, so that's all we can ask.
Under
for.
caution. But yes,
yeah,
technically.
we did. Never let facts get in the way of a good story.
That's racing, man. It'd be better than this. Mike Gorman, I'm going to let you go and go hang out with the boys and girls down there at Wrong Transponder Racing.
Always a pleasure, man. There's absolutely no way I could hear your voice all day and not come up.
I believe that. I believe that. I want to be very clear. Mike worked his way all the way over to the broadcast booth without really knowing where he was going.
I knew the
texted me to say, hey, how do I find you? I said, same place we were last time, and he goes, I'm on the 5th floor. So you made it all the way over here before you bothered to ask anybody how to get here?
Well, correct, yes.
With a locked door.
I take that back. So there was a nice young lady that was right at the Rolex shoot wearing all-white SCCA official outfit.
Official.
Yes, she's very official. Official hair, official
SCCA
glasses,
by
official
Sherman
everything.
Williams.
Yeah, correct. Yep. I mean, they can moonlight at Sherman Williams right after they leave here. And she said, you're never going to find it. I said, well, humor me. Never taking no for an answer type of scenario. She said, it's over on the 5th floor over there. So I said, you know what? I'll find my way over on Honda. Oh, we did not make it all the way.
It's all right. 5 more minutes in the pit lane.
Yeah, only 32 minutes short.
Yeah.
We're probably playing it safe here. Hopefully we're playing it safe.
Mike Gorman. Thanks for stopping by, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. We'll see you in 4 days. All right. Gentlemen.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brendan.
I'll tell you what, Nick.
While you were talking with Mike, we were hearing that story about Open Throttle Racing. There's still a race going on.
Absolutely.
The 190 and the 148 were going back and forth with lead changes for the ITEZ class for about 3 laps. And it looks like the 148 of Fred Hutchison and that team have got the best of the 190 for the moment.
For now, absolutely.
They are still within a couple seconds of each other, but yeah, they traded the lead for about 2 or 3 laps. Very fun to watch, and I don't think it's over yet. With 30 minutes to go, I envision that maybe they get a little bit closer together again, and we'll see that battle. The bad news is it's about the only battle that's really close right now.
I mean, the 2.7 seconds at the front of the field looks good on paper, but we see the 64 there stopped in the pit lane, so we know that's kind of out.
Yeah.
Even as a battle for an overall win.
Don't let facts get in the way of a good story, right?
Absolutely. Did we ever resolve the 190 brake light issue from earlier?
Not that I know of, but they've not been called in, so I'd have to imagine that by now.
We are standing at start.
A car going into turn 3 is moving very slow.
Oh, yep.
Black Miata?
I believe that's the 49.
Oh, we did pick this number out earlier.
Yes.
Just smushed together numbers. Yeah.
Yes. It looks like they are back under power, though.
Or if we got it a little bit crossed up coming out of 2, and that was just hold the wheel straight.
Yeah.
And it was yellow back here, so that would kind of suggest stop in recovery down there. But a very clean end to this one, I think.
It has been. It's been very good.
After those early yellows, it really kind of settled in, and we've just kind of let this all play out.
Yeah, smooth sailing, which is great for the teams. You know, the cars go back on the trailer the way they came off, which is always good. But yeah, I'm just keeping my eyes on that. Right now, they're fighting for 7th overall, 7th and 8th are the 2 cars we're watching. But that ITEZ 4 class, the 4-hour group, is where my hopes and dreams lie for a good close finish. Something.
Unfortunately, the gap in the building is now.
It is.
It is about 6 seconds.
You do have access to the lap time chart on that number 190. Sometimes we go hunting for ways to understand why the pace might drop off towards the end of the race. Maybe somebody's just said, okay, enough is enough. I know where I'm going to land. I do wonder if this is also a case of maybe somebody needing to save a little fuel.
Very possible.
I don't know when their last stop was because I don't, like I said, I don't have access to those numbers at the moment.
Yeah, it was almost 20 laps ago. Looks about 16 laps right now.
Should be able
laps.
to make it through to the end, I'd think.
I would think as well, looking at their... oh, I don't have any previous laps, so unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
I can't go back to their first pit stop and see what the gap was for...
I thought you were paying for premium.
Well, with the 2-hour cutoff, it reset the lap counters.
Oh, tough. Yeah.
Unfortunately, well, maybe it has.
Listen, Jordan figured out the timer. You can't just figure out the lap chart.
Let me punch some things in here. Let me do some math.
It's not the same.
Let's see. Maybe this one? What's this look like?
Well, did we have a grid bunny pop into the chat earlier?
We did.
Did.
Looks like
ARW, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, with cautions, it looks like they can go about 25 laps on fuel.
Then... I mean, if they were last in 20 laps ago, that's a long way to pedal it.
Yeah.
30 minutes.
Yeah, they were, let's see, they were in... I have to do some math, which is not my strong suit, but we prevail. Let's see. Yeah, first pit stop was... Oops, if you flip it that way. Lap 25. That was their first pit stop. And then after lap 25, they made it all the way to... lap 59.
25 and 59 is 34. And you said they were in 20, probably now 21 ago. 11 laps.
Let's see, yeah. They're on,
that's like right there.
they're turning lap 77 right now.
Okay.
Last pit on lap 59. So almost to 20. So, yeah, another 10 laps in 27 minutes. That's about right. Yeah, they might be on the edge of their fuel limits, which is what's causing that drop-off in pace.
Right, and you've kind of got to change your calculus a little bit. Like when you think about sim racing, for example, or any, non-pit stop regulated formula where there is no pit stop minimum time, you say, okay, well, a pit stop's only going to cost us 40 or 50 seconds as we get a black flag on the 188. That's Jared Douglas in the ITS Acura Integra. Well, pit stop's only going to cost us 40 or 50 seconds. We top off with fuel. If we're going to pedal a car and lose 3 seconds a lap for the last 15, 20 laps, like you're kind of not meeting the trade-off there. You're better off just taking the splash and going, 100% to the end. Here, any fuel stop is 5 minutes.
Exactly.
Period.
Exactly.
Right. So you're way better off pedaling the car, and it's not close.
Yeah.
And just trying to stretch it out to the end, even if you're not going to go chase the next position.
It looks like we're going to be black flagging a car as there's a number board.
Another one.
And our airplane, you know what I'm talking about, with the orange glow sticks.
The air traffic controller
is out there ready to motion the car into the penalty box.
So the 188.
188.
Yeah, so that was the Integra that came across the line just a minute ago did get the black flag here at start. They'll try it again down at turn 6, which is the other black flag station here at Daytona. And if the car doesn't respond to pit lane, obviously we're going to try this again here at start finish. That car is not, look here. It's an ITS. I don't think it's locked in any particular battles at the moment. 2 laps in hand over the 68 of Phil Adams.
I believe Royan is leading that.
Yeah, by 4 laps.
Yeah.
So it's got kind of a comfortable margin either side where it can. I just come in and serve it rather than plead your case, I think, and get back out. I'm curious to see what it would be though. I don't see any obvious headlight issues, and I'll tell you, if this car at start finish is getting black flag for headlights, then I can't imagine it's that.
Yeah, maybe some extracurricular activities somewhere along the track.
Could be pit stop related as well.
It could be. Yeah, absolutely.
Pit stop timing.
We'll see. Should be coming around fairly soon. And I would bet that's the car ducking into the pits right now. Yep, just called in by the start stand there. So we'll see.
Good job by Start to pick up that car number from that far away.
Yeah.
A lot of glare out there with these headlights.
That was a great spot, being able to call that. And, yeah, you've got your ramp agent guiding that car in there on pit road. As they come in, let's see, maybe a stop and go.
That car was in the pits not too long.
Yeah, there's a stop and go.
Yeah, I wonder if that's pit stop related.
Could be speeding on pit lane as well.
Also that, yeah, 40 miles an hour.
You know, the best part about the drivers' meeting earlier today was we had a probably 5-minute discussion on what the speed limit was. And 10 minutes later, somebody asked, what is the speed limit on pit road?
How does that happen?
Well, there was a quiz on what it was, and there was a lot of guesses.
And most of them were incorrect, I'm assuming.
There was about 4 different answers being shouted out at the same time.
Great. Yeah, fantastic.
Yes.
The important thing is that you do it confidently, and you say with authority. You know exactly what it is.
Only to have somebody ask what the speed limit was 10 minutes later.
That's perfect.
Yes.
Buddy and I used to run in a sim racing league where we would just very intentionally ask inane questions during a nominal drivers meeting. Usually it was, can we bump draft? And like it's sim racing, like you can do whatever you want, but the netcode is going to take somebody with you eventually, right? Yeah, it's going to happen. And then as I got into real racing, even just on the volunteering side or on the broadcasting side, I realized that those were usually legitimate questions at real drivers meetings.
Oh, yeah.
And that often the information was also contained in the subs or the GCR.
Most of the time, yes. You can find that if you do the required reading.
There was a time where they tried to really crack down on the Spec Miata bump drafting.
What happened?
I think we were just going to do it anyways.
Is it one of those unenforceable rules? Like, if we can't enforce it fairly, we're just not going to enforce it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like track limits, right? I remember the first year we did the Super Tour 2023, we were at Watkins Glen. A whole Spec Miata qualifying session got thrown out.
That's
the
right.
Whole session. The whole thing got scrapped. 0 lap times were set.
Yeah.
Because everybody was abusing the track limits at turn
Turn
1.
one.
Yep. You know what happened the following year?
Same thing.
No more track limits. We're done. If you go off track, you have to yield to cars on track. Like, that's what the GCR says. You rejoin safely. But we are not enforcing because we literally cannot fairly enforce track limits in a competitive scenario.
Yeah.
So good luck. If you cause an incident when you rejoin, you will be fairly but harshly penalized for what happens.
That's my argument with the bus stop exit as well.
Sure.
It
Yes.
was the argument with the bus stop exit.
Well, no, it's still the same argument. That
Now that
sometimes you're going to go off track there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like you're going to blow it sometimes, but it's actually safer.
Oh,
I mean, that's usually the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as you don't try and force your way in on the exit. Like, if you lose a
There's
mile an
so
hour or two
much
trying to
room.
catch the car, you're not forcing your way up off the apron or anything. Somebody's going to let you back in line.
Right.
Like, I get it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that because I think a lot of times they say, oh, you go on the other side of the curb, you're going to be stop and go. It's like, okay, well, you know, if I'm fighting to save the car and it snaps,
exactly.
Now I'm taking someone into the outside wall with me. That's where we get problematic.
I mean, you would see it at club racing and pro racing. People try and haul the car out of or away from the grass and the curb on driver's left, and the car would hook off the third apex and spin hard right.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you pounded that safer wall. And now, it's easier to just either let the car slide naturally out into the pavement and you just carry on your way, or you know, come out of the throttle and gather it up out there in the pavement. But it's way better than risking the car spearing off the right-hand side.
Right, absolutely.
Really hitting hard. The track limit's interesting. Argument has always been really interesting to me. I know it's really dull for a lot of people. But if you can't enforce it fairly, then the only way to fairly go about it is just to not enforce it.
Absolutely.
Right?
No, I think
you see it at Circuit of the Americas. A lot of these Grade 1 venues, it's the same thing over and over, you know. And F1 qualifying a lot of times can get really, really tedious as a result.
Yeah.
Right? It's, track time, lap time. Okay, well, we could just not do this.
Yeah.
Like, this could just not matter anymore.
instead of deleting
And it works
every
here.
car's lap, let's
Also, it's visually very, dramatic to me. Like, watching Spec Miatas go 8 wide on the exit of turn 1 at Watkins Glen is, it's really something.
It really is. It is a spectacle in its own right. And
Also, it's faster. And isn't that what we're all here to do anyway?
that's right. That's right.
I am, at least.
I mean, yeah, right?
Yeah. When Nick's racing, I don't really know if that's his goal.
It depends on the day. Sometimes I'm just there for a good time. Sometimes I'm there to win. Just depends.
When do you decide? Like lap 2, lap 3?
No, he usually goes off track and crashes on the outlap.
Yeah, it's usually the night before you make the decision.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that way, you decide are you having a nice restful night's sleep?
Sure.
Yeah, and because we're going to be ready to go in the morning.
Is that the difference between beer 2 and beer 3?
Yeah, somewhere around there. I like to say it's when casuals become serious.
Sure.
Oh, Preston Pardis saying go Team Celine.
Oh, Preston Pardis. I joked earlier about him being washed up, and
he heard his ears were burning.
I wish he would get a little dirty. You know what I mean? And
I do not know what you mean. I actually could not understand less what you mean by that.
He's a little washed up. He's been in the shower too long.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
You're wishing he wouldn't. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Like
Where's Preston been, man? I feel like I haven't seen Preston around the SCCA paddock in a long time.
He's been there. It's just not in the front like usual, so he blends in. But then also he spent a lot of time doing the Xfinity series as well.
Sure.
So
yeah,
and I kid. Preston is like a little brother, so. But
sure,
he's still washed up.
Sure.
Preston Pardis has the most national championships in Spec Miata.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's not a particularly old class.
He's the only one with one of two with a half championship.
It's a
That's
full
right.
championship.
That's right.
Nick Bruni.
Does Nick have a full championship, or is his a half as well?
His is a half.
Yeah.
Both halves.
Yeah. So Preston Pardis is a 3.5-time national champion.
What's the next highest? Is it 3? Or is it
2. Jim Drake.
Oh, so he's still way out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's out there.
Understood.
A league of his own.
He's not going to love the 3.5-time championship comment. He's still a little salty about that.
I'm certain that the half counting is not the difference between him keeping his Xfinity ride and not, right?
No.
So it's, in the end, what does it matter?
Yeah. Now, when he won his first at Indianapolis, wasn't it his first technically majors or Super Tour win?
Yeah, he had never won a majors or Super Tour until he won at Indy.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah, he showed up that weekend and said, "You know what? This is a good time to get my
Preston
first."
is complimenting our math in the in the chat.
Thank you, Preston. We used our fingers and our toes to get that one.
The 3.5.
Yeah, that was a complex equation. That was, sure.
And it looks like the 49 car is deciding to retire early, and that was the car that was moving slowly out there a few laps ago.
Yeah, unfortunately, it will cost it a position, and it'll fall outside the top 4 in ITS. Nathan Pring in the 81 will pick that up. So, John, what's the plan for tomorrow?
The plan for tomorrow is to win.
I did hear that during the Hard Rock bet discussion earlier.
Bet the house.
How are you going to do it? Because allegedly you were trying today, and that obviously didn't go the way that was planned. But something's got to be different. Right?
Just a little better teamwork.
Okay.
And then
do you have a teammate out there?
Yeah. Christian Myers out there. We were in a good position. Got to the lead.
Okay.
And then
do you know Christian Myers was his teammate?
I did.
Oh. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I stopped by and talked to his dad. I stopped by and talked to his dad while I was at lunch.
And then got separated, and that's why I got eliminated from the real competition there. And it was a very boring drive the last couple laps.
It looked it, yeah.
Yeah.
Daytona is not the most interesting place to drive solo.
Especially not in a Miata.
In anything, but yes, especially in a Miata. Absolutely.
I mean, the draft makes about like 10-mile-an-hour difference.
Believe it, yeah.
So you really feel it when you're alone versus when you were in the draft for the previous 5 laps.
What's the jump there? Are we talking like 120 to 130?
126 to 135.
Okay. Yeah.
a blazing 135.
I was going to say 135 is still not a crazy impressive number, but I bet like when you're already at that speed, you can feel the extra 10. Plus, when you have cars around you, like things are happening a little bit faster. You're seeing less. You're not, you don't have the clear shot coming off 4 all the way to start finish, and
a lot of it's the extra RPM too in the motor. You get that extra 500-600 RPM. That motor's starting to like really ring out,
and it sounds like you're going faster.
It does.
Like a
it
lot
does.
faster.
You get the mindset of it, and those Miata motors, I don't want to say they make a great noise because I don't think they're the
I would agree
most
with that.
Audibly appealing, but they make a noise, which is for sure one of the many.
Sure do.
And just hearing them, especially when they get towards the rev limiter, like John was talking about earlier, the slowdown after the new chicane and that little bit of extra turning radius that you have to do to get through there, it slows you down. But yeah, when you used to get up there and like really start to get towards the rev limiter and hear that go, it's pretty cool. It's a cool experience because, I mean, the car's giving it all it has. You are the car can do no more.
Yeah.
Like you have pushed it to its limit. So
yeah, it's quite interesting when the whole pack just all hits the rev limiter like the same time. Around the start finish line if it's cooler out.
So I mean, do you really care if you're, let's say, third or fourth in a line of cars coming out of the bus stop? Do you really care how you get out of the bus stop, or as long as you're within a couple of car lengths of the guy ahead of you, you're going to be able to?
Yeah, if you're within like within a second or two, you can get sucked in.
Well, if you're third and you've got a pair in front of you, that's when it gets a little scary because if they hook up before,
and we did talk about that during the race itself. You were. When you're one of 5 there, somebody's going to be odd man out, and eventually that's going to,
So my whole goal was to get Harley in the SMSE car out of the mix.
Sure. Yeah.
So I got ahead of him in order to grab Christian and catch Dylan and Bobby.
Yeah, you grabbed
and
Harley.
we caught him in about half a lap. So
you caught Harley coming out of 6. You kind of used and abused him, and then after the bus stop.
The bus stop, he made a mistake. He made 2 mistakes in a row in the bus stop, and I said, bye-bye, Harley.
Yeah. And I guess while we're talking about pump traffic and everything, another thing that I'm sure some people don't know when it comes to that in Spec Miata, it's not all flat-footed when we get hooked up behind someone. There's a lot of necessity for breathing off the throttle a little bit so that you're not fully bumping them. You want a really smooth kind of contact when the bumpers meet instead of having this bounce and bounce and bounce. So you can do that, especially if you're maybe a third car in line, pushing up to the extra car in front. If they're not going to go around, they're going to go into the back of them.
Yeah.
You really don't want to drive them into that car because that chain reaction will push those 2 away from you.
Yeah.
And then you're just really in trouble.
So
it's
that is actually not something I understood at all until we started getting onboard cameras out of some of the Spec Miatas. I don't know if it was Charles or who it was, but from the trackside cameras, like this all looks very frantic and chaotic. And there's a lot of cars in a row, and maybe you get a 10 or 15 car train at a place like Sebring, and everybody starts bumping each other, and it's like, wow, they're all just pushing each other to go fast.
Yep.
And then you see the onboard, a little bit of telemetry on it, and you see like, oh, actually, you'll be flat-footed until you get within maybe a quarter car length of somebody, and then you're rolling out of the throttle, and like you said, it's a very kind of gentle push forward, or you're trying to hook up with somebody and get a long run down a straight, and there really is a lot of finesse to that.
Oh, absolutely.
And making it work not just over a straight or a corner or a lap, but over a whole race distance to stay, in the fight, as it were.
And I actually think it's what some people don't understand, because I see it out there every time. Being the first car out of the 2 actually requires a lot more focus, I would say, because the second car is just trying to catch your bumper, where the first car needs to, you're quickest if you get to each other's bumper as early as possible.
Sure.
Yeah. So if I'm coming out of turn 5, I'm looking how far back is the car behind me. There's a short chute there, so I'm not wasting any time by really letting off and getting them close to me into 6. And then when we come out of 6, I'm breathing off the throttle a little bit so that they get to me closer, sooner.
Do you want the bump, or do you just want the hook?
The hook. So you want to be together as early as possible.
So the bump does you no good. You want to have that.
It will be good.
Well, less good than just having the hook right off the bat. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
I have another question. you're obviously more or less ingrained in Spec Miata at this point, but it is also a platform for young drivers and developing drivers to go do other things, which is a conversation Nick and I had a little bit earlier on. What is the application of that skill set?
The application of the skill set?
Does it have an application in other forms of racing that, okay, this is how I'm going to race?
I'm sure it does. MX-5 Cup is an easy transition.
Oh, sure. Right.
Obviously. I think it allows you to focus on being close, being able to race really close, and going into the corner as close to their bumper as you can. I think you see more of that too in what do they call it now? Not the Pirelli, but the
Michelin Challenge.
The Michelin Challenge, right? A lot of those cars race very close as well. So I think having Spec Miata experience in racing that close and having to be that close with each other all the time pays dividends in a series like that as well, where the cars are pretty close in terms of performance.
So in some ways it's about as much about comfort and just being comfortable in that
chaos.
Yeah, and claustrophobia almost, or that, that close quarters racing, to where you don't have to worry about being around the cars around you. You can just say, okay, we're going to be comfortable here. I'm going to, I know I don't have to base everything I do off of, the guys around me. I get it. That makes a lot of sense.
And also, there's times where you're bumping each other, not intentionally, in the middle of a corner.
Yeah.
Right? And that upsets the car a little bit. So if you can get used to that feeling of somebody that's just touching your bumper on corner entry, mid-corner, or exit, and not panicking, I would say, I think that would pay dividends in other series as well.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, the bump drafting I think is pretty exclusive to NASCAR and Spec Miata. There's not a ton of application for that.
Yeah, GT4 cars.
Exactly. That I don't think that skill necessarily transfers over, but I think the racecraft
racecraft for sure.
Understanding when to make decisions, and they say like the wisdom versus knowledge kind of thing. Like knowledge is knowing like I want to win the race, so I should be in the front. Wisdom is knowing if I'm in a Spec Miata, I don't think I want to be first coming out of the bus stop on the last
So
line.
it's really interesting, like following the career pathways that are available here. And I know we're kind of running out of time, so we'll wrap this discussion up and turn towards the checkered flag here in a moment. But take Preston, for example.
Yeah.
Right. Preston did not pursue a career in racing sports cars. Right. Preston has a mostly part-time Xfinity ride. Is that how it goes, right?
Yep.
I don't follow Xfinity, to be honest. Ever since not the Busch series. Anyway. But I can see his experience at Spec Miata paying off way more in a series like Xfinity, where it's single class, single type cars. Everybody is in super, super finely balanced competition. I mean, they're fundamentally spec cars with different decals. I can see that paying off a lot more as compared to going the normal sports car route out of the most entry-level sports car class, which is, you go into MX-5, Spec MX-5 Cup, you go into the MX-5 Cup with the NDs, and then you go up the ladder from there. That close quarters racing experience that you get in SM has less and less usefulness as you go up the sports car ladder. But if you decide to go the stock car route, there really is some value there.
Oh, absolutely.
If we look at Connor Zilic.
Great example.
Yeah.
Great example.
I mean,
tremendous. Yeah.
He did a lot of racing as a kid, but
of course.
had a stint in Spec Miata as well, and I'm sure a lot of those skills that he worked on in Spec Miata have paid dividends.
Yeah, there is a slow car coming out of NASCAR Turn 4, and I'm not really sure what the story is.
Yeah, it's about to be very sketchy right here.
It is already sketchy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, there's another one stopped there. Jordan, that's not the one we were focusing on. Sorry.
There is a car that stopped in NASCAR 4, but there was a slow car.
Was it the 73 or the 63?
The 73 was going a bit slower.
Really slow. Yeah, it almost looked like they couldn't decide if they needed to pit. And so they were like, what do I do? What do I do? But they were right in the middle of the road. I wonder if they were slowing down because they were in that yellow flag zone, obviously, for the car that stopped over there. That was kind of an odd one. And then obviously because they're in a yellow flag zone around the banking, everybody behind them has to check up. And that's how you end up with those really kind of awkward scenarios at a really high-speed portion of the racetrack.
Yeah. I'm not sure what cars stopped over there, but they were just 5 minutes shy of...
You do wonder.
Fuel?
would be my guess. I mean, also, these cars have been running for 4 hours nonstop, and there is a case to be made that says, well, if they were going to break, they will have already broken.
Yeah.
Right? But also, I mean, 4 hours is a long time to get a classes that normally do 35 minutes tops to go this long without. I mean, we haven't even had a full course yellow since middle of the first hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there were a lot more cars on track at that point.
Also
as well.
true. Yeah.
I will say that at the front of the field, the overall leaders, the 169, still leading the way. That is the Triax Precision Manufacturing ride.
Yeah.
It is
the Triax trolley.
the Triax
the McKee Mobile.
Yeah, the Triax trolley is a good one. I like
that one a lot.
Yeah.
The 63 has cut down the lead by about 30 seconds over the last, 15 minutes or so. Now, the McKee Mobile? Can't remember what we called it.
It's the McKee Mobile.
The McKee Mobile has picked up the pace, and now they are fairly even. And would you look at that? I don't know if you guys are seeing
Oh,
my
my
live
gosh.
timing and scoring.
Great. We're 3 minutes from the end of the
3
race, and
minutes
we
to go.
finally got a driver in. Tremendous. Tristan Tyler Summers. Amazing.
The 63 is closing, and there's a case to be made with 2 laps to go, down to 13 seconds. They caught up 10 seconds
10
that last lap.
seconds.
And I did not see a white flag this lap, so I'm assuming 2 more laps, which would mean not necessarily over at the front of the field.
So I got to tell you guys, if I had $1 for every time I've seen a desperate chase for an overall win at the end of an endurance race at Daytona that I've covered, this would be at least my third $1. These endurance races have a way of kind of coming together in the end, whether it's pit stop differentials or driver differentials or whatever the case might be. Somehow at the end, these cars just all seem to find each other.
Yeah.
You know, it really is pretty remarkable.
It is, and I think it's. I don't know. I don't want to say it's going to be close because I thought the battle for ITEZ was, and then I think maybe some fuel savings had to happen to get them to the end. So dashed my hopes, but this one I'm still feeling optimistic.
I mean, the math says it's probably going to work out. We're 1 minute and 37 seconds left on the clock, and looking for that number 169. Also looking for a white flag in the hands of the starter, which I don't see yet.
Yeah.
And I thought I would have by this point, given that the end time is 9 o'clock.
Yeah. I'm seeing some shout-outs in the chat for the 81, the Nathan Pring Team Mobile. They are running in second in ITS, and the other car getting a shout-out, Team Celine, in the 114, leading ITS. So, Team Celine, fairly large lead there. I don't think they have anything to worry about, but they're doing great. It's great to see teams still out and running, participating in the 4-hour, and they're giving it their all. I mean, there have been a couple of green lap times in the last 5 minutes, so no one's taking it easy just yet.
Yeah.
They're still out there driving pretty hard.
So I will say, if we don't get a finish at 9 o'clock here,
They're calling around the leader right now, actually.
Okay.
presumably that'll be for the white flag. An extra lap could make a big difference here in the fight for the overall race win.
The open throttle team just cut it down to 5.5 seconds on that last one. So
yeah, and at 8 seconds of the last lap.
Wow.
Yeah.
We could have a last lap pass again? Would that be back-to-back?
I think that's a 64 headed out of turn 3 here. Or 63, excuse me, headed out of turn 3. Which would put the 169 somewhere over at turn 4 and 5. Sound right, Jordan? For the onboard?
Let's see. Right. Well, there's the McKee-mobile. Turn his lights on and off.
Okay, that is the 169 there at the head.
Okay.
Yep, and there goes the silver number 63 at the tail end of that group.
They're pretty close to,
I think
they're 2 seconds apart now.
Is that checkered flag in hand instead of white?
It is a checkered flag.
It is a checkered flag.
Might be
this is a last lap pass.
I think we're coming to the checkered here.
Yeah.
trying to get somebody's attention. I'm going to ask a question.
No, it does look like he does
I
have the
think-
checker
yeah, I
flag
think
in
we're coming
hand.
back to a checkered here. All right.
Because now it is 9 p.m.
I mean, you assume this is the last lap. This isn't a fight for class
Is this for the
position.
pass right now?
It is.
There
Yeah, and
they
it's
go.
huge power advantage on that 63.
Yeah.
Really not even a contest as they round the west
Wow.
bank here for what should be the final time.
I don't think the 169 quite had the tools
No,
to,
I would agree
to compete with that.
Great machining tools at Triax Precision Engineering.
That's right.
I'm not sure the engine there was really up to the same kind of task.
I
but
think they were.
wasn't designed to be either.
Yeah, that was.
Great recovery anyway from the 63. And to be honest with you, 169. I mean, that's great strategy, right? You run, 2 stops, try and get the most out of it. They were obviously had a pit stop advantage over the 63 as well, which is how they ended up in that position in the first place. Just that needed to be that little bit further ahead.
Yeah.
A couple of seconds, I think, would have had it done. But as they come around back to start finish, the checkered flag is in the air at the Tri-Oval. The number 63 Open Throttle Racing car of Tristan Tyler Summers wins the 4-hour Under the Lights Enduro at Daytona International Speedway. It was a last lap move that got it done. Michael McKee and the Triax Trolley, number 169, comes home second overall and will win the 4-hour ITR category as well. A couple of laps further back, we anticipate seeing the number 56. There it is. Across the line now, that's Sean DeCold will take the SRF 3 4-hour category win, and a really good job to get that car wrestled through 4 hours of racing, where literally everybody else in the class only ran 2. We love to see the commitment. 114, one of the fan favorites in the chat for most of the afternoon. In ITS, should come home with the class win, and is Celine Royan.
Yeah, they should be making their way around, probably near the bus stop right about now, if I had to guess. And they should be in NASCAR 3
You see a couple of white and Miatas over there.
That's some other competitors finishing up as well.
Yeah, we've got a handful of cars, a handful of classes, to get through here as part of the 4-hour. But these last, let's call it a half a dozen cars here coming back to, it's more than that.
Yeah.
Back to start finish. Flash of the headlights for the number 123.
There's the 114 and the 148. So those are
All
two
right.
class winners crossing right there. The 114 in ITS and the 148 winning the 4-hour ITEZ category.
148 was really able to stretch that margin out in the end.
They sure were.
In that battle for ITEZ.
Yes, there's the 190 just crossing now.
Yeah.
22 seconds behind. So yeah, maybe some fuel saving techniques used. Make sure they made it to the end.
Yeah.
Finishing behind is much better than not finishing. So congrats to that team.
As we get I think we got one more to come across the line. There's the 05, and it's coming up to the tri-oval now. Wait for it. 68.
68.
He's really savoring the moment here.
He is.
It's Phil Adams and B. Mazmi out of there. Should be the last car to take the check.
He rounds out the podium in ITS. 3rd place with that 68
Absolutely.
car. So congrats to that
Yeah,
team.
biggest class in the field. In the ITS group. So
Yeah, for the 4-hour, absolutely.
All right, we'll just run down the classes here as we begin to wrap things up from our Saturday coverage at the SARRC Invitational Challenge. ITEZ, we just talked about them. Fred Hutchison and the 148 and friends, we assume. Christopher Marsh and the number 190 and the number 46 of Jackson's come home to round out the ITEZ podium. That Jackson's car 6 laps off of the class leader. In ITR, Michael McKee, also and friends, and we know that for a fact, in the 169 takes home the ITR class win from Brian Collier. In the BMW 5 Series, number 80, Matthew Fritz, 19 laps completed, but was entered in the 4-hour, just didn't quite make it to that 2-hour point earlier on. In Spec Miata, Tucker Martin in the number 73 with a lap in hand over the 53 of Reagan Thomas, and many, many more laps in hand over the 48 of Frankie Barroso. That car, we believe, was just betting in a new engine, breaking in a new engine, and so not really in competition there, but got some good, valuable running in there anyway. The R1 class, Tristan Tyler Summers is the number 63, also your overall winner. Rudin Unesi, I think it's fair to say, arguably the fastest car on track while it was on track, but obviously had that tire failure down at oval turns 1 and 2, and whatever residual damage came from that meant that car did not get back on track. STL, Benny Regard in the number 115, SRF 3, Sean DeCold in the 56. Touring 3 was Kyle Jantz in the number 123, Sergio Sangenis in the 156. Eyes on that car for tomorrow. Nick, you and I will be calling Sergio, we think, in the Touring 3 sprint race, where he featured very heavily today.
Yep.
Hopefully no lasting damage from that contact down at turn number 2 earlier on this evening. Bobby Gossett takes home the win in SMX at number 144. A very, very quiet day for Bobby Gossett today, obviously. Really had no opportunity to talk about him all day. Actually, a very, very quiet Enduro for Bobby, which I'm sure was welcome after the race to the win there in SM earlier on. Celine Royan in the 114, Nathan Pring, Phil Adams round out the ITS podium. Down a little bit further, Charles Habesreudinger in T4, Mike Gorman in the 64 in R2, Kalen and Mark Kinley sharing the 117 to an ITA class victory, and Christopher Gyrum in the number 140 from the 05 of Joe Leonard in STU. Tomorrow, Don, you're busy. Yeah, be down in the SM group. Look forward to watching you and the gang do it all again tomorrow. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I plan on winning.
I did hear that. I've heard smart bettors would put the money down.
Yep.
Do it tonight while there's still good value.
I would. I would.
I think so. Before the market catches up.
That's right.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
When everybody watches this recap, they're all gonna bet on it.
Yeah, sure. Yep, I get it. Nick, for our part, you and me, back tomorrow.
Absolutely.
More Daytona. Coverage begins at 8:25 a.m. Eastern Time, when the sun is right about there in the glass case of emotion that we find ourselves in up here.
Phenomenal.
So we'll be roasting our way through the first couple of 40-minute feature races tomorrow. 13 laps maximum. I think we're going to go to laps on a lot of those, but we'll see what happens. Long day. 7 of those sprint races come tomorrow, double points, and at the end of it, we get to award SARRC Divisional Championships for the year 2025. So, for John Davison, for Nick Soriano, for Jordan Worth, who's been an absolute star in the long haul today on production. My name is Brendan Kaczmarek. Thanks for joining us on the SCCA official YouTube channel. Thanks to all of our presenting sponsors, to Triax Precision Manufacturing, we to get it right eventually, for presenting Enduro coverage tonight as well. Thank you for being with us, and join us again tomorrow, bright and early, 8:25 a.m. Eastern, for Championship Sunday at the SARRC Invitational Challenge. Until then, take care.